How I Ended Up with a Yandere Yuri Girlfriend After Reincarnating as a Girl. Translated by Snowball. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Running into a delusional character on the rooftop at sunset is basically a cliché. My name's Shurigane Tsubasa, and my favorite pastime is letting my imagination run wild up on the school rooftop. Like imagining terrorists suddenly bursting into the classroom and me taking them all down. Or suddenly awakening cheat powers and steamrolling everything. Or God descending out of nowhere to explain the real reason I was reincarnated. Stuff like that. I'd get so deep into my daydreams that before I knew it, it'd be evening, sometimes even night. Occasionally, a patrolling teacher or security guard would come chase me off. But even so, I can't stop. Ever since I was born into this life, I've been full-blown chuuni as a rebound from my previous one. That's just who I am. See, in my past life, I was a painfully pretentious type who caught a case of chuuni, that special kind of teenage syndrome that hits hard in the second year of high school. I'd laugh cynically whenever others got excited, overreacted to anything remotely cool, and acted like I was above it all. I thought that was the norm, that I was on the sensible side of society. But really, I had no clue. That cluelessness lasted from middle school all the way through high school. In short, I was a massive jerk. But little by little, as people around me matured, they started realizing that wasn't normal at all. People were actually way kinder, more forgiving, and much more open-minded than I'd ever imagined. My so-called realistic attitude was nothing more than a desperate attempt to believe I was different from the fools, or to convince myself that I wasn't one of them. In a twisted way, I guess you could call it a warped version of chuuni. When I finally realized that, I was so mortified I wanted to die. And then, in a fit of panic, I ran off, slipped on a banana peel, fell down a flight of stairs, and died. Yeah, that ridiculous, cartoonish death scene was the final memory of my last life. So now that I've said all that, you probably get it, right? Yep, that's right. The truth is, I'm a reincarnator. And no, this isn't just one of my rooftop fantasies. It's the real deal. Though if I told anyone, I'm sure they'd just say I'm delusional. To top it off, and I have no idea why, but even though I was a guy in my past life, this time I was born a girl. That alone made everything about this life feel completely unfamiliar from the start. But living this new life, I realized something. If I got a second chance, I wanted to do all the things I couldn't before. One of those things. Full-blown chuuni roleplay. I call it pretending. But I'm so deep in it that it's not even pretending anymore, it's just who I am now. I imagine all sorts of situations, but right now, my favorite is acting like a mysterious, otherworldly girl. Yeah, the whole "what if I were a mysterious beauty with a hidden past?" vibe. It sounds like one of those cringy self-insert fanfics I used to hate, but now that I've actually tried getting into that headspace, it's a blast. I regret all the times I made fun of people for this stuff. Daydreaming about how I wish I could be, it's honestly kind of fun. Truth is, in this life, my facial muscles are basically dead, and I can't express myself well. That's probably why I daydream about being seen as mysterious or cool. I'm seriously expressionless. Even when I try to say good morning, all that comes out is a grunt. I've got zero social grace, so I don't have many friends. I just spend my days up here on the rooftop, staring at the sky. For some reason, no one ever comes up here. Not that I'm lonely or anything, but if someone were to show up and sit next to me, I'd be happy about it. I even daydream about someone joining me in my rooftop fantasies, someone who'd play along with my chuuni nonsense. If someone like that showed up, I think I'd really want to be friends with them. But yeah, this rooftop's always deserted, so it's all just a fantasy. I wish, just by some weird twist of fate, someone would show up. Then I could say something cryptic and totally play the role of a mysterious beauty. If they actually played along, I might even want to become friends with them, just maybe. But come on, life doesn't work that conveniently. If you don't take the first step yourself, nothing ever happens. That's why I'm still a loner today. Did I just hear the rooftop door open? Section. At sunset, ghosts appear on the rooftop. That's one of the 7 whispered mysteries of Yuri Girls Academy. They say a student once threw herself off the roof in despair over a future where she'd have to marry someone she didn't love. Another story tells of a girl who confessed her feelings to an upperclassman, was rejected, and attempted a double suicide. Basically, the rooftop of Yuri Girls Academy is a place always spoken of with love and death entwined. So, I honestly thought one had finally appeared. There she stood on the rooftop bathed in twilight, her white hair swaying gently in the wind. Petite frame, blank expression, her gaze utterly emotionless as it fixed on me. The surreal sight sent a chill down my spine. Ah, so mysterious things really do exist, I thought. But then, she tilted her head slightly. Kishen Rio. For some reason, she said my name. Kishen Rio. That's definitely my name. She knows me. Was she here to take me away? The surreal atmosphere crept closer, like the uncanny was slowly bleeding into reality. The idea popped into my head as if I'd been lured into thinking it. Are you a ghost? Or maybe an angel? I asked nervously, hesitantly. She replied in a totally flat, matter-of-fact tone. Shiragain, classmate. What? I rubbed my eyes and looked at her again. White hair, tiny frame, that translucent, unreadable expression. Oh. That's when it hit me, our strangely inconspicuous classmate. Shiragain Tsubasa. Same age, same school, same class. Someone who's always there, yet somehow goes completely unnoticed. Quiet with an eye-catching appearance, yet constantly blending into the background. Ah. She was definitely my classmate. In fact, I even greeted her this morning. Like morning and everything. Wait, hold on. What did I just say earlier? Didn't I ask her if she was a ghost or an angel or something? And no way, right? I must have just thought that right. Like caught up in the atmosphere and it slipped through my brain. Hey. Not ghost, I have legs. Nope, I definitely said it out loud. I'd just become that girl. The one who asked a totally weird question to a classmate and got a normal response back. So embarrassing I could die. Chapter 2. Miscommunication via brainwaves is actually pretty common. Maybe it's finally happening. Maybe I'm about to make a friend. Someone actually came to the rooftop today, a place that's always been just me, all alone. And not just anyone, I know them. It's my classmate, Kishin-san. She's the only person who kindly says good morning to me every day, even though I'm always so awkward. She's this sweet girl with straight black hair that really suits her and seems a bit timid. WWW, what do I do? Oh, I need to say hi first, right? Kishen Rio. She seemed a little spaced out, maybe because she was staring at the sunset, even more absent-minded than in the morning, so I called out to her. Like, isn't the sunset beautiful, Kishen-san? But of course, my mouth had to betray me again, and what I thought never made it out. I'm so dumb. I want to get closer to her, and I go and call her full name without honorifics right off the bat. And I didn't even manage to say that line about the beautiful sunset that I'd been rehearsing. Ugh, first impressions are super important. See, now she's staring at me wide-eyed because I suddenly acted all high and mighty. Is she gonna leave? What if she just walks away? But I really think I could be friends with someone as kind as Kishin-san? I wanted to say wait, but I couldn't get the words out, so all I could do was silently watch her, heart pounding. Then, Kishin-san said, Are you a ghost, or are you an angel? It was such a dazzling response, I felt a shock run down my spine and straight through my chest. WH what? Wait a second, this is the most excited I've ever been. Kishin-san, that was amazing. That one line completely floored me. How do you even say something that cool so casually? I want to say something clever too. Shiragain. Classmate. But all that came out of my totally disappointing mouth was a super plain self-introduction. Not mysterious at all, and the way I kinda lisped only made it more pathetic. Ugh. My mouth is a total clunky samurai disaster. See, now Kishin-san is rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Wait, not her ears, her eyes. Wait a minute, does she actually think I am a ghost? Has she been thinking all this time that there's just some ghost showing up at school every morning? And no way, right? Kishin-san suddenly gasped like she realized something. Like she'd just now figured out I was her classmate. Wait, she really thought I was a ghost until now? Kishin-san, you're joking, right? Hey. Not ghost, I have feet. I tried showing her my feet like see. I'm totally solid, and she kept glancing between my face and my feet. That reaction was all the confirmation I needed. She really, truly thought I was just some ghost student who'd been haunting the school this whole time. Wait. Hold on. Isn't that kind of a cool position to be in? A mysterious girl so quiet and solitary that people think she might be a ghost. Standing alone on the rooftop at sunset, staring into the distance like she's hiding some deep secret. Yeah, I think I could totally work with this. Shirogane-san, why are you? She asked me that, almost like the timing was perfect. So I looked up at the sky, painted in bold strokes of red and black. I thought it looked like I could walk across it. I declared it like a signature catchphrase, with mentally the most smug expression ever. Yes, this time I said it right. I couldn't help wondering how Kishin-san would react. When I lowered my gaze from the sky, I saw her hair and cheeks tinted by the sunset's red. Kishin, you too. Somehow just then she felt like a comrade. I asked her, heart pounding. Like, did you also come up here to do the whole mysterious rooftop loner thing? Kishin-san slowly nodded. And in that moment, with the birth of a new ally, mysterious Kishin, I clenched a deep victory pose. My body didn't move, but in my heart, it was epic. Uoohhh, I'm really gonna make a friend at last. Section. Shirogane-san stood right on the boundary between red and black. She was just there, and yet it felt like she controlled the entire space around her. That's the kind of presence she had. Maybe this girl really can fly. That's how otherworldly she seemed. So detached, so transcendent. And because of that, with a dry mouth and a trembling voice, I spoke. Swept up in that unreal atmosphere. Yeah, that's right. I came here to fly. My heart was pounding so loud I could almost hear it, but still, I told Shirogane-san why I was really here. The moment I said it, my skin prickled. It felt like I'd just confessed a terrible secret. I shrank into myself as I glanced at her face. You're here for the same reason, right? But Shirogane-san's expression didn't change. You are too right, Shirogane-san. I asked her, unable to shake the anxiety, wanting confirmation, wanting to know I wasn't alone in this. But Shirogane-san slowly shook her head. I'm not flying, I'm walking. On the sky. It was a correction, but not one I could really understand. What is that supposed to mean? If you step out into the sky, you just fall. You can't walk on the sky. It was a tiny correction, but for some reason it felt like she was rejecting me. I snapped back without thinking, a little harsh. Shirogane-san didn't respond. She just kept quietly staring up at the sky. The red was fading, swallowed up, the sky nearly all black now. Don't ignore me, say something. Otherwise, I won't know what to do. I can't look away from her right now. How do you walk on the sky? In the end, I couldn't take it anymore and asked. I didn't want someone who might feel the same way I do to just brush me off like it meant nothing. Stairs. Hi. I'm waiting for stairs. I felt relieved just to get a response, but then confusion hit me. Stairs, weren't we talking about walking on the sky? Sorry, I don't really get it. This time I was honest. Because I wanted to understand. I wanted to share Shirogane-san's world. Shirogane-san finally lowered her gaze from the sky and looked at me, and just stared. Directly. What is it? Kishin, do you want to climb too? See climb what? The angel stairs. Her words slipped easily into my ears, even though I didn't understand them. Somehow, I got the feeling, even if I didn't get the meaning. A staircase coming down from the sky, a staircase prepared by an angel. At the very least, Shirogane-san believed in it. There's a staircase to heaven, that really exists. Sometimes, happy. That's so weird. Sometimes, that vague answer made me laugh a little. I realized Shirogane-san's idea of an angel was surprisingly easygoing. Weird. Even with her blank expression, I could sense her puzzled tone. Along with that, the strange atmosphere that had filled the air until now gently melted away. The otherworldly Shirogane-san was gone, replaced by a normal girl. Though, she still wasn't quite the same as the one in the classroom, quiet like air itself. Maybe a little. I see. Her presence felt clearer now, closer, and somehow in the dark, her white hair seemed to glow. If Kishin says so, maybe that's true. Maybe it was because Shirogane-san had acknowledged me. She hadn't ignored me, she'd looked right at me. Kishin. Even the way she said my name, it felt so much more intimate now. What is it? Let's watch for the angel's stairs. Together. Her invitation was like a fruit, sweet, overly ripe, on the verge of bursting. And I nodded, simply and honestly. Because somehow, I felt today wasn't that kind of day. That line, let's walk the sky, felt far more beautiful than just jumping off. Yeah, let's do that. In response, Shirogane-san still wore no expression. But she quietly walked up to me and said just one thing. "I'm happy." Her voice was flat, but her words carried the innocence of a little girl. And somehow, that made her unbearably endearing. For the first time in ages, my heart felt warm again. Maybe it was in that very moment that I truly met the real Shirogane-san for the first time. And that little happiness, just that small, precious moment, filled my heart to the brim. That's why I could believe it. That there has to be a better day to die. Chapter 3, Anjash Miscommunication Frequency. Maybe right now, I'm the most evolved creature walking the earth. Because I managed to say good morning. This morning, I was skipping to school in a great mood, though my face was still stone cold like a hitman's. And why, you ask? Well, obviously, it's because I made a friend for the first time in this life. Kishin-san, Kishin Ryo-san. She seems a bit timid, but that just makes her expression softer and really approachable, a sweet girl. But that was only her surface persona. Kishin-san, believe it or not, wants to join our Rooftop Mysterious Phenomena Society, unofficial, currently 2 members including her. With her cool sense of language and that wonderful mindset that wants to fly through the sky, she'll be doing mysterious things with us up on the rooftop. Just the thought gets me hyped. Though I'm not sure she'll come every day, still, she can drop in whenever she wants. To have made friends with someone like that, maybe I've entered a lucky streak in life. If I hit up a pachinko parlor right now, I might just become a millionaire. But it's not just that we became friends. We even made a promise to go see the Angel's Staircase together. Even I think it was an amazing invitation. Normally, my mouth rebels and refuses to say anything, but yesterday, for once, I managed to get the words out. Though not perfectly, I still said what I wanted to say. Well, not everything I wanted to say. The part I failed at was explaining what the Angel's Staircase actually is. It's a real phenomenon, I swear. I couldn't explain it well, and I almost got mistaken for some weird, tinfoil hat conspiracy nut instead of the mysterious girl I'm aiming to be. I was saved by Kishin-san's ridiculously strong reading comprehension, just barely. Angel's Staircase? Official name, Crepuscular Rays. Most people call it the ladder to heaven, even though it looks more like a staircase. When the sky's covered in clouds and sunlight streams through a gap, it fans out in rays like a spotlight. It looked so mystical, I honestly felt like if I walked along it, I'd end up in another world or something. I saw it once in my previous life. It was so beautiful it cracked the shell of my chuuni-ridden heart. Maybe I was even able to reincarnate thanks to that light. So ever since then, I've wanted to see it again. While daydreaming, I kept waiting for a day like that to come. But instead of seeing the Angel's Staircase first, I ended up making a friend. 16 years into life, on my second run, guess it pays to stick around. Skipping in my heart, I reached the classroom. I slid the door open, and there she was, sitting in the nearest seat, turning around to face me. Oh, good morning, Shirogane-san. She always greets me. More than that, she's the one I became friends with yesterday, and today she gave me a bright good morning. Kishin-san, my first and only friend in this life. And to her I, NN, mumbled the usual curt grunt, just NN. Even that made her look satisfied. But my feet stopped in front of her desk. Because even though we're friends now, I didn't want to come off as cold. Shirogane-san. She looked up at me, puzzled. I opened and closed my mouth a few times, then finally. Gu morning, Kishin. I squeezed it out, a totally normal good morning. I squeezed it and I did it. I actually said it. I managed to say good morning properly. Until now, I was the kind of person who couldn't even greet someone normally, but with a bit of effort, turns out I could do it after all. Shirogane-san just now. Even Kishin-san's eyes went wide in surprise at my astonishing evolution. Guess humans really can do anything if they try, even if I accidentally dropped the honorific. Though the way I said it kinda makes it sound like I just couldn't be bothered before. That's not a great look. A weird feeling welled up inside me, and I quietly headed to my seat. I was happy I got the greeting out, but I also got a bit embarrassed, and I didn't want Kishin-san to realize what a broken mess I am. She hasn't figured it out, right? That I'm not actually a mysterious girl. Up until just yesterday, she thought I was a ghost, so I should be fine, right? I started feeling kind of uneasy, so during class today, I kept sneaking glances at Kishin-san. I'd stare just a little, then quickly look away. I repeated that over and over again, and sometimes my eyes would meet with Kishin-san's. She'd look at me like, "What is it?" every time, and all I could do was avert my gaze. Even just shaking my head to say, "It's nothing," felt like it required some elite-level skill from my body. I kept that up all day, but in the end, I had no idea if she noticed or not. The only thing I figured out was that Kishin-san only wears glasses during class. Is her eyesight bad? Could it be that the reason she thought I was a ghost was actually because of that? A surprise twist revealed. So it wasn't that my mysterious aura made her think I was a ghost. That's kind of frustrating. I really thought I had the whole mysterious girl thing going. At this rate, even if she hasn't figured me out yet, someday she might stop seeing me as a mysterious beauty and start seeing me as some clumsy mess-up girl. That's bad. I have to do something to get Kishin-san to see me in a better light. What can I do to make her think of me as a stoic, mysterious beauty? I need to project that mysterious vibe, that unreadable, otherworldly feel. Would it help if I started talking about, like, life and death or something? Section. With my heart beating a little faster, I arrived at the classroom. After everything that happened yesterday, I felt like maybe, just maybe, something might change. Holding my breath, I waited for that moment. She always arrives at the same time, 5 minutes before the warning bell. Like clockwork, the classroom door opened and she stepped in. Shirogane-san, the girl who made a very important promise with me. She said, in front of the angel's stairway, "Let's walk through the sky together." And we promised it would all end beautifully. A promise you can't make with just anyone, one you can only make with one person. For me, that one person was Shirogane-san. I never believed in impulsive double suicides or anything, but she almost made me think it could be real. She wasn't just a classmate, or even just a friend, if I had to describe it. Partner in crime might be the closest thing. Good morning, Shirogane-san. I did my best not to let my voice shake as I greeted her. The girl who had become special to me yesterday, or was supposed to become special. Maybe, just maybe, I'd get a different reaction from her than usual. I let myself hope, just a little. But Shirogane-san responded the same as always, with that same short, almost reassuringly typical reply. "It's not like I mind. Things don't just change overnight. It's just, I'm a little lonely, that's all." I tried to convince myself of that when Shirogane-san stopped in front of my desk. "Shirogane-san." I looked up, and she wore that same completely blank, transparent expression. But then she started moving her mouth like she wanted to say something. Good morning, Kishin." Barely a whisper, so soft no one else could hear it, Shirogane-san said just that, almost under her breath. "Wait, Shirogane-san, just now. Did she say good morning? That's Shirogane-san." I had been hoping for something, but still, I didn't expect that. I stared straight at her face, trying to read it, only for her to quickly look away. And then, she walked off toward her seat like nothing had happened, wrapped in that same transparent air she always had when she was in class. She really did talk to me just now, right? It was just a moment, like a dream, but I don't think it was a dream. It felt like, just for an instant, the version of her from after the sunset peeked out, and that made me a little happy. Like a stray cat that doesn't usually warm up to people had let down its guard just a bit. Maybe she's cuter than I thought. Maybe she's just not good at expressing emotion, but underneath that, there might be a kind of warmth. And she showed that side only to me. I couldn't help but feel just a tiny bit proud about that. Then, I noticed something different, something that hadn't happened before. It was during class. Shirogane-san would glance over at me every now and then, staring blankly. And when our eyes met, she'd quickly turn her face away. That happened several times. Is she curious about the glasses? Feeling a bit unsettled, I adjusted my slightly slipping black-rimmed glasses. My vision's not great, so I only wear them during class. I think Shirogane-san must have noticed that today. So that's probably why she keeps looking. They caught her attention. At least, that's what I tell myself. They're kind of lame, so I don't really like being seen in them. That's how the day passed, with the class content weirdly passing right through my head, not sticking at all. And by the time homeroom ended, Shirogane-san had vanished from the classroom without me even noticing. I'd never really paid attention to it before, but maybe she always leaves like this. Wanting to find her, I headed straight for the rooftop without hesitation. There were so many things I wanted to ask. So many things I wanted to know. Because I still don't know anything about Shirogane-san. With a soft metallic creak, I pushed the rooftop door open. The sky was still blue, and the wind swept through as if blowing it right into my eyes. Kishin. Sure enough, just as I expected, Shirogane-san was standing there. But something felt different. She stood there, wrapped in an aura that reminded me of yesterday's twilight, strange, mysterious. Do you think people can be reborn? She spoke, saying something that sounded like she was worrying about our future, with her usual unreadable expression and just the faintest hint of sorrow behind it. Chapter 4. I'm radio waves. Reincarnation. A previous life. The word reincarnation has gotten kind of trendy lately, so I deliberately shifted it and said rebirth instead. It just sounds more fitting, don't you think? When I suddenly dropped that question on Kishin-san, she blinked a few times in confusion, then paused to think it over. I guess I don't know. For Kishin-san, that was a pretty normal response. But I could tell from her really serious expression that she was giving it proper thought. Even if it wasn't some fancy phrasing, that alone made me happy. Because it meant she was really trying to respond to my words. Mysterious girls, deep down, are actually happy when their friends pay attention to them. And maybe I'm feeling happy too, you know? That Kishin-san came here like this. I mean, I'm too embarrassed to say it properly, and my mouth's well like that, so I can't express it well. What about you, Shirogane-san? What do you think? Still, Kishin-san's kind like that. She actually makes the effort to talk to someone like me, even though I'm a total level 100 in lack of words and unfriendliness. If my face wasn't the steel type, I probably would have cracked a goofy smile right there. I do. That's why I just spoke honestly, saying exactly what I felt. I mean, I am someone who was reincarnated, so there's really no room for doubt. It's just, if you ask me to prove it, I've got nothing to show. So all I can do is look up at Kishin-san with my blank expression and silently ask her to believe me. But I figured that alone might not be enough, so I added a bit more. Something that tied into today's theme about life and death, something that sounded thoughtful. People keep being reborn as someone else. As someone else. Someone. I had thought about why I was reincarnated before. Back when I was a kid, I had a lot of time on my hands. And the thing is, my reincarnation wasn't something that happened after I died. It happened further back in the past. That was when I first realized being born again doesn't always have to mean going into the future. Yeah, the world after death lies somewhere between the past and the future. You can go anywhere from there, and you can end up anywhere too. If that's true, then maybe the me who's going to be born in the future, maybe she'll have a different soul entirely. It's not like my rebirth is far off or anything. Unless someone copy-pastes my soul, it'd cause a paradox or something. And if I am wrong about this, and only one of the same soul can exist at a time, then maybe I'll be dead in the near future. Just kidding. That wouldn't happen. I mean, this was my first ever delusional theory. Thinking about stuff, daydreaming, it's fun, right? That's what I realized. When you start imagining, what if I were like this? The ideas just don't stop. By the way, right now I'm playing the role of a mysterious school-type girl. Anyway, to summarize all that, Kishin is me, and I'm Kishin. Sometimes that's just how it is. Like maybe my next life is Kishin-san, and her next life is me. I totally stole that idea from this ridiculously thick novel I read in my previous life. We can be anyone, we really can. That's what I think. Don't you think that's kinda interesting, Kishin-san? Shirogane-san, did you just say boku? MMMs. Ah, that's the part she picked up on. Section, do you think reincarnation is real? The question came out of nowhere. I'd never even thought about it before. Shirogane-san looked at me with those pure, clear eyes. It made me feel like she was considering what lies ahead, thinking beyond just this moment. This question, I realized, came from her imagining what might happen after taking that first step toward the sky. After the journey begins, what comes after? To be reborn. To become a me who isn't me. Just the sound of it sent a shiver crawling down my spine, starting over from the beginning, being someone who isn't myself. If that's really possible, then it's beautiful, joyful, sweet, and somehow terrifying. I guess I don't know. I don't usually understand most of what Shirogane-san says, but her words always stay with me. What about you, Shirogane-san? What do you think? Like reenacting yesterday, I tossed the question back at her. I felt nervous, wondering what she'd say. Either way, I wanted to know what Shirogane-san thought. I do. So when she gave such a clear, direct answer, it caught me off guard. I expected something more whimsical, like when she talked about the Stairway of Angels. Why do you think that? Her white hair fluttered in the wind, her skirt billowing. As the world swayed gently in the breeze, Shirogane-san stood unaffected, meeting my gaze straight on. The moment her eyes pierced into mine, the thought crossed my mind. Today, Shirogane-san feels like the color of the sky. People are always being reborn, as someone else. As someone else. Someone. As always, her words were soft and vague. Does that mean the me in my next life wouldn't have any part of the me now? If so, that is kind of scary. Kishin is me, and I'm Kishin. That's how it is sometimes. Then, as if to blow away my fearful thoughts, Shirogane-san said something totally mysterious. She stepped softly closer, away from the fence. That I'm Shirogane-san, and Shirogane-san is me. What could that even mean? As usual, her words were difficult to grasp. Wait, hold on. Wasn't something about her first-person pronoun just now? Weird. Shirogane-san, did you just say boku? MMMs. Honestly, I should be reflecting on everything she told me. I know she brought up reincarnation for my sake. But still, just for now, more than pondering future lives, I wanted to focus on the Shirogane-san right in front of me, because I really wanted to get to know her better. And hearing her use boku in that small voice of hers, to be honest, it just felt really nice. Note, boku is generally used by boys and men to refer to themselves. Right. I took one step closer, and Shirogane-san stepped back twice. I stepped again, and she tottered all the way back to the fence. Her eyes stared right at me, no different from usual, but from her movements, I could tell she was on alert, and somehow, it was kind of endearing. I used to think I had no clue what kind of girl Shirogane-san was, but maybe, just maybe, it's starting to come through. She's actually a really cute girl. Kishin, don't come. And with her speech even more babyish than usual, it felt like she might be flustered. What should I do? Shirogane-san's adorable. Meh. As I took a step closer, Shirogane-san, still completely expressionless, let out a sharp little meh, like she was trying to ward me off. That strange, mysterious aura she wore when I first got here, it had completely slipped away. All that remained was Shirogane-san, a single girl who looked as cute and cuddly as a kitten. Sorry. She was just so unbearably cute, I couldn't help but close the distance. Shirogane-san didn't run, she just kept staring at me. Shirogane-san, are you boku? I met her gaze and asked, boku. She muttered it like she'd resigned herself to admitting it, turning her face away, maybe out of embarrassment. So cute. I couldn't hold it in and the words just slipped out. Then, in a tiny voice, Shirogane-san whispered, Kishin meanie. And just like that, she slipped right past me, heading for the exit of the rooftop. Or so I thought, but then she tottered back over to me. Kishin, see you tomorrow. With just those words, she finally left the rooftop for real. Before I knew it, the sky had turned to dusk. That time of day that usually makes me feel down, but today was different. See you tomorrow, huh? Just a simple, everyday phrase. Yet somehow, when Shirogane-san said it, it lingered in my ears with a special kind of warmth. Even though I always tell myself, I don't need it tomorrow. Just a little, just a tiny little bit. See you tomorrow, Shirogane-san. I felt like maybe I could accept tomorrow coming after all. Chapter 5. Competing frequencies. What should I do? Kishin-san totally beat me to a pulp. Yesterday, I tried to clear my name, to show Kishin-san that I wasn't some useless weirdo by letting her see just how cool and mysterious I could be. But what actually happened was, she picked apart the way I call myself boku, used my own words to one-up me with a "you're so cute" power move, and in the end, I had to flee the battlefield with teary eyes, internally anyway. It was a total, crushing defeat. Far from clearing up the suspicion that I'm a screw-up, I ended up slapping the label right on myself. Now I'm soaked in the shame of being full-blown, top to bottom, Class A hopeless. What if Kishin-san's already given up on me? Shirogane-san wasn't mysterious at all. Too bad. Well, whatever. If you're not mysterious, then you're just mistake Rustgane-san, covered in disgrace. Go home and soak in some Makomo bathwater or something. If she ever said something like that, especially after becoming my one and only friend, I would probably have a full-on mental breakdown. That kind of future can't be allowed to happen. Ever. Yesterday, before I made my tearful escape, I anxiously told her, "Let's meet again tomorrow, okay? I'll be waiting." I wonder if she'll come up to the rooftop. When I slid open the classroom door, there she was. Kishin-san turned to look my way again today. "Good morning, Shirogane-san." "Emen morning, Kishin." She greeted me with a gentle smile. There wasn't even the tiniest hint that she thought I was mistake Rustgane, and I was so relieved. Well, okay, deep down I already knew that someone as kind as her, someone who would befriend a supreme communication failure like me, wouldn't say something that cruel. But it wasn't until I saw her with my own eyes that I could finally relax. Kishin-san, in her usual good mood, is once again a wonderfully kind girl to me today. And it seems like my mysterious aura is still intact, so that's another relief. If she's not suspicious, then it must mean I'm good to go, right? Today, I decided to work out a strategy before heading to the rooftop. If I mess up again, I might lose my mysterious vibe completely. And that would just destroy my pride. I want to be the kind of mysterious girl who gives people butterflies in their stomachs. So this time, I stopped by the library before going to the rooftop. I wanted to be absolutely ready to present myself as the perfect, flawless, mysterious girl. I want Kishin-san to say, "You're amazing," not just "You're cute." That's why I took a seat by the window in the library, holding a Dazai Osamu short story collection in my hands. And what was I planning to do with that? A mysterious mindfulness ritual, of course. Mysterious mindfulness is all about radiating an enigmatic aura that keeps people at a distance while still drawing their gaze, like a silent incantation. Okay, maybe that sounds a little overdramatic. But basically, it's about getting myself into a mysteriously alluring headspace ahead of time to sharpen my mystique. What does it involve, exactly? Well, for starters, I try acting in ways that a mysterious girl probably would. You've got to start with the image, right? Standing alone on the rooftop like usual, that's part of it too. Other options include muttering cryptic things under your breath, doing stuff that seems different, like pretending to read serious literature. That's what mysterious mindfulness is all about. So yeah, basically the same as always. The only difference today is that Kishin-san probably went up to the rooftop first, so I had to prep somewhere else. That's why I chose the library. When it comes to mysterious girl habitats at school, it's either the rooftop, the library, or some obscure clubroom. So, I came here to raise my mysterious stats before heading up to the rooftop. All right, time to pretend I'm reading Dazai and focus. Kishin-san's probably waiting, so 10 minutes should be enough. Oh no, wait crap. The book was easier to read than I expected, and I totally got absorbed in it. Ack. It's already been 30 minutes since I started reading. This is bad. What if Kishin-san already left? Curse you, Dazai Osamu. Actually, this wasn't as gloomy as I thought. He wrote teenage girls surprisingly charmingly. Maybe I'll binge read his stuff tomorrow too. But anyway, back to the rooftop. Wait, At some point, a girl with short, light blue hair had sat down across from me at the same table, silently flipping through the pages of her book. But at that moment, the girl wasn't looking at her book, she was looking up at me. What is it? Did I drop something? Thinking that might be the case, I asked her. In response, she opened her mouth in a flat, emotionless tone. Do you like Dazai? A little. I see. She closed her book and stood up, then walked over to where I was. You have good taste. Still expressionless, she suddenly took my hand and started enthusiastically shaking it up and down. Wait, is this some new breed of mysterious girl? Section. See you tomorrow. Those words from Shirogane made my heart leap as I came to school. It had been a long time since I genuinely looked forward to the next day. This time, I told myself I had to be careful not to tease her too much. As usual, the classroom door opened right on time. Good morning, Shirogane-san. NN morning. Kishin. Shirogane-san stepped into the classroom and greeted me without hesitation. It felt like the distance between us had shrunk just a little, and that made me happy. Today felt like it was going to be even better than before. Then came after school. As expected, before I realized it, Shirogane-san had already vanished from the classroom. She really is light on her feet, like a cat. I doubt anyone else even noticed she'd left. It's not a big deal, but the thought filled me with a kind of smug satisfaction. I felt like I'd become the person who knew the most about Shirogane-san at this school, and I was proud of that. Without worrying about the little things, I headed to the rooftop with a light step in my heart. Clang, the sound of metal scraping as I opened the rooftop door. The moment it opened, a wash of blue filled my vision. From the dim stairwell, I stepped into a world completely transformed. And there, she should have been there. Shirogane-san. But the one who was supposed to be waiting for me wasn't there. I looked around, but there was no sign of her. Not by the fence where she usually stood, not on top of the water tank, not even down on the ground below. Maybe she hasn't come yet. If I can't find her even after looking around, that's probably the case. Maybe I'll just wait a bit. She'll come eventually, I'm sure of it. Today, I walked up to the fence myself and looked up at the sky, just like Shirogane-san always does. A soft, pale blue stretched out endlessly above. Somehow, its clarity reminded me of her. I wonder what she felt looking up at that sky. Did she think maybe I could walk on it? Maybe so. Clear and bright, but not cold. If the sky resembles Shirogane-san, then maybe I won't be turned away. And today, I too felt like I might be able to walk on air. But even after waiting 30 minutes, Shirogane-san never came. As I stood there waiting, the sun tilted westward and twilight began to creep in. Still, she hadn't arrived. For a moment, the thought crossed my mind, maybe she's not coming at all. But she did say, "See you tomorrow, right?" Yesterday, Shirogane-san had looked so adorably sincere when she said that. Recalling her expression, I decided to believe. It couldn't be that she wouldn't show up. But if that's true, then where is she now? The more I wondered what Shirogane-san might be doing, the more restless I became. I'll go look for her. My feet started moving on their own. I just wanted to talk to her soon. And so, I searched around the school building, convinced she was still somewhere on campus. Eventually, I finally found her. But, for some reason, Shirogane-san was talking with some girl I didn't recognize. And they looked oddly close. Chapter 6, Mysterious Frequency Generator. A totally unexpected character overlap had occurred. I thought I was the only mysterious girl at this school. Futaba Misao. That's my name. Why this kind of character overlap of all things? I was completely caught off guard and nearly peed myself in surprise. But the fact remained, right in front of me was a real mysterious girl. Apparently, she was the library's resident mysterious type. I want to know your name. An end. What if mysteriousness became too common and lost its value? Tsubasa. Recommendation. And then, for some reason, this rival girl kept calling me by my first name and handed me book after book she recommended. Why? I don't need these. I was about to say, you can only borrow 3 at a time. But once again, I totally failed at expressing myself clearly. I mean, seriously, what am I supposed to do with all these books? She piled several Dazai Osamu books into my arms, and my muscles were secretly trembling from the weight. You do need them. But more than that, the girl in front of me, Futaba-san, was the strong-willed, expressionless type. Probably a different breed of mysterious girl than me. For that, I guess I should be at least a little grateful. Still, what is this situation? What is? While teetering on the edge of my limits, I tried to ask what this intense Dazai love was all about. And seriously, what was even going on right now? Then, despite her expressionless face, her eyes sparkled. Dazai is omnipresent. Suddenly, she began to show the full extent of her library-type mysterious girl powers. Omnipresent. Yes, Dazai is everywhere. Omnipresent Dazai, wait, what? That's terrifying. I couldn't help but imagine what she meant. In my head, I saw Dazai Osamu turned into a Cerberus. His face split into 3, attached to a dog's body. I could almost hear him muttering, kill me, or something. Is that why he tried to commit suicide so many times? Tragic. I mumbled my impression of the pitiful Cerberus Daz, and Futaba-san gave a single nod. Daz clings to you whether you want him to or not. Overflowing with Dazai love, she began to talk passionately about his novels. When you read him, he takes root in your heart without even being called. Then he whispers, I understand how you feel, deep inside, whether in joy or in pain. Though her face stayed blank, her eyes sparkled, and she clenched her hands tightly as she spoke. Apparently, she could go on for quite a while about the things she loved. That's why Dazai is omnipresent. He just plants himself in the minds of those who read him. She might be a rival mysterious girl, but I'm starting to feel a little closer to her. Even though she was expressionless, Futaba-san's glowing eyes showed she was the type whose emotions were easy to read. So, Tsubasa. After all that, Futaba-san suddenly stepped in closer. Then, she grabbed my shoulders. I've shared. She peered intently into my eyes from up close. Her golden eyes were practically saying, come on, come on. So now, I want to hear your Dazai. With eyes that couldn't hide her excitement, she tried to get me to start talking about Dazai too. At this rate, I'm going to get swallowed up by her mysterious aura and lose the mysterious domain battle completely. If that happens, I'll end up as her loyal, mysterious underling, forced to preach the gospel of Dazai as Cerberus Shirogane. There's no way I'm letting that happen. All right, I need to give her a firm rejection so I don't get overpowered. I have to stick to my own brand of mysteriousness. You're being too familiar. That came out way harsher than I expected. I wonder if Futaba-san is okay. Worried, I glanced over at her, and for some reason, she was nodding in approval. I get it. She nodded with that expressionless face, somehow managing a smug look. Wait, what? Is she invincible or something? This is bad. Futaba-san's too much of a powerhouse. I can't even picture a way to win. Maybe I should make a strategic retreat for now. When I think about it, this is pretty much her home turf. Of course I was at a disadvantage. All right, time to make my escape. Next time we battle for mysterious dominance, I'll drag her up to the rooftop. I'll let you off for today, but don't think this means you've won. Futaba is leaving now. But apparently my mouth isn't good at dramatic exits either, because it came out sounding like I didn't care about any of this. Even though I'm burning with competitive spirit inside. I tried to shove the books she forced on me back into her arms and leave, but she grabbed my sleeve again, like she was telling me I won't let you get away that easily. That's wrong, it's Misao. Tsubasa should call me that. Right to the very end, she was a high-pressure, mysterious, pushy girl and a real tough opponent. I feel like she's closing the distance between us way too fast. Forcing me to call her by her first name out of nowhere, that's seriously indecent. You're being too familiar. Yeah, Dazai is too familiar too. That comeback is too overpowered. Please, someone ban it already. Also, I'm not calling you by your first name. I don't even call Kishin-san that yet, huh? Kishin-san? Oh no, I completely forgot I left Kishin-san waiting this whole time. I have to hurry. If Kishin-san ends up hating me, that'd be the worst. Shirogane-san. Section. So now I want to hear your Dazai Tsubasa. Too familiar. I get it. Futaba, I'm leaving now. No, Misao. Tsubasa should call me that. Too familiar. Yeah, Dazai is too familiar. For some reason, Shirogane-san was chatting quite comfortably with a girl I didn't know. She'd left me waiting all this time. I couldn't help but let out a low voice. Please forgive me, I just couldn't hold it in. I was glad she said, see you tomorrow. For the first time in a while, I waited for tomorrow in bed with a pounding heart. I thought Shirogane-san only had me, that she only looked at me, so I wouldn't feel lonely. I thought she could live alone without loneliness. But she seemed a much cuter girl than I had imagined. Maybe she didn't want to be alone after all. That's why, after seeing her yesterday, I thought I wanted to be number one for Shirogane-san. Yet now, Shirogane-san was leaving me behind and talking to a girl I didn't know. Tsubasa was being called by her first name, without honorifics. By the time I noticed, I had already taken a step forward. I'd never interrupted a conversation before, but before I could think, impulse pushed my body. Shirogane-san. I cut into their conversation. I didn't care now. Who? Kishin. Right now, I wanted to ask Shirogane-san why and what she was doing. So I glared at her as hard as I could. But the moment she saw me, Shirogane-san hurried over to me. Expressionless, she stared straight up at my face. That alone almost made me forgive her, but I didn't want my feelings to seem cheap, so I forced myself to look away from those innocent eyes. Kishin. I've been waiting always. Looking away, I tried to show I was angry. Didn't you care about me at all, Shirogane-san? So my tone was as resentful as possible, like blaming her for my unhappiness. My chest stung a little, but Shirogane-san was the one who painted this haze of confusion inside me. Sorry, Kishin. With her voice came a gentle tug on my sleeve. Her usual soft voice sounded somehow apologetic. Why didn't you come sooner? It's a little. A little isn't enough. I kept looking away, asking more. If I met her eyes, I'd forgive her for sure. I wanted her to feel some of my frustration. Then, suddenly, "Hey." The girl who called Shirogane-san, Tsubasa, spoke up again. Because of her, I probably hadn't made it to the rooftop. "What is it?" I answered coldly, curtly. That girl then asked, "Do you like Dazai?" For some reason, she suddenly asked a completely off-base, weird question. "Huh, Dazai? Dazai Osamu, the author of Run, Milos, and all that. Shirogane-san, who is this person?" Weird. Without any detailed explanation, she summed that person up perfectly with a single word. I glanced at Shirogane-san, but she was staring right back at me, and our eyes met immediately. Transparent, pure, like a mirror. Even though I was feeling all mixed up inside, I couldn't bring myself to get any angrier. "It's unfair, Shirogane-san. Not weird, Misao. Weird Futaba. So her name is Futaba Misao. She's trying to get Shirogane-san to call her by her first name, and I still haven't gotten there yet. Kishin." Without thinking, I grabbed Shirogane-san's hand. A low, faintly warm hand. Then, clearly and firmly to this girl Futaba, I said, "Shirogane-san's number one is me, and my number one is Shirogane-san. Ever since we promised to travel together. That's why I can't give her to anyone else." Pouring all that willpower, I glared at Futaba. I stuffed all my feelings into that glare. Don't meddle with Shirogane-san. Futaba just tilted her head in confusion. She looked up at the sky a little, then said one word. "A lesbian." "Hi." "Lesbian, me?" I instinctively looked at Shirogane-san, who blinked more than usual and silently stared at me. Maybe she was a little surprised too. Realizing that, I was suddenly overwhelmed by intense embarrassment and couldn't help but shout out loud. No way. Futaba might be Shirogane-san's friend. Including that, I grew to really dislike this person. Shirogane-san, please don't believe her. I'm only number one to Shirogane-san. I swear, there's no ulterior motive. Chapter 7. If you're not a lesbian, then why are we sending signals to each other? What was Futaba-san thinking, treating Kishin-san like a lesbian? When Kishin-san said I was her number one, my heart did flutter. But just from that, calling her a lesbian is way too mean. Maybe because of that, she came to the rooftop right after, but she's been even quieter than usual. She won't really meet my eyes either. There's no way Kishin-san is a lesbian, so there's no reason for things to feel awkward between us. Kishin. Shirogane-san, whoa. I didn't want things to be awkward between us, so I stretched up and patted her on the head. To tell her, don't worry about it. I can say her name without any trouble, but I can't even bring myself to say something simple like, "I understand." So I thought if I could get the message across through my actions, then maybe that would be enough. Stretching, reaching up. Since I'm short, it's less like patting and more like giving her a few light taps though, but I really gave it my best shot. "Are you trying to cheer me up, Shirogane-san?" Kishin-san gently supported me as I wobbled a bit. She seemed kind of shocked by the sudden move. If my mouth were more honest, I could have just told her I was trying to comfort her. Not really. But as you can see, my mouth is absolutely terrible at being honest, so I had no choice but to rely on body language. Doing something like that out of nowhere, even if we are friends, what if she's weirded out? I was the one who started it, but now I'm suddenly getting nervous. I touched her so much all of a sudden, what if she thinks I am a lesbian? So Shirogane-san was a lesbian all along. All that expressionlessness was just her clenching her facial muscles to keep her lust from leaking out. No wonder she didn't seem mysterious at all. I always thought she smelled kinda gay. Can you just never talk to me again? If Kishin-san, someone so important to me, ever said something like that, I'd be forced to pursue a new career in the rooftop 15-meter diving event, with nothing but reincarnation to hope for. That's definitely a future I want to avoid at all costs. My fear and anxiety ended up overwhelming my concern, and I stopped. Because I'm not a lesbian, I'm just your average, rooftop-dwelling, mysterious girl with a totally normal sexuality. Come to think of it, I've never really given it serious thought, but do I like boys or girls more in this life? For me, dating a boy sounds kind of difficult, so maybe girls, just maybe. But I'm not a lesbian, okay? Shirogane-san, why'd you stop? So finding out that she wasn't as put off as I expected really put me at ease. Kishin-san's tone even had a hint of disappointment in it. Her eyebrows dipped slightly. I could tell she was reluctant to let go. Now that I've come back to my senses, I'm way too embarrassed to pat her head properly from the front. I see. I stop stretching and try to step back to avoid being mistaken for a lesbian. But for some reason, Kishin-san won't let go of me. Kishin. I look at her, wondering what's going on, and she quickly averts her eyes. But still, she doesn't let go. What's going on here? Kishin-san doesn't seem mad or anything. Hey, Shirogane-san. But something about her feels nervous. I can sense it. She takes a light breath and looks me straight in the eyes. I want to call you by your first name instead of your last. Huh? Not Shirogane-san, but is it okay if I call you Tsubasa? Whoa, Section. Right after rescuing Shirogane-san from Futaba-san's clutches, just like we promised yesterday, the two of us came up to the rooftop. But something feels different from how things were before. No, it's not the atmosphere that's changed, it's me. Lesbian. After Futaba-san said something so weird, I've been feeling completely out of place. I can't stop worrying if Shirogane-san thinks I'm strange now. I'd planned to talk to her today about what I've been thinking regarding that whole past life thing. But everything got all tangled up thanks to Futaba-san. She's the worst. Seriously, the absolute worst. Kishin. So when Shirogane-san spoke to me, it made me really happy. I tried to respond, but then I realized she wasn't just calling my name. Shirogane-san, whoa. All of a sudden, Shirogane-san placed her hand on my head. Then, slowly, she started to stroke it. Stretching up on her tiptoes with everything she had, an NGH, like she was trying her hardest. It felt like she was comforting me. My chest felt like it lightened just a little. That earnestness of hers soaked right into my heart. She's worried about me. She cares about me. The warmth of Shirogane-san's kindness seeped into me. Are you worried about me, Shirogane-san? Before I even realized it, I blurted out something kind of clumsy, like I was begging her to say yes. Not really. Even though I knew that's the kind of curt reply she'd give, I still felt disappointed. Because a small part of me was hoping she might actually say, yeah. But even as she denied it, Shirogane-san kept patting my head. That made my heart tighten up, and happiness bubbled up inside me. I closed my eyes and let myself sink into the feeling. She really is kind. Shirogane-san, you're stopping. When her hand quietly left my head, I still wanted to feel her warmth. Just for that moment, it had felt like she was being kind only to me. I see. But it seemed like that was the end for her. She stopped stretching and gently began to pull away. The Shirogane-san who had just been close and warm was about to leave. Tsubasa. Even though she wasn't here, I could hear Futaba-san's voice echo in my ears, clinging to me. Kishin. Before I realized it, I was holding onto Shirogane-san's uniform, not letting go. I couldn't look her in the eyes because I was too embarrassed. I'd reached out to stop her on impulse, like a child throwing a tantrum, just because I didn't want her to leave. Tsubasa. And yet again, I could hear that smug, mean-spirited voice of Futaba-san calling her name. Shut up, Futaba-san. You just popped up out of nowhere and got all cozy with Shirogane-san. I wanted to be the one to call her by that name first. Hey, Shirogane-san. Thinking about Futaba-san made my stomach churn. The feeling of not wanting to lose to her kept growing and growing inside me. Yeah, I've made up my mind. I took a breath to steady myself and looked straight at Shirogane-san. I want to call you by your first name instead of your last. I said what I was feeling, honestly, that I was jealous of Futaba-san. Is it okay if I call you Tsubasa, not Shirogane-san? What I really wanted to say was, I want to be special to you. So I told her, without hiding anything. I could feel my own voice trembling. Even I realized I was saying something that gave Futaba-san's teasing a strange sense of truth. If she says no to this, I looked into her clear eyes, like I was standing before the Virgin Mary. Eyes so transparent, I felt like I could be drawn in like I was floating in the sky. The sunset painted everything in red. Her figure, too, it reminded me of the day we first met. Time stretched, each second expanding. The dusk felt like it could last forever. And then, in that fleeting moment, okay, if it's you, Kishin. With those words, I felt like the ticking of the second hand had resumed its proper rhythm again. From my chest, emotion slowly seeped out. A ticklish, pounding, want-to-scream kind of feeling. It spread through me, filling my whole chest. Tsubasa-chan. I still couldn't bring myself to drop the honorific like Futaba-san did, but I said her name, this precious girl's name, Aloud. Yeah. She gave a small but definite reply to my call. Tsubasa-chan. Kishin. Hearing her respond the way she always does, using my name, made me so happy that I called her again. I think I'd like you to call me Rio. The words just slipped out, carried by a wish that maybe, just maybe, we could keep calling each other by name like this. You're Kishin. It looked like it was still too soon for that. She didn't call me Rio. A little disappointing, but thanks to that, I managed to calm down a bit. I thought I was someone who never really wanted much out of life, but now, it feels like I'm becoming a little greedy. Chapter 8. Mismatched wireless signals. Kei Kishin-san started calling me by my first name. She said Tsubasa-chan with that sunny, sunset-colored smile. But I don't hate it. Actually, it kind of feels like she shot an arrow straight through me in a good way. It's kinda ticklish, you know? Good morning, Tsubasa-chan. Good morning, Kishin. Even this morning, she called me Tsubasa-chan instead of Shirogane-san. It's been about a week since she started, but it still makes me feel all fluttery inside every time. So, calling me Rio is no good. MHM. She seems kind of bothered that I'm not calling her by her first name yet. Someday I will, so could you wait just a little longer? Saying someone's given name, it's embarrassing. But I think once we get a little closer, it'll come naturally. Maybe I should start by whispering it in my head, get some practice in. Rio-chan, and nope, that's not happening. Just saying it in my head made my heart race. I've never called another girl by her first name before, not even in a past life. So for me, this feels like a pretty advanced challenge. So yeah, I'll stick with Kishin-san for now, if that's okay. Before I knew it, school was over. And as usual, the two of us were standing on the rooftop. Hey, Tsubasa-chan. Why did you want to climb the angel's staircase? The wind blew hard from time to time as she brought it up. Kishin-san's definitely a full-fledged member of the Mysterious Research Society, now 2 members, still unofficial. Thanks to that, I could dive right into my mystery mode. Kishin, do you know what's on the other side of the sky? Ooh, space, right? I shook my head. That's not what I meant. It's not. Nope. At least not when the angel's staircase is there. Beyond the staircase, past that leaking light, is something else. Sure, outer space stretches beyond the sky. That's the common answer, but that's just the regular sky. The staircase peeking through the clouds, it's connected to somewhere different. I don't know if it's heaven or something else entirely. But I've always wondered if that staircase might lead to another kind of in-between place. A staircase that connects to an unknown world. It could be the past or the future, maybe even another dimension. Maybe it links to some kind of spiritual realm beyond this one. Or something like that. It's the dreamy kind of fantasy, don't you think? Out of all my little theories, that one's actually one of my favorites. Do you want to go there, Tsubasa-chan? I do. If it really exists, I want to go, even just once. And if there's a god there, I'd love to ask them about this whole reincarnation thing. I know I'm just talking big, I get that I can't actually go. I see. But still, since I can't go, maybe I'll just talk to God from up here. You have to say thank you while the moment feels right. And this rooftop's so close to the sky, I figure the message might reach better from here. Thank you, God, for letting me be reborn. Thanks to that, I made a wonderful friend. God, please keep looking out for me from now on too. Just thinking about how happy I am to be friends with Kishin-san made me so excited. I blurted it out, and of course, it came out all wrong. It ended up sounding more like I was thanking the gods at a shrine for blessings received than talking to some divine being in the sky. Well, I mean, I can't meet either of them, so it's not that different, right? Tsubasa-chan. Just as I finished saying my thanks and started feeling refreshed, Kishin-san called out to me. When I turned around, she was standing there, her eyes looking moist, maybe from the sunset. What's wrong? Just imagine, okay. What if I said I couldn't climb the angel's staircase with you, what would you do? She said it in this cautious, hesitant tone, like she was confessing to having broken a promise. Kishin-san looked really sorry. Like, maybe there's some difficult circumstance she's dealing with? Maybe her body gets out of rhythm during the kind of weather when the angel's staircase appears. She's a girl too, after all. If that's the case, then it can't be helped. I can go by myself. If that's how it is, then I'd like her to leave it to me. I'll make sure to take some really beautiful photos. I do want to see that sparkling sky together, but I'd never want to push Kishin-san past her limits. If I get a good picture, she'll be the first one I show it to. You don't have to push yourself, Kishin. I puffed up my chest and said it proudly. But when I did, she suddenly looked down, trembling like a phone receiving a call. Is she picking up a signal or something? Well, this is the mysterious research club. Weird signals are kind of par for the course. She only looked down for a moment. Then she lifted her head and her eyes were wet. Wait, huh? Tsubasa-chan, to you, I'm just someone you're passing time with, aren't I? Huh, Kishin. I don't want to hear it. Before I could even try to stop her, she ran off the rooftop in a burst of speed. I mean, I walk like a slowpoke at best, so there's no way I could catch up to her like that. What does she mean by just someone I'm passing time with? Did I say something weird? Section. Ever since I started calling her Tsubasa-chan instead of Shirogane-san a few days ago, it's like my heart has been overflowing with thoughts of her. Every time I say Tsubasa-chan, she takes up more space inside me. I start imagining her as someone special, someone who should be special, without even realizing it, building up this image of her all on my own. I wanted her to notice me, so I kept glancing her way. I wanted to be alone with her, so I acted all defensive around Futaba-san. And yet, more than anything, I wanted to be someone special to her, so I kept asking her over and over to call me by my name. And today, again, was the same routine as always. Good morning, Tsubasa-chan. G morning, Kishin. Every time she calls me Kishin, all cute like that, I can't help but feel a little disheartened, like I'm still not someone special to her. Kishin is just Kishin. To Tsubasa-chan, what am I really? Is calling me Rio still not okay? Maybe I just can't be someone special to her. Lately, before I know it, it's already after school. I'll be thinking about Tsubasa-chan the whole day, and then suddenly the chime for homeroom ending rings. What were today's classes even about? Did I take any notes? Oh well, it doesn't really matter. Hey, Tsubasa-chan, why did you want to climb the angel's staircase? More importantly, I want to understand her. I want to know more about her, get closer to her, earn her trust. I want to be someone special to her. Kishin, do you know what's beyond the sky? Space, right. That's why I want to try to understand the world she lives in. I want to take in her words, so full of mystery, and figure them out. Tsubasa-chan shook her head gently, like a squirrel. Right away, I touched something different, something beyond the ordinary. It's not. Nope. She looked up at the sky, her gaze soft, almost floating. The air around her felt mysterious. Strange, unknowable, and a little unsettling. The other side of the staircase, the light leaking out at the end, it's somewhere else. She felt like someone who might suddenly just drift away, without anyone noticing. Different from the faint presence I see in the classroom that only I seem to catch, this was something even more transparent. Is that where you want to go, Tsubasa-chan? Yeah. She really might step into the sky if I looked away for even a second. Tsubasa-chan still wants to walk into the sky. Kami-sama, please keep watching over me from now on, too. Her voice sounded almost buoyant, even though her face showed no expression. Her eyes gazing up at the sky sparkled with the reflection of the setting sun. Tsubasa-chan, is she trying to go to where God is? Tsubasa-chan. My heart thudded hard, something felt off, deeply wrong. And if my instincts were right then? Even if we climbed the angel's staircase together, we'd end up apart. Tsubasa-chan is probably planning to be reborn as an angel. What if, just what if? What would you do if I said I couldn't climb the angel's staircase with you? I could never become an angel. I'm too earthy, too shallow, too heavy. If she's reborn, I won't be able to stay by her side. Even though she's grown so huge inside my heart, how could I bear it? So I looked at her, almost like I was praying, hoping she'd say she wanted to stay with me. I can go alone. Those words broke over me like a cold wave, flooding my heart with emptiness. Kishin doesn't have to push herself. Her face was blank as always, but between us, something invisible was beginning to take shape. A wall like a river, dividing the everyday world from the far beyond. To Tsubasa-chan, I clenched my hands tight, so tight it hurt, because it was frustrating. I ground my teeth together because it ached. I realized it. To her, I was just someone who happened to be there. Someone she could leave behind without a second thought. And so, Tsubasa-chan, am I really just someone you're passing by on your way somewhere else? The thought that she'd become an angel and leave me behind. It crashed over me like a flood of abandonment. Frustration, sorrow, loneliness, I couldn't forgive her for it. Tsuba-sa. I don't care. Even though Tsubasa-chan called out after me, I couldn't stop myself. I ran from the rooftop in a blur. Because to me, Tsubasa-chan really is someone special. And that's exactly why I couldn't hold it in anymore. Chapter 9. Dazai's literature is kind of like a toxic broadcast. I made Kishin-san mad. I don't know why, but I must have said something careless, so I really want to apologize. I want to, but... Kishin, good morning. Good morning, Shurigane-san. Until recently, she always called me Tsubasa-chan, but now she'd gone back to calling me Shurigane-san. I was so shocked, I was speechless. Well, I never talk anyway, and I couldn't even ask her what I did wrong. Kishin, the rooftop. I'm going home. And after school, she started heading straight home without waiting around. She gave me no opening, I could only stand there and watch her go. It's been like that for several days now. Kishin. When I sit on the rooftop hugging my knees, I find myself saying her name without meaning to. Today's sunset is just like the others, alone on the rooftop. I've just been sitting here, curled up by myself. Even the delusions I used to love so much, I haven't been able to have a single one since the day I made Kishin-san mad. All I can think about is, how did it come to this? Was it because I thought, her periods get worse on cloudy days, huh? Did she read my mind and think I'm a pervert? Or maybe she doesn't want to watch the angel stares with me anymore. Maybe she thinks everything about me, my mysteriousness, everything is just a pain. The more I think about it, the deeper I sink. Because the answer, it's only inside Kishin-san's heart. And again today, there's no answer. I can't find one. So tomorrow will just be another repeat of the same day. I don't understand Kishin-san. That's why I can't change anything. So I tried making resignation my new best friend when it happened. Creak, the sound of metal scraping. The rooftop door opened. I turned around on instinct. She came, she doesn't hate me after all. I turned back, full of hope and anticipation, and... Tsubasa. Futa ba. Someone I wasn't expecting at all stood there, face completely unreadable. Why? Section. It's been about 2 weeks since my comrade and best friend, Shurigane Tsubasa, stopped coming to the library. I'm a little peeved. We bonded over our fiery Dazai spirit back then. We even shared a deep, blank-faced sympathy. Hey Masao, is the library tilted? Glad you came, Tsubasa. It's slightly slanted today. You're the only one here. Exactly, only those of us reading Dazai are human. No Dazai, no humanity. That's very Hyanira thinking. Flat worldview, but slanted philosophy. So that's the true decline of the setting sun. Now that's a killer Dazai joke. We're totally in sync. Yeah, that's how it used to be, fun Dazai talk all the way. But lately, Tsubasa's been totally lax. It's like she's not getting her daily dose of Dazai. Or maybe, just maybe, she was getting it and it consumed her. The one dangerous thing about Dazai. When people read the stuff he wrote in a bad mental state, it spreads the crazy. It's kind of cute, but kind of not. Like, if a student exhausted from exams reads No Longer Human, they spiral into a pit of despair, then inexplicably flip into manic energy and go I Can Fly. Off the rooftop. To students, some of Dazai's works are basically hazardous materials. Tsubasa might have just discovered Dazai's brilliance and picked up No Longer Human. If that's the case, she could be off somewhere right now, flashing double peace signs and practicing for liftoff. That would be a problem. We finally became friends, and if Tsubasa goes and becomes a Dazai martyr, I'd not only lose my friend but maybe even lose all the Dazai books from the library. That's just plain nonsense, not even slightly funny. I have to check on Tsubasa. Driven by a sense of duty, I set out on a journey to find her. All to protect Tsubasa and the Dazai books in the library. It was actually pretty hard. Tsubasa never told me what class she was in, but I found her. In a different classroom from mine, staring absent-mindedly out the window. For some reason, she looked like a blank page to me. An unwritten, untold story. That's how faint her presence felt just sitting there in the classroom. So faint, it was almost concerning. I have to paint her in Dazai. That mission welled up in my chest. I couldn't just leave her be. So I moved to step into her classroom. Futaba-san. The lesbian. Standing right near the door was that pervert who's head over heels for Tsubasa. Same class. Makes sense why they're close. What do you want? And I'm not a lesbian. I came to date Tsubasa in the hues of Dazai. Go home. Why? Whatever, just come here. She took my hand and pulled me out to the end of the hallway. Maybe, since she's a lesbian, she was about to do something indecent to me. That would be the absolute worst. Lesbian, listen, I'm not a lesbian. Can I hit you? Violence only breeds hatred. Thanks to you, I'm already drowning in hatred. That's so sad. Don't you dare act like you care. Maybe it's early onset menopause or something. This lesbian was the type to snap without warning. She grabbed my shoulders and shook me hard. My brain was rattling around. I'd really prefer she stopped. So what? Why not? Why shouldn't I go talk to Tsubasa? It's not like this person has the right to keep me from talking to her. Because you're weird. Tsubasa is. You are. She glared at me with these damp, sulking eyes. Like everyone who gets close to Tsubasa is her enemy. Now that I think about it, she said something before about being Tsubasa's number one. So, putting that together, is this about possessiveness? Lesbian, listen. Actually, Tsubasa belongs to herself. She's not your property. Shut up. I don't need you to tell me that. I know that, I know. She shouted, face burning red. And the sharp glare she gave me, it looked like she really was struggling with it. Well then, I'm going to talk to Tsubasa. Figuring we'd come to some kind of understanding, I turned to go talk to her. Even if it was just about run, Milos, I wanted to talk. But then she grabbed my hand. With the kind of strength that said, I'm not letting you go. Lesbian, listen. If we have sex out here, everyone will see us and our lives will be ruined. I'll become the center of attention as a lesbian assault victim. It's a lose-lose situation. Fight your perverted urges. HMPH. Igwa. She just punched me. AA woman should be gentle, and humans shouldn't bully the weak. I told you I'm not a lesbian. Then what are you? Kishin. Don't forget it again. I got it. Kishin the lesbian, I won't forget her again. I'll tell Tsubasa, don't date this one she hits. Kishin, I want to talk to Tsubasa. That said, I decided to play nice for now. Tsubasa is my Dazzy-esque comrade, my very own Selenuntius. So in front of this tyrannical despot, I chose diplomacy. Maybe she'd listen before flying off the handle, because if it turned into a fight, I'd lose for sure. And no. Why not? Just no. Yeah, no dice. This monarch was a full-on tantrum-throwing baby, a king begging for a revolution. But something was off. She seemed really flustered. She and Tsubasa were friends, so if she was keeping watch, she could easily let me talk to her. Was there a reason she couldn't, or maybe she wasn't able to? Did you guys fight? It was a shot in the dark, just something I blurted out. But Kishin's eyes went wide, and then she glared at me hard. We didn't. They totally did. That reaction was textbook overcompensation. You're mad that you can't talk to her, so you don't want me talking to her either. It was just a guess, but... That's why I hate you, Futaba-san. She spat the words out, eyes averted. Looks like I nailed it. I might actually be a detective. Maybe I'll call my agency the Dazai Detective Agency. Big baby. Shut up. She shot me a glare so sharp, it was my turn to look away. That was actually kind of scary. Then make up with her already. I think your hysterics would calm down if you just did it. I made my suggestion, and Kishin, still glaring at me, muttered softly. I hate you. I really hate you. But she made sure I could hear it. She can relax. I hate her too, ever since she punched me. Well then, I'll be waiting. I left it at that and walked away. I really did want to talk to Tsubasa, but with Kishin around, it wasn't going anywhere. So I waited, a few days. I watched Tsubasa and Kishin incidentally, regularly. Kishin rooftop. I'm heading home. The two of them still looked awkward around each other, and even though Tsubasa clearly wanted to make up, Kishin kept brushing her off. Even now, Tsubasa had just suggested something, and Kishin ignored her and stormed out of the classroom. After all that fuss she made about me not getting near Tsubasa, now she's the one running away from her. This might take a while. What a pain, I thought, and then it hit me. If the lesbian Kishin isn't around, I can just go talk to Tsubasa, right? Section, Tsubasa. Futa ba. My hunch was spot on. Tsubasa was on the rooftop alone. No sign of the lesbian. Everything went just as I expected. No question about it now, I am a detective. Chapter 10, The Real Electromagnetic Girl. The one who stepped through the rooftop door wasn't Kishin-san, the person I'd been secretly hoping to see, but rather Futaba-san, the mysterious girl who reigns over the library. As always, just like me, her facial muscles seemed to be dead. In the glow of the setting sun, her light blue hair was cast in shadow, giving her an otherworldly air. Now I finally get why, when we first met, Kishin-san mistook me for a ghost. Without making a sound, Futaba-san walked up quietly to my side. Did she have some business on the rooftop? Maybe she came to watch the sunset? Tsubasa, I came to talk. Guess not, she came to see me. What is it? I want to recommend some dazai. With that, Futaba-san pulled a paperback from the pocket of her skirt. Just like in the library that day, I could sense her desire to share something she loved. She may be a mysterious rival, but I know she's not a bad person. So normally, I wouldn't mind talking with her. I don't want it. But right now, I was feeling down, not in the mood to talk. So I said it outright, that I didn't feel like it. Like I was saying, I just don't have the energy right now. Kishin-san's not coming today either, huh? Maybe I should just go home. With that gloomy feeling weighing on me, I walked past Futaba-san and headed toward the exit. Is Kishin the reason you're so cold? That single line she threw at my back stopped me dead in my tracks. I was frozen. How do? I couldn't finish the question, how do you know, but the message must have come through. Want to talk about it? Futaba-san said it without even a hint of a smile, and I couldn't help but be drawn back toward her. Because it felt like she knew something about Kishin-san, because I wanted someone to tell me why Kishin-san had been so upset. Tsubasa, did you two fight? No, we didn't. I see, so it's just Kishin then. Staring blankly at each other's emotionless faces, we started to talk. Futaba-san didn't seem to know everything either, so we began by syncing up what we knew. Yeah. Of course, my mouth wasn't working the way I wanted it to, just as I'd expected. I want to see her. I wanted to say I wanted to talk, to apologize, but the words came out painfully stripped down. Are you lonely? A little. What I really wanted to say was a lot. But my mouth, with its stubborn shyness, turned into a display booth for emotional dishonesty. It's not just a little. She was my first real friend. Talking with her made me happy. She played along with all my mysterious weirdness. She didn't treat me like a bother. Kishin-san's the only one like that. I want to talk with her again, so much, just the two of us. If it's just a little, I could take her place, you know. Futaba, you're not Kishin. No, I'm me, but I think it could still be fun. Maybe Futaba-san was trying to say she wanted to be friends. Because I'm like this and she couldn't just leave me alone. That itself didn't make me feel bad. I was actually kind of thankful. But still, I shook my head. I didn't want to get close to Futaba-san as a substitute for Kishin-san. Kishin-san told me I was her number one. And even if I can't say it out loud, I wanted to show through my actions that she's my number one, too. That's why, if the timing ever works out, I think I'd like to become friends with Futaba-san someday. Futaba, I don't need you. But the words that actually came out of my mouth were honestly the worst. What kind of way is that to say it? There were a million better ways to express that. Of course I need you. It's not like I don't want you around. I do appreciate you trying to be my friend. Look, Futaba-san may still be expressionless, but she's blinking 3 times faster than usual. I'm such an idiot. A complete, absolute idiot. Did I just get Futaba-san to hate me too? Who, in this world, could ever truly understand the devoted love of one such as I? If the feelings are mutual, then I suppose it can't be helped. From a Dazai-esque perspective, I guess that makes me the interloper in a love triangle. Futaba-san, what just happened to you? Did she suddenly unleash her mysterious literary girl domain expansion or something? I'll work hard so you'll say you do need me. Futaba. Just wait, I'll fix this in 2 or 3 days. Still expressionless, she rolled up her sleeves and tap tap tap, walked off the rooftop like she had a plan. She looked oddly satisfied, but what the heck just happened? When she said she'd fix it, did she mean something about Kishin-san? Section. On the rooftop bathed in the evening glow, Tsubasa gazed off into the distance. Was she watching the sunset, or was it something else? Tsubasa, I came to talk. What is it? I want to recommend some dazai. Don't need it. She glanced at me for only a moment, then quickly looked away, as if to say she had zero interest. The sunset was beautiful, but I don't think that's what had her attention. She didn't look captivated. She looked absent, unfocused. If she were really captivated by the sunset, I'd have thought she was ready to fly off like Icarus. So no, Tsubasa wasn't watching the sunset at all. In fact, she immediately tried to leave the rooftop. Even though this was finally a chance to talk to her, she wouldn't even turn around. Right now, not even Dazai could hold her attention. That really frustrated me. Is your coldness because of Kishin? I said the name of the person she seemed to be seeing beyond the sunset, and just as I'd hoped, her steps came to a halt. How do? Tsubasa turned around, her expression clear as glass. Want to talk about it? But in the sunset's glow, she looked more radiant than usual. Are you and Kishin fighting, Tsubasa? We're not. I see. So it's just Kishin then. Honestly, I'd love to get excited talking about Dazai right now, but Tsubasa's eyes aren't even focused on what's in front of her. For the sake of both Daz and Tsubasa, I had to deal with the immediate issue first. And to do that, I needed to understand exactly what was going on. The problem is Kishin angry? No, more like sulking. If I didn't know that, I couldn't do anything to help. My gray cells are currently convinced the leading theory is they're in a dry spell because of a stagnant phase, triggering early onset menopause. Kishin does seem like she has a high libido. Tsubasa, probably not so much. I want to see her. Tsubasa mumbled, softly and earnestly. If Kishin saw her like this, I don't think she'd keep up the stubborn act. She's probably just being contrary, that's why she's not here. Are you lonely? A little. With a blank expression, Tsubasa stared off into the distance. Or maybe she wasn't looking into the distance, but at someone far away in her heart. Tsubasa is so sincere. She's giving her all without expecting anything in return, like some tragic noblewoman. It's just kind of heartbreaking. And so, temptation struck. If it's just a little, I could take her place, you know. If Kishin heard that, she'd probably explode. I'm not even into girls, but I basically asked, wanna try me instead? Futaba, you're not Kishin. Still, she rejected me without a second of hesitation. Tsubasa didn't want sex, she just genuinely liked Kishin. Too bad. If she'd said yes, I could have taken her on a whirlwind Dazai reading seduction tour. Yeah, I'm me, but I think we'd have fun. I tried pushing just a little more. I couldn't just leave her like this. If she'd just nodded, I could have slipped out the surprise I had hidden under my skirt. Futaba, I don't want that. But of course, Tsubasa was too honest, and instead I ended up making her angry. She really does love Kishin. Oof, that hit something. There's something so thrilling about someone staying loyal to a shitty partner. Who in this world could ever truly understand this earnest act of love of mine? Even through a Dazai-style literary lens, the current Tsubasa is full of love. Just standing there, she seems to embody the very shape of love. This is bad. What do? I shouldn't, I know I shouldn't. Even though I'm on meds to suppress this kind of thing, I just can't help but get totally hyped up. If it's mutual love, then it can't be helped. From a Dazai-esque perspective, I'm like the illicit lover in this whole mess. Tsubasa, I just wanted to root for her. She looked so heartbreakingly adorable. I'll do my best, so you'll say you need me. Futaba. Just wait, give me 2 or 3 days, I'll fix this. For the first time in a while, I felt like I'd received divine inspiration. Getting more and more excited, I dashed off the rooftop. Kishin, just wait. For Tsubasa's sake, I'll set this all ablaze for you. Chapter 11, the frequency's off today. It's been a few days since I started calling Tsubasa-chan, Shirogane-san. Morning, Kishin. Yeah. Morning, Shirogane-san. Without knowing what to do, I ended up keeping my distance from Tsubasa-chan. And like that, things just dragged on until now. Truth is, I want to talk to her. I want us to talk, just the two of us, and spend more and more time together. But my shallow pride won't allow it. We promised to walk the skies together. We promised to go on a journey, the two of us. That promise made me feel like I wasn't alone. Thanks to Tsubasa-chan, I could believe in something like destiny. But then I realized, the moment we set off on that journey, we'd be separated. Once she steps into the sky, that pure, untarnished girl will grow white wings and soar far into the heavens. But someone like me, with a heart so ugly, doesn't get wings. I won't even be able to set foot on the stairs, I'll just be swallowed up by the earth. If something like the stairway to heaven really exists, then that's how it'll go. That's why being with Tsubasa-chan is scary. Even though my heart longs for her when I'm near her, it starts to tremble. I want to cry, it aches, because now I know for sure I'm the only one who'll be left behind. I've come to hate myself for it. I want to run away, even die. But when I think about being apart from Tsubasa-chan, I can't run and I can't die. And yet, when it comes to wanting to try, to live, I'm a coward. I can't forgive myself, but I want to be forgiven. I want her to stay untainted, but I also want her to be stained. I keep avoiding her, but I want her to care. My heart's been torn into pieces, like a jigsaw puzzle scattered and broken. I don't know what I should do anymore. I don't even know what I want to do, but there's one thing I know for sure. I miss you, Tsubasa-chan. I spend my days holding my breath, just staying quiet. Again today, there were no words between us. Because I'm the one running from Tsubasa-chan, because she's too beautiful. And I'm so small-minded, so hopeless. The only thing keeping me going now is how often our eyes meet. I wonder what Tsubasa-chan thinks of me. I want to know, but I'm scared. I'm scared, but I want to know. So again today, I just look at her. And when our eyes meet, I look away. And that's how the day ends, or it should have. Tsubasa, you in here. But something out of the ordinary happened. A bright, cheerful voice called out Tsubasa-chan's name. Reflexively, I tightened my grip on my mechanical pencil and turned around. And there you are, I missed you, Tsubasa. Beaming with a wide, friendly smile, the girl ran up to Tsubasa-chan with full-on charm. That was Futaba-san. Wait, who's that? Why, that's so mean. We're besties and you forgot. You're such a tsundere, Tsubasa-chan. I'm your Futaba Misao. Today's the day we go book hopping for Dazai. Oh, don't worry, I didn't mean touring Dazifu, so no need to pack for a trip to Fukuoka. So anyway, let's go. As Dazai himself wrote, letters of happiness never arrive when you're waiting for them. Without hesitation, naturally, Futaba-san took Tsubasa-chan's hand. Wait, what? Well then, shall we? With those words, Futaba-san led Tsubasa-chan by the hand and left the classroom. All I could do was gape like a fish, silently mouthing air as I watched them go. My brain couldn't keep up with what was happening. It was too ridiculous to process. I knew I had to do something, but I didn't know what. My head was a mess and I couldn't move at all. Kishain. Just before they left the classroom, half dragged along, Tsubasa-chan softly called my name. But before I could respond, Futaba-san's expression shifted completely. Gone was the usual blank look. In its place, a stupid, mocking smile aimed straight at me. I'm borrowing Tsubasa for a bit. Sorry if I get her dirty, okay? My thoughts came to a halt. It didn't make any sense. None of it. I couldn't speak. My body wouldn't move. My head was burning red. My chest felt full of something murky, spilling over. All I could do today was watch smug little Futaba-san walk off in triumph. Crack! Something made a sharp sound. A prickle ran through my hand. My favorite mechanical pencil had been crushed in my grip. Section. Right now, I was walking through the city after school, being led by someone who looked like Futaba-san. Yes, someone who looked like Futaba-san. Because this person didn't feel like Futaba-san. After all, the real Futaba-san is always expressionless and mysterious. But today, she was smiling cheerfully and walking with a spring in her step. This has to be a fake, right? There are so many books I want to recommend. First, we've got the absolute classic, The Setting Sun, and then you've got to get a feel for Dazai's overflowing loser energy, so Villain's Wife is a must. Oh, but I think the one that fits Tsubasa best right now is Goodbye. It's unfinished, yeah, but since it was his final work, you can really feel what Dazai wanted to express. I think maybe it was more of a will than no longer human, you know. She was rattling on at an incredible pace, so loud it was almost annoying. The energy was too much to keep up with, and honestly, only about half of it was even registering in my brain. Futaba-san is usually way more calm and quiet. Futaba, noisy. I meant to say, this doesn't match my interpretation of her. But what came out was a simpler, blunter denial. Well, the meaning wasn't that far off, so I guess it's fine. Hee, right? Today I'm a chaos girl. If I had to name her, she'd be Futaba-su. Futaba-su, wrong name. And for the record, I'm not some long-lost twin sister or anything. I really am Futaba Misao. She said it with a wink and a playful sparkle in her eyes. My brain felt like it was glitching. This wasn't the usual quiet, mysterious Futaba-san, or at least it shouldn't have been, and yet. Right now, she looked even more enigmatic than usual. Esu, you called. Wrong. Aw, too bad. Quiet Futaba-san and loud Futaba-san. Which one is the real one, or are they both real? Futaba. Yes. The Futaba from yesterday. I wanted to ask what happened. Why she was acting like this. Was she okay? In response, as if she'd been waiting for the question, Futaba-san puffed out her chest and said, "Don't worry, everything's going exactly according to plan. Fufufu. You. She was grinning smugly into a hand mirror for some reason. I had no idea what she was talking about, but at least I could tell she was totally fine. Well, whatever. I didn't really get it, but she looked like she was having fun. Maybe she saw I was feeling down about Kishin-san and decided to cheer me up. Yesterday, she did say something like, "I'll handle it." I didn't really know if that's what was going on. But she was acting cheerful for my sake, and just being around her was lifting my mood too. Futaba. Yes. Thank you. So I managed to say thank you somehow. That loneliness inside me eased a little, and I guess it made it easier for my mouth to be honest. At that, Futaba-san's eyes sparkled brightly. Happiness comes a day late. I wonder if I'll be savoring it tomorrow night. Ahem. Nothing at all. I just got super happy because it felt like Tsubasa finally gave me a little Dara moment. Now that she mentioned it, looking back, I probably had only ever said harsh things to Futaba-san. Getting called Dara was a bit much, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to try and speak more gently from now on. Hey, Tsubasa. Yeah. Dazai once wrote, "Wrath is the pinnacle of love." Remember that, okay? Not really understanding, I nodded anyway. Because today's Futaba-san was a high-energy, cryptically meaningful, mysterious girl. Even if she wasn't the version of her I was used to, I found myself thinking, maybe this Futaba-san isn't so bad either. I've always had a weakness for mysterious girls. Chapter 12, The Reason for the Static. This one, and Thei's one, and this. Vi. No, it's heavy but light. Dazai's literature isn't just depressing, you know. In his short story collections, like The Lantern or Shame, there's this punchy speed to them. It's almost like a Dazai-style gag manga Biyari. Since we're here, you have to read them. So here's some more. That's not what I meant. I mean it's literally heavy. How much does she think my arms can carry? Don't need them. You do need them, and Dazai's right here too. I'm not talking about Dazai. I'm talking about the physical weight of the books. I want to say that, but my mouth. Don't want the books. Not quite what I meant, still off. But Futaba-san didn't seem bothered at all, she just kept smiling. An invincible kind of smile, but different from her usual kind. Yeah, I guess once Dazai starts living in your heart, you won't need the books anymore. Seriously, why am I even here? I was heading to the rooftop like always, and then out of nowhere, Futaba-san swooped in with that sparkling smile of hers and dragged me to a bookstore. And now I'm being buried alive in Dazai. Honestly, it felt halfway like I was undergoing some Edo period torture where they piled stones on you. Because it's that heavy. Futaba, I'm going home. For one, I don't even have the money to buy all these books. I tried saying so, but somehow it got reinterpreted as me saying I'm heading home. Tusk, Tsubasa, don't be so hasty. I think if you don't make him sweat a little more, he won't take things seriously either, you know. But of course, she wouldn't let me off that easily. She grabbed my hand tight, and there was no escaping. He won't take things seriously. What's that supposed to mean? Is this another one of those all-pervading, Dazai-esque metaphors she's always talking about? Well, you're right though. You probably can't read this many all at once. So how about just one recommendation? Would you read that? Which one? Just give me a sec, I'll tidy these up. Futaba-san quickly and efficiently cleared away the stack of books, until only one remained in her hand. It was Schoolgirl. Yup, technically, it's a short story collection that includes Schoolgirl, among others. A single paperback, the title read Schoolgirl. When you ever find yourself not understanding what's going on in a girl's head, give it a read. Okay. That's all I could really manage to say. Kind of indifferent, but I meant it. Anyway, since we've come this far, I figured might as well. So I went ahead and bought it. I'd been thinking of reading some of Dazai's work anyway, and this just felt like good timing. Honestly, I could have bought it for you as a present, you know. And no need. Probably her way of spreading the gospel of Dazai, but still, there's no real reason she should go that far. Though I'll admit, the recommendation was helpful. Well then, shall we keep walking? Wait, we're not heading home. Nope, Actually, this whole Dazai pilgrimage was just a bonus. The real plan starts now. Think you could hang out a little longer, Tsubasa? With a sparkle in her eye, Futaba-san peered up at my face. Playful, cheerful, almost teasing eyes. The kind of gaze I'd never really seen before. It made my heart skip a beat, just a little. Do whatever you want. It's not like I was charmed or anything. She just gave me a book rec, and I didn't want to go home right after, that's all. Yay, Tsubasa's so sweet and agreeable. Okay, let's keep the date going. Yeah, sure, let's keep going the date. Wait, date, section. And somehow, the two of us ended up sitting on a bench eating crepes. Strawberry crepes. The moment you bite into them, the taste of strawberries and cream spreads through your mouth, packed full of deliciousness. But they were kind of hard to eat. I ended up getting cream on my cheek and stuff. With a small mouth, this is actually a pretty hard food to eat. It's super tasty though, so it's totally worth it. Hey Tsubasa, look this way. Just as I was struggling not to let the cream fall to the ground, a bright voice called out to me. When I turned, there she was, Futaba-san, beaming with the biggest smile, holding a handkerchief at the ready. I'll wipe off the cream for you. Don't need it. Ah nope, no licking your lips. I was about to deal with it myself, but she had no mercy. Before I could react, she went at my mouth with the handkerchief, scrubbing me like I was some kind of kid. This is kinda embarrassing, you know? All clean now. Geez, Tsubasa, you're just like a baby. I'm not a baby. That's actually the first time anyone's called me that. I mean, I know I'm not a baby, but still, as I chomped down the rest of the crepe, the cream splattered again. Seriously, I'm not a baby. Really. That right there is exactly what I mean, Tsubasa. Smiling all the while, Futaba-san went ahead and wiped me down again like it was the most natural thing ever. It's hard to argue when she's like this, and that just makes it even more frustrating. I mean, I could have just licked it off for you, you know? But like, if I went that far, it'd totally cross the line and I'd probably get murdered, so I held back. So you should praise me, Tsubasa. Why is she suddenly talking about getting murdered? If I really look like someone that dangerous, I'd like to file a formal objection. Though, if she had done that, I probably would have freaked out from embarrassment. Futaba-san, who had made my brain go all mushy, was now checking her compact mirror like nothing had happened. It makes sense to want to check for cream on your face, girl stuff and all, but still, it felt a little unfair. Hey, Tsubasa, was the crepe good? It was okay. You're never honest. Looked like she'd finished her crepe too. She suddenly bounced up from the bench and grabbed my hand again. I mean, I wasn't gonna run away anymore or anything. But when I saw how happy she looked, I couldn't help but think, well, whatever. It's fine. She started walking briskly, so I had to pick up my pace to keep up. I had no idea where we were going. Futaba-san today was, seriously, way too free-spirited. Section. And just like that, we found ourselves strolling slowly along the riverside at dusk. Her machine gun chatter from earlier had faded away. Now, Futaba-san spoke quietly, one word at a time, like ripples on the surface of water. About Futaba-san and about today. Do you know what bipolar disorder is? I shook my head slightly, and Futaba-san murmured, maybe that was a harsh way to put it. To say it in a way that's easier to understand. Manic depression, high days and low days. Life swings from one extreme to the other day by day. It was such a sudden confession. Instead of the cheerful smile she always wore, she gave a faint one, like she was a little tired. It didn't really suit today's Futaba-san or yesterday's, and yet it oddly fit her somehow. That's who I am. I usually keep it under control with medication. Today was a high day. Tomorrow will probably be a low one. If I don't take my meds, it gets so hard that I don't feel like doing anything. I just end up lying down all day. Futaba-san said it like it was the most normal thing in the world. Then she laughed again, a light-hearted giggle. Even though there's no way it was fun, it was just a front. It made my chest ache just a little. So that's what was going on, I thought. She always looked expressionless because the medication was suppressing everything. It wasn't that she wanted to be like that, and now I understood. But then, why didn't she take her meds today? Is it okay not to take them on energetic days? Why? Hey, what's up, Tsubasa? You're energetic today. This time, I didn't twist my words. I just asked her what I wanted to ask, honestly. Then Futaba-san gave a different kind of smile than before, a loose, lazy one. That's because I was thinking I'd ask you out on a date, Tsubasa. Me? Now that you mention it, you're a bokuko, huh? That's cute. With that soft, dopey smile, Futaba-san reached out and started patting my head. Her touch was so gentle, like she was combing through my hair. I couldn't bring myself to dislike it, I couldn't move. I just let it happen. You know, when I first saw you, I wondered if maybe you were like me, a kindred spirit. And as I sat there, letting her do as she pleased, I listened to her words. Because she'd finally started explaining why she'd been so kind to me all this time. Expressionless, unshaken, distant, I wondered if maybe you were on meds too. I'm not. Yeah, I figured that out after watching you for a while. Tsubasa's just naturally expressionless. Yeah, this expressionlessness is the real deal. And I kind of like that about myself. But you showed interest in Dazai, and you've stuck with me through all my rambling. That first impression I had of you, along with everything since, it just made me feel like I really do want to be friends with you. Yeah. So that's it. Futaba-san might have started noticing me because of a misunderstanding, but even now, knowing the real me, she still wants to be friends. Somehow, that's kind of embarrassing. That's why I wanted to be someone who could help you when you're struggling. I wanted to be your friend. That's why I asked you out today, to start this little date of ours. Help me. But something about that explanation just didn't add up. She said she knew I was having a hard time because of Kishin-san, and that's why she invited me out like this. Even so, I couldn't help but think, why? Was it supposed to be like, let's go have fun and forget all your worries? If that's what she meant, then I'm sorry. I just can't. That's impossible for me. It was fun, and I was really happy to hang out after school with a friend. But even so, in the back of my mind, I kept thinking, hey, Tsubasa. Before I realized it, Futaba-san's face was right in front of mine. So close I could feel her breath, and her presence was so intense, it nearly startled me. I tried to reflexively lean back, but I couldn't, because Futaba-san had her hands on my shoulders. What are you doing? Futaba-san whispered softly into my ear. Call me Master, just try it. I bet something really fun will happen. A chill ran down my spine, like I was caught in something dangerous. From the tone of her voice, I could imagine she was wearing a grin like the Cheshire Cat. And besides, I haven't even been able to call Kishin-san that yet, so I tried to say no. I was about to say I can't. And then, in that moment, step away from Tsubasa-chan. A cold voice rang out, like a winter breeze. My body flinched involuntarily, and Futaba-san's hands let go of my shoulders. Kishin. I turned to see Kishin-san standing there, silhouetted by the sunset, her face completely expressionless, like she'd swapped places with Futaba-san. Heh, I've been waiting, Lesbo. Don't use that ridiculous nickname in front of Tsubasa-chan. But that blank expression quickly shattered. What replaced it was a glare so sharp, it looked like it could cut through steel. I had no idea what was going on or how things had turned out this way. But there was one thing I did understand. Kishin-san just called me Tsubasa-chan. Kishin-san was angry. And I knew I shouldn't be feeling this way when she's upset. But, I'm sorry, Kishin-san. Even so, being called Tsubasa-chan made me really, really happy. Chapter 13. Electro-panic mode. Kishin-san and Futaba-san stood facing each other, a sharp tension crackling between them. How do I know that? Well, probably because I'm being held in Futaba-san's arms like a doll, though my feet are touching the ground. Kishin-san's eyes were sharply narrowed. She's definitely angry, no doubt about it. But is she mad at Futaba-san? Or is she still angry at me for upsetting her before? But she is calling me Tsubasa-chan again. I don't know what's going on anymore. My emotions feel like they're all mashed up inside. And to make matters worse. You heard me, didn't you? I said to get away from Tsubasa-chan. Well, you called her Tsubasa-chan, so I didn't realize you meant her. If you just said Shirogane-san like always, I would have caught on right away. And to top it off, Futaba-san was striking a totally cheeky pose toward Kishin-san. She was smiling brightly, but I could still sense the mocking tone behind it. I mean, come on, Futaba-san, don't say stuff like that. Kishin-san just started calling me by my name again. If she goes back to calling me Shirogane-san, I'll cry. On the inside, shut up, this has nothing to do with you. Awa, really? Then the fact that Tsubasa and I are on a date has nothing to do with you either, right? So why have you been following us this whole time? Wait, what? She was. I didn't notice at all. If she had joined us, it could have been a nice little outing for making up and getting along. You noticed. It was so obvious, being all clingy but lacking even the basic skills of a stalker. That's just sad. Shut it. Oh, do you think I'm insulting you? Then let me correct that. It's not an insult. It just means you're totally in love with Tsubasa. Don't mock me. But getting all worked up just because some girl suddenly started getting close to Tsubasa after you were the one being cold to her. That's just nonsense. If you wanted to be close, you should have been kind from the start. It was less of a quarrel and more of a one-sided verbal pummeling. Their expressions couldn't have been more different. Futaba-san was all smiles, while Kishin-san looked like she was glaring through pain. The look in Kishin-san's eyes said it all, frustrated, upset, unable to forgive. Just looking into them made me feel uneasy. Those weren't her usual eyes. They were filled with pain. Before I knew it, I was tugging on Futaba-san's sleeve. What is it, Tsubasa? Watching them fight made my stomach twist. Seeing Kishin-san in pain made me feel like I couldn't just stand there doing nothing. Don't like Futaba who bullies Kishin. Before I realized it, those words had slipped out of my mouth. What I'd really wanted to say was, be kind to Kishin-san, just like you're kind to me. But when it passed through my body's filter, that's what it turned into. Futaba-san blinked in surprise, then couldn't hold back a soft laugh. I see. So you don't mind that Kishin was mean to you. Then yeah, I guess me trying to get revenge on your behalf was way off base. Sorry for bullying your precious Kishin. Still smiling playfully, Futaba-san ruffled my hair like I was a pet. Just full-on rustle. But even so, Kishin-san's expression had softened a bit. Tsubasa-chan. Kishin wanted to talk. While getting my hair messed up, I finally felt like I'd really seen Kishin-san again. Up until now, even when I saw her in class, it always felt like there was a thin membrane separating us. Tsubasa-chan, Kishin-san was trying to tell me something. That harsh look she'd worn just moments ago had faded, and now she had the warm expression I remembered. So, just as I was about to listen to that voice, could you wait just a bit for that? Futaba-san cut in with a smile. Kishin-san looked absolutely displeased. And of course, while I didn't show it on my face, I felt the same way. Because I knew she was about to say something important. Don't interrupt. Futaba, I hate you. The two of us, me and Kishin-san, joined forces in scolding Futaba-san, but Futaba-san didn't seem fazed at all. Ahaha, sorry. But I think I can still spice things up a little more. With that cryptic remark, Futaba-san let go of me, whom she'd been holding to her chest. Then she ran, light steps pattering toward Kishin-san. What are you? Heave-ho. Why? All of a sudden, she hugged Kishin-san like they were best friends. Wait, what is even happening right now? Futaba-san, what the heck are you doing? What are you doing? Hugging you. That's not what I meant. Maybe so. Futaba-san clung tightly to a flailing Kishin-san, clearly enjoying herself. Watching Kishin-san panic only seemed to delight her. Should I stop them? But they do look closer now than they did before. As I once said, love is words. Without words, love would disappear from this world entirely. Don't mess around. This isn't words, it's brute force. Yup, exactly. But see, I'm not expecting words from someone like you, Kishin. What's that supposed to mean? While still clinging to Kishin-san in that awkwardly close position, Futaba-san turned her face toward me. Tsubasa, is it okay if I take Kishin? Why would I go with someone like? I wasn't asking you, Kishin. Excuse me. My eyes met Futaba-san's. The setting sun reflected in her eyes, making them sparkle. I also wrote, if you think love has any reality outside of words, you're sorely mistaken. What do you think, Tsubasa? Those eyes stared into me, and my already limited words slipped away even more. Because I realized her question was about me and Kishin-san. That's hard. Yeah, it is, I get it. Saying that, Futaba-san leaned in and whispered something into Kishin-san's ear. Kishin-san's face clouded with a troubled expression, then she shot Futaba-san a sharp glare. You're the worst. But you're curious, aren't you? She was conflicted. Futaba-san's words had shaken something in Kishin-san. It was rare, like witnessing something strange and precious. After all that agonizing, Kishin-san finally gave a nod, her face twisted in frustration. That's more like it. Futaba-san puffed up proudly, a smug little snort escaping her nose. She turned to me with a cheeky smile and then planted a kiss on Kishin-san's cheek. Huh, hey, what the hell? Sorry, Tsubasa, but this is kinda your fault too, you know. I did ask you, and you dodged the question. Why are you doing this? Because it's necessary, Kishin. Gone was the sweet, innocent smile. Futaba-san now wore a sly, cat-like grin, the kind of smirk a bully would have when they're enjoying teasing someone. If you don't say you want her, I'm not giving Kishin back. So now, I'm gonna go on a date with her, okay? Who would go out with you? Oh, so you just want my body, not my heart. Wow, Kishin, you've held it in for so long you've fried both your brain and your crotch. HMPH. Owa, did you just hit me? That's the second time, Kishin. You saw that, right, Tsubasa? Kishin's got abusive tendencies. I'm telling you, you have to break up with her. Open your mouth again, and next time I'm using a closed fist. Yikes. My head went completely blank. I couldn't think at all. I had no idea what was going on anymore. I couldn't keep up. But in the middle of it all, Kishin-san's face was the only thing I could focus on. She looked like she felt guilty, confused, flustered. All kinds of emotions were scrunched together on her face. My dazed eyes met her shaken ones, and in that moment, her body gave a little jolt. This isn't what it looks like. Don't get the wrong idea, Tsubasa-chan. She shouted that at the top of her lungs, and then grabbed Futaba-san by the scruff of the neck and bolted. Dragged behind her like a sack of laundry, Futaba-san flailed helplessly, looking like a worn-out ragdoll. Section. By the time the sunset had completely disappeared and the two of them were out of sight, my mind finally began to move again, creaking like rusted gears. The things that had just happened kept swirling around inside my head. You're the worst, huh? So you don't care about my feelings, just want my body? Did you hold back around Tsubasa so much your head and your crotch got all messed up? Don't get the wrong idea, Tsubasa-chan. Round and round, snatches of that conversation kept playing back in my mind on a loop. And while I was turning it all over in my head, one particular image started to form. You could even say that, unable to reach a real answer, my brain just came up with its own conclusion. So they're like a fighting Yuri couple or something. That was the conclusion my half-malfunctioning brain came up with. That deep down, the two of them were way closer than they looked. I mean, the way they talked, it was kind of indecent, honestly. And it felt like, when they talked to each other, they were being more honest than when they talked to me. Thinking that far made this little pang shoot through my chest. I don't know why, but I really don't like that. Chapter 14. Stirring up the signal. Futaba-san, is it okay if I punch you? You seriously think I'd give you permission for that? If you did, I could punch you guilt-free. And if I don't, then I'll punch you, drenched in guilt. So either way, I'm getting punched, see? Can you at least be gentle? It's the way you said that. Tsubasa-chan's gonna get the wrong idea. Ow, ow, a fist hurts, and open hands know better. You're not even holding back anymore, Kishin. Well, that's because you're just the worst. We were walking along the dimly lit riverbank. Just the two of us. And of all things, I was stuck with the completely out-of-it Futaba-san. If things had gone right, I should have rescued Tsubasa-chan from Futaba-san's clutches, and the two of us would have made up by now. We were finally starting to come together again. Things were going well until Futaba-san barged in and ruined the moment. And on top of that, she whispered something unthinkable to me, so quietly Tsubasa-chan wouldn't hear. She leaned in close and said, "Hey, wanna make Tsubasa jealous?" It was honestly a devil's temptation. The moment I heard it, I knew it was a bad idea. And yet I wanted to understand how Tsubasa-chan really felt. I couldn't resist the urge to test her heart. Trying to test someone's feelings, I knew how shameful that was. But I'd been so anxious all this time, wondering what Tsubasa-chan really thought of me. So I went along with Futaba-san's plan. I conspired with her to do something like this. Maybe right now, I'm just a bundle of impure intentions. Section. Ow. Maybe you should finally learn your lesson. With a sigh, I calmed myself a little. Just how much longer is this miserable two-person trip going to last? Thinking about that made it impossible to feel even the slightest bit cheerful. So, what exactly is this supposed to be? What is, like going on a date or something with you? I had absolutely zero interest in anything like that. So if she really was trying to go there, I was ready to throw out some biting words and storm off. With that mindset, I glared at her. Futaba tilted her head in mild confusion. Kishin only wants my body, right? Nothing else matters to you. She said that garbage like it was the most natural thing in the world, without even a hint of shame. Pervert. But it's just that you haven't been able to have sex with Tsubasa for a while, so all that pent-up lust is getting to your brain, right? I never said anything like that. Don't joke around. But isn't that the real reason you're all irritable? It's not. Maybe the mistake was trying to have a conversation with Futaba in the first place. Or maybe the entire premise of this talk was completely messed up. Why does she think Tsubasa-chan and I are, well, in that kind of relationship? And why is she acting like I'm some constantly horny pervert? It was all some ridiculous false accusation, completely and utterly absurd. What do you even think is going on between me and Tsubasa-chan? A sexless lesbian couple. Should I just throw her into the river right now? In the dim light, I glared as fiercely as I could and shouted at this clueless fake fangirl, shouted with all my heart and soul. Tsubasa-chan would never do something so dirty. Oh, that's the part you're mad about. What else would I be mad about? You're a lesbian. I most definitely am not. Do you want me to throw you out? You get mad every second, huh? Whose fault do you think that is? Tsubasa's. It's you, Futaba-san. Panting furiously, I launched a full protest against this absolute worst sexual harassment offender in existence. Not only was she way off base, she was also some pervert trying to smear Tsubasa-chan with her twisted fantasies, and I wasn't going to let that happen. Not that she seemed the least bit fazed. How did it even come to this? What kind of twisted logic led you to that pervy conclusion? Realizing reason wouldn't work with her, I decided to change my approach. Even when I thought we were having a real conversation, somehow she always pulled me into her rhythm without me noticing. But not this time. This time, I wasn't going to let that happen. From now on, I'd just completely deny everything Futaba-san said. If she ever uttered something like, "You and Tsubasa-chan totally seem like you'd have lesbian sex," I'd immediately dunk her into the river. I steeled myself with that conviction and faced her directly. Wait, so if you haven't done it and you're still acting like this? Hi. For some reason, Futaba-san looked genuinely confused. If anything, she even seemed a little taken aback. I'd expected her to start spewing her usual stream of trash, so the unexpected silence kind of caught me off guard. What are you trying to say? Just wow. This is kinda bad, huh? Hi. And to top it off, she was obviously recoiling from me. I couldn't even make sense of it, and more importantly, I couldn't forgive it. I mean, sure, if I were the one pulling away from the incoherent mess that is Futaba-san, that'd be perfectly understandable. But the reverse, that should be illegal in every corner of the universe. This makes no sense. I said that clearly, full of irritation. Futaba-san gave me a polite little smile, then started counting on her fingers as she began listing things out. Kishin cares about Tsubasa more than anyone. When you can't talk to her, you get irritable. You get hurt all on your own because of Tsubasa. You start emotionally self-harming over her. And when someone else even gets close to her, you get so stressed you can't control yourself anymore. That's... The words caught in my throat. I'd meant to tear apart every last thing she said, but I couldn't, because every single word out of her mouth was absolutely true. The fact that she was right stabbed into my chest like a thorn. That's why I figured, if you two are that emotionally entangled, of course you're lovers and doing it. Shut up. I had no comeback. I couldn't even begin to build a counter-argument, because, it's so frustrating, Futaba-san wasn't wrong. I hate logic, especially when she's the one using it. But even so, I still don't think it adds up. After pinning me down with all that, she still had the gall to cock her head like she was puzzled. Like she still believed there was a high probability that Tsubasa-chan and I were doing indecent things. I really don't get her. What more do you want? Just stop saying weird stuff already. Okay, but since this isn't weird stuff, I'm going to say it anyway. Leaning in closer to my face on purpose, Futaba-san gave me an obnoxiously smug smile. What I'm saying is, it's not a one-sided crush on your part, so it's hard for me to accept this whole denial thing. And then, just like that, she said something that totally threw my heart off balance. What do you mean by that? You're being so roundabout. She gave a little sigh, like she was exasperated, but still clearly enjoying herself. Then, after a brief pause, she said it. It means Tsubasa cares deeply about you too. She said it so simply, exactly the answer I'd been secretly wanting, like she knew it all along. You can't know that. So you don't believe in Tsubasa's love, huh, Kishin? Love, you can only say that because you're making fun of it. Futaba-san's words wrapped themselves around me. I kept thinking she was just teasing me, trying to string me along, and yet I couldn't bring myself to shut the conversation down. No, I'm not. I'm on Tsubasa's side. Futaba-san said that, with this weird sense of confidence. It was annoying, but frustratingly, I couldn't bring myself to deny it. Why? Tsubasa was waiting for you on the rooftop the whole time. I know. Our conversation dragged on like something tangled, impossible to cleanly pull apart. Right, you saw her there, waiting and waiting, didn't you? Because you were watching the whole time, since you're Tsubasa's stalker. I don't know what you're talking about. Even when the truth was pointed out, I could only clumsily dodge it without properly covering it up. Hey, have you noticed? Tsubasa is pretty blunt with me, but she always speaks kindly to Kishin. I had tried to harden my heart and deflect it, but even though it was formed only out of fragile hope, it landed a direct hit on my heart. Just the simple fact that I seemed to be treated more gently than Futaba-san was enough to shake me strangely deep inside. Maybe it's just a matter of perspective, and there's barely any real difference at all. And yet, I swung around that excuse like a shield, unable to let go of the resentment smoldering at the bottom of my heart. So I wouldn't expect too much, so I wouldn't get too happy so that, when the truth came out, I wouldn't be disappointed. Well then, tomorrow when we get our answer should be fun to watch, huh? As if mocking my conflicted heart, Futaba-san grinned from ear to ear. Like a kid looking forward to a field trip. Fun to watch. What was she even talking about? Did anything Futaba-san said ever have any meaning in the first place? She deliberately pressed a finger to her lips and let out a deliberately sultry laugh. Yufufu. I told you right. That I was gonna try and make Tsubasa jealous. You did say that, but could that be why she suddenly kissed me like that earlier? If that's the case, then her plan was way too naive. Tsubasa-chan wouldn't get worked up over someone like me? No way. There's no way. There is, you know. Futaba-san and I were never in sync, our opinions never, not even once, aligned. But now, wanna make a bet. On what Tsubasa does tomorrow, whether she clings to Kishin or not. And what happens if we bet? If I win, I want to be friends with Tsubasa. You'll accept that, right, Kishin? And if you lose? Let's see. I'll stop messing with Tsubasa. How's that? It was obviously a bet skewed in my favor, because even if I lost, I had virtually nothing to lose. Fine. So I agreed. Futaba-san had skillfully stirred me up, and I ended up letting myself hope, using the bet as an excuse, that Tsubasa-chan might actually pay attention to me. Hee, it's a promise, Kishin. With that, what had felt like a long two-person journey with Futaba-san suddenly came to an end. Because she spun on her heel and turned her back to me. Probably because she'd already said everything she wanted to say. See ya, Kishin. So carefree and completely selfish. But somehow, a person who puts in effort. Someone who could try so hard for Tsubasa-chan's sake. Bye-bye, Futaba-san. I wonder who'll win the bet tomorrow. If I ended up losing the bet. I felt like maybe I could accept Futaba-san, just a little bit. Section. And then, that morning, as I headed to school feeling restless. Oh, morning, Kishi. It wasn't the usual time. Tsubasa-chan had arrived before me. She didn't meet my eyes, but still came close and quietly, shyly greeted me, such a cute Tsubasa-chan. That alone made me happy, but more than that, what truly surprised me was, Tsubasa-chan, you said my name. A soft warmth bloomed inside my chest. The result had come faster than I ever expected. Tsubasa-chan had called me by my name. Just that one thing made the whole world feel like it had turned dazzling and bright. I lost the bet. Tsubasa-chan got jealous for me. My heart's pounding. Before I knew it, something indescribable had overflowed inside my chest. Chapter 15. A signal that seems to reach but doesn't. Tsubasa, are you watching? Your precious, precious princess, Kishin-chan no, Rio, is about to be turned into a little plaything. Come on, Rio, give the camera a double peace sign. MMMGH, MMMMGH. Why do I have to listen to you, Futaba-san? Because we've kissed, right? That was. MMMGH, MMMMGH. Even after you and Tsubasa broke up, you kept kissing me, didn't you? a little embarrassed to tell your friend Tsubasa about it. Stop being such a perv. Aren't you the perv, Rio? I told you to stop, but you just kept kissing me like crazy. Just stop already. Tsubasa-chan has nothing to do with this. She doesn't deserve to be dragged into your mess. Oh, right. Sorry. Tsubasa-chan has nothing to do with this. Tsubasa-chan is not involved. Tsubasa-chan is someone who has nothing to do with me anymore, right? Was that a dream? I had such a ridiculous dream that I woke up, even though it's only 4 in the morning. A ridiculous dream, Kishin-san all cuddly and lovey with Futaba-san. And then she says I'm someone who has nothing to do with her anymore, that kind of dream. It was such an awful nightmare. I was honestly just relieved it was all a dream. Well, most of it. Under the dim light of dusk, Kishin-san got kissed by Futaba-san just on the cheek, but still, that part wasn't a dream. Sorry, Tsubasa. But you're at fault too, okay? I did ask you properly, but you just dodged the question. Futaba-san's words echo in my ears. I remember how they went off on a date, bickering and flirting the whole way, leaving me behind. What should I have done? What was the right choice? How should I have acted toward Kishin-san? Just stop already. Tsubasa-chan has nothing to do with this. She doesn't deserve to be dragged into it. If I keep going like this, will I really become someone who has nothing to do with Kishin-san? No, I don't want that. Anything but that. She was my first real friend. She's kind, mysterious, wonderful, and I wanted to be with her. She's someone I want to stay close to always. I realized yesterday that Futaba-san is actually really kind and surprisingly caring. Even though she takes medication and usually seems expressionless, deep down she's this super fun, Dazi-obsessed nerd. But even so, when it comes to Kishin-san, I won't lose to her. I don't want to give her up, not at all. Then, what should I do? Daz wrote it too, you know, letters of happiness never arrive when you're waiting for them. That quote from Dazai, which Futaba-san told me, floated up in my foggy, half-awake brain, along with so many of her other words. Before she kissed Kishin-san, she tried so many times to teach me, to guide me, but I didn't have the courage. I couldn't take that step. And now I'm stuck like this, stewing in frustration, thinking about Kishin-san nonstop, getting all worked up and restless. So then, what now? What do I want? I roll around on my sleepless bed, thinking. Even when I close my eyes, Kishin-san's face just keeps appearing again and again. I can't take it anymore. Kishi ni. I couldn't stay still. I sat up without even realizing. The time was exactly 5 o'clock am, way too early to head out for school. Each second feels strangely long. With every tick of the second hand, I react more intensely than I should. Morning, an empty classroom, a world sealed off from everything where only I exist. For the first time in a while, I feel a little mysterious. Usually, I'm watching the unchanging world of evenings and nights, where time slows and everything stays still. But now, in the early morning, I'm watching time gradually speed up. Come to think of it, this might be the first time I've truly experienced that. The morning light, the crisp and clear air, the shouts of the sports clubs already doing practice. Little by little, the day is waking up. Wrapped in this dazzling light, it's a platinum-colored morning. I still love the twilight hours that remain unchanged, but right now, this morning light that urges me to grow feels reliable. Strong. It's this morning sun that gave me the courage to take a step forward. In this time when no one's around, I quietly thought about so many things. What do I want? What kind of relationship do I want with Kishin-san? I thought and worried, restless and fidgety, and then I realized something. Tsubasa-chan. When Kishin-san calls my name, just that alone makes me incredibly happy. Just hearing her say my name warms my chest. That simple truth was the answer I needed. The quiet morning where I could take my time and think, that is what helped me find that answer. At least, that's how it felt. When she said I was her number one, it made me so happy. So now I can finally admit it without being embarrassed. I don't really understand things like love or romance, but I do know, without a doubt, that Kishin-san is more important to me than anyone else. She's the most precious friend I have. For the first time, a tiny voice escaped me as I whispered her name. Not Kishin-san, her real name. No one even heard it, and yet my whole body felt tingly and embarrassed. It made me feel like I could burst into a run for no reason. But right now, I want to face her properly. I want to push past this awkwardness. I won't run. I won't hide. I've made up my mind, I will call her by her name. I looked out the window at the schoolyard, watching the few students trickle in one by one. Please hurry and come, I want to say good morning to you. I'll be waiting, okay. And then, as more of our classmates began to show up, slowly and steadily, one by one, I saw her, the person I'd been waiting for all this time. I ran over to her, and just like she always does for me, I greeted the start of our day. Good morning, Ryo. With all the courage I could muster, in a trembling voice, I said good morning, and called Kishin-san's, no, Ryo-chan's name, filling my voice with everything I felt. Let's keep getting along. Let's grow even closer. I want to be your number one. Ryo-chan gasped softly, then scrunched up her face. Tsubasa-chan, you said my name. And then she gave me the biggest, happiest smile I've ever seen. She was happy. My heart squeezed tight. I'm happy too. Really, really happy. Ryo-chan, let's keep being close from now on too. Section. Tsubasa-chan is the cutest in the world. She probably deserves a thesis written about her someday. If no one writes it, I'll go to university just to make it my graduation thesis. That's how ridiculously cute Tsubasa-chan is, despite her blank expression. Ryo. What's up, Tsubasa-chan? I just called you. Even though she had been staring right at me, when our eyes finally met, she quickly looked away with a pout. We've really gotten closer, and I can feel emotions spilling from my chest. She really tickles my heart. Tsubasa, you came to see me, why? Futaba, blank-faced. The meds are working. I see. I came to be your friend, I'm the quiet kind. If it's Futaba, that's fine. I'm glad. Thanks, Kishin. And, what is it, Tsubasa? Futaba, don't get close to Ryo. Why? Because you're pervy. Kishin is. Futaba is. Listen, Tsubasa, the lesbian is Kishin, I'm not. Also, call me by my name too. Futaba is Futaba, Ryo is Ryo. Then I'll call Kishin Ryo too. Futaba's a perv, no. She's showing jealousy in front of Futaba-san, just for me. Just like Futaba-san said, she's jealous of her. Seeing Futaba-san a little troubled, I can't help but feel a surge of joy. It makes me realize that she values me more than Futaba-san, that I'm special to her. So just for now, I could smile at Futaba-san, from the bottom of my heart as brightly as I could. Ryo. What is it, Tsubasa-chan? Let's be together after school. Yeah, I know. I'm happy. Wait, Tsubasa-chan, just now. It's nothing. She's been using more words than before, trying to express herself in all kinds of ways. And even though she always toddles off right after sharing her feelings, that too is unbearably cute. Ryo. Tsubasa-chan. And did you just want to try calling me? No. Okay. I wanted you to listen. Sure, go ahead. The red of the sunset is the red of life. A day ends with night because it's burned out. So then, does that mean everyone dies at night? Yes, but in the morning we're born again. Believing that makes it not scary to sleep. I wonder if we really are reborn every day. Even if we're reborn, we carry our memories. When there's no break in between, that's what we call growth. Then we are growing. Yes, Ryo. Yes. I just wanted to try calling you. Tsubasa-chan is completely in her element, as always. Today too, she carries that mysterious air about her. And yet, she feels much closer than ever before. Tsubasa-chan is special, and yet I feel like she's truly right next to me, closer than she's ever been. And thanks to that, I can't help but feel like I've become special too. My heart's fluttering, and I don't know what to do with the feeling. Looking at Tsubasa-chan makes me believe again, like when I was a kid and could blindly trust that there really is something inside me too. At the same time, I've come to understand that even someone who once felt eternal like Tsubasa-chan is changing. And when I think she's changing for me, something wells up from my chest. Really, truly wells up. Just calling my name for no reason, the old Tsubasa-chan would never have done that. That's clearly a sign she wants attention. Tsubasa-chan. What? I just wanted to try calling you too. I see we match. Yeah. Everything is fun, everything I see sparkles. I'm happy, my heart is fluttering so much I can hardly contain it. It's the first time I've ever felt this way. When I'm with Tsubasa-chan, everything, absolutely everything, feels wonderful. Those kinds of days went on, starting from this one. I began to truly wish, from the bottom of my heart, that these days with Tsubasa-chan would continue forever and ever. Before I knew it, I'd started to believe that maybe tomorrow would be a good day. But, Tsubasa-chan, the sunset's beautiful again today. And, you really do like sunsets, huh? Sort of. I see. Like always, the two of us watched the sunset, had strange little conversations, and spent our days happily together. I'm watching the sky because I'm waiting. Huh? Waiting for what? The angel's staircase. Since I started spending time with Tsubasa-chan, I've been saved. She saved me. I believe that she also feels happy being with me. But even now, Tsubasa-chan is still waiting for the angel's staircase. She still hasn't given up on becoming an angel. Hey, Tsubasa-chan, I don't want to die anymore. Thanks to you, I'm not afraid of tomorrow anymore. So please, let's keep making beautiful memories together. Don't say you want to die. Chapter 16. If you hijack an airhead's brainwaves, you can reach a happy ending at lightning speed. After making up with Ryu-chan, well, sort of, we've gotten way closer. It's like that saying, rain hardens the ground. Now, we're at the point where we can call each other Tsubasa-chan and Ryu-chan. Looking back, maybe it was necessary to drift apart for a bit in order to really become close with Ryu-chan. That's how I feel now. In the end, I still don't know exactly why Ryu-chan was mad, but after hearing what Futaba-san had to say, I kind of got the gist of it. It was because I'd built a wall between me and Ryu-chan. I was too shy to call her by name, barely talked, and ended up making her feel insecure. It wasn't until we grew distant that I finally shared in the loneliness she must have felt. I kept wondering how she was doing, what she thought of me, and I just couldn't settle down. Once I realized I'd made Ryu-chan feel that way for so long, it really hit me. I felt awful. I wanted to say, I'm sorry, and that gave me the push I needed to finally start calling her by name. So yeah, maybe it's just hindsight, but because we felt the same way, I think we became true best friends. Thanks to that, every day feels fun now. Every day I spend with Ryu-chan is a joy. Let's keep this up, okay, Ryu-chan? After school, during twilight, just the two of us on the rooftop. It's our usual spot, but lately I can't stop feeling excited every day. Because I've been able to drift into mysterious daydreams again. With Ryu-chan back by my side, I feel at ease. And when I'm at ease, my head overflows with mysterious, delightful delusions. Right now, I'm rapidly climbing the ranks as a mysterious girl in real time. Honestly, I might be the most radiant, unstoppable, mysterious girl in the whole world. At night, time stops. You mean that thing you mentioned before, about how at night, everyone's already dead? Yeah. So once again, I'm sharing one of my wild theories with Ryu-chan. There's just too much inside me to keep it all in. And because Ryu-chan always listens so seriously, I want to give her fantasies she'll think are wonderful. She's listening intently, so she's not annoyed or anything, right? Vampires, jiangshi ghosts, they only show themselves at night. Because they're not alive, they can only appear at night. Right? It's not that the sun is their weakness. It's that the passage of time itself is what leads to their end. For a second I felt unsure, but Ryu-chan didn't look the least bit bothered. So I figured it was okay to keep going, even if my words came out a little clumsily. I'll listen to Ryu-chan's story after this, okay? Sorry in advance. You once said the sun is passion, that we live by burning it. The reason you can only live at night is because you're already dead. You don't get reborn in the morning. So, because you can't be reborn at dawn, you disappear. Only appearing at night, that's what it means. This is basically the inverse of what I said before, about the sun being passion and the source of life. It's a fantasy where the night is a world without life, where everything is vague and formless. A story about the night, a world that, in a way, is eternal. There's something cool about that, don't you think? Something you can't help but admire. If you don't want to die, you should wake up at night. That way, you can find eternity. You awaken only at night, and while the sun is up, you sleep like the dead. That way, just like the legendary vampires, you might be ageless and immortal. When I woke up at night, the world was so quiet, it was almost frightening, how clear and still everything felt. That's why I started thinking up this kind of theory, because it felt like time itself had completely stopped. Just going to the bathroom in the middle of the night is enough to spark this kind of fantasy. I'm seriously on top of my game right now. Don't you want to do that, Tsubasa-chan? Why not? An eternal world where you never age. Ryo-chan asked the most natural question. Wouldn't you want to live in a world like that if it existed? Yeah, I get it. That's the obvious thought. But I don't want the world of night. It's not that I have some kind of philosophy like, I don't want to live forever, or things are beautiful because they end. It's just, I have one very real, very personal reason. Because it's a lonely world. That's right. When I wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, I get so startled by the tiniest thing that I almost pee myself. Honestly, seriously, I just really don't want to walk down a pitch-black hallway to the toilet at night. I'm just not cut out to live in the world of night. No matter how you look at it. I see. Ryo-chan lowered her gaze at my answer. She stayed like that for a bit, like she was thinking something over. I wonder, maybe Ryo-chan does want to live in the world of night? Is that the kind of thing she thinks about? I mean, yeah, the idea of never aging or staying young forever, there's definitely something a little appealing about it. Hey, Tsubasa-chan. Ryo-chan raised her head. She looked kind of nervous. Wait, did she finally realize how scary it is to go to the toilet at night? She gripped the fence on the rooftop and looked down at the schoolyard below. So, probably not about the toilet. Then, what is it? As I quietly waited, watching Ryo-chan closely, she finally let the words slip from her lips. Isn't it exhausting, putting in so much effort every day? It wasn't something I ever expected to hear. Putting in effort me. Is she talking about my mysterious girl activities? If so, then no problem at all. I only do the mysterious girl stuff because it's fun, not because I'm trying hard or anything. I'm not tired. Thanks to you, Ryo. Lately, I feel more sparkle when I'm not alone. I feel way more mysterious than when I'm by myself. So really, Ryo-chan, thank you. Filled with gratitude, I opened my mouth to speak. Thank you. Ryo, I love you. When I said thank you, as always, somehow, just today, my mouth wasn't in rebellious mode at all. Actually, it was so honest that I ended up blurting out something I totally hadn't meant to say. Wait, what did I just say? Did my mouth seriously blurt out I like you? Tsubasa-chan. Okay, sure, that's not wrong, but it's not what I meant. I meant it like as a friend. Not like let's be lovers or anything like that. So please, Ryo-chan, don't look at me like that, eyes all wide and round, holding your breath. I wasn't confessing or anything. I want to say that, but the mouth that was flapping away just a second ago won't budge. You useless thing, my totally useless mouth. Keeping quiet doesn't make you mysterious, okay? You're just a freaking screw-up, you stupid, useless mistake mouth. Oh well, see you. In the end, the only thing I could do was run away in sheer embarrassment. If I had to force a reason, yeah. Just remember this moment or whatever. Ah no, actually forget it. By tomorrow, please forget everything, okay, Ryo-chan? Ryo, see you tomorrow. In a rush, I bolted out of there. Dash, 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 not even glancing to the side. Worrying the whole time whether my face was burning red. Listen, Ryo-chan, I'm not a lesbian, okay? I didn't approach you because I'm after your body or anything like that. So, please, don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I have any shady intentions, seriously. Please believe me, you have to, okay? Section. Ryo, see you tomorrow. That's all she said before quietly walking off the rooftop, tote-tote, with those light steps of hers. Normally, I'd look at her retreating figure and think, ah, she's just embarrassed or she's so cute. But today, my chest felt uneasy, and before I knew it, I almost called out for her to wait. It just felt somehow like Tsubasa-chan might vanish. You give it your all every day, don't you get tired? I don't. Because of you, Ryo. Lately, I'd been thinking about it constantly. Why does Tsubasa-chan want to climb the angel's stairway? Why would she even think about wanting to die? I wondered if something painful had happened. I thought maybe there was something in her life she just couldn't accept. Or maybe, just maybe, she's actually an angel, and she just happened to be here on Earth for a little while. The more I thought about it, the more it led to a dead end, and I never found any answers. Not understanding her made me increasingly anxious. I didn't know what to do. My heart was full of a feeling like, what should I do? What can I do? That's why, today, I was a little relieved to understand her just a bit more. It was when I asked her, in the middle of the night, why don't you want to live forever? I already knew she didn't wish for eternity. After all, she said she wanted to climb the angel's stairway. But the reason why she didn't want eternity wasn't what I expected, because it's a lonely world. If she were to live forever, she said she'd eventually end up all alone. That's what scared her. For the first time, she let me glimpse what was beneath the surface. And even though that should have made me happy, it scared me. Because what was beneath the surface wasn't sadness. She always had that blank expression, surrounded by a mysterious air, standing there in the sunset, this girl who was trying to become an angel. That's how I saw Tsubasa-chan. Being the most important person to that girl, it made me feel so proud. She was someone special like that. We even promised to take a journey to the skies together. I thought we were close because our feelings were the same. But I realized just now that wasn't it, and that scared me. Tsubasa-chan isn't trying to die because she's hurting. She's living to the fullest, burning through all her passion, and then, when she's finally light enough, she wants to become an angel. That's what I finally understood, the way she talked about the night today. When paired with what she said the other day about sunlight, I finally began to grasp her worldview. She said that the world at night is dead, that time has stopped. If you could live only in the night, then you'd have eternity. And she also said she didn't want eternity. She doesn't want the world of night, unchanging, forever frozen in time. That was her answer. And the other day, she also said, even if you're reborn, if your memories carry over, when there's no disconnect, that's what growth means. At that point, the truth became impossible to ignore. In other words, Tsubasa-chan even sees death as a kind of growth. She believes there's a world beyond death, and she's trying to fly far, far away into it. She just wants to grow, so desperately. She's nothing like me, not at all. Because of my misunderstanding, I became obsessed with her. I thought we shared the same feeling, something dark and backward-facing, like wanting to die because it's too painful. But that feeling never even existed inside her in the first place. If you asked me if that hurt, well, yeah, a little. There was something that pricked at my chest, but more than anything. Thank you, Rio, I love you. What Tsubasa-chan said to me just now, those words weren't some kind of misunderstanding. Tsubasa-chan does love me. That at least she made perfectly clear. It was real, I could believe it. That's why even though my chest felt like a mess inside, I was able to keep a calm face on the outside. I love you too. I love you so much, Tsubasa-chan. That's why I want to be with you forever. I don't want you to grow or change. I want you to stay just the way you are for all eternity. Don't die. No, I won't let you die. I'm sorry, Tsubasa-chan. Looks like I won't be able to keep our promise after all. Chapter 17, I want to eavesdrop on the signal. I won't let Tsubasa-chan become an angel. So, what should I do to prevent that? I dove into the vast sea of the internet to search for answers. When I entered keywords like angel, prevent, and girl, all I got were useless results like angels don't have genders and they're androgynous. No, that's not it. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not here for some abstract philosophical debate. Besides, Tsubasa-chan is clearly a girl. I confirmed during swimming class that she doesn't have anything down there. She's a completely flawless, pure white girl. There isn't a single trace of boy in her. Since the internet was useless, I reluctantly turned to the school library. I figured there had to be some kind of book on this topic. I was hopeful. Then, Kishin, what are you doing? Out of nowhere, Futaba-san popped up, totally uninvited. Just my luck. I didn't call for you, Futaba-san. I know, Kishin's just a bonus. If you're here, then Tsubasa will probably show up too. And when that happens, you'll be useless. This woman, she never says anything remotely sensible. I know full well that deep down, she's just that dumb-faced, motor-mouthed garbage woman from the other day. But it still pisses me off. This is the philosophy section. Too much make-up sex with Tsubasa got you in a post-nut clarity mode. I told you already, we're not doing that. To make things worse, Futaba-san is firmly convinced that Tsubasa-chan and I are in a sexual relationship. She even seems to think I'm the one forcing it on her. That's ridiculous. A complete misinterpretation. This person's brain must be entirely soaked in lust. I'm just doing some research. If I keep talking to Futaba-san, it'll wear me out. Her annoying factor upgrades every second like some kind of Beaujolais Nouveau sales pitch. So I tried to ignore her and get back to my research. Are you looking up stuff about angels? And then, right after stirring the pot, she suddenly cuts straight to the point. Can't ignore that. Yeah, I am. When I gave her a flat stare, Futaba-san flashed a peace sign like she'd just won something. Seriously annoying. Futaba-san, would it be okay if I snapped those fingers? Listen, Kishin. This is a peace sign, not a victory via a symbol of peace. A prayerful gesture for harmony. Yeah, so what? Love and peace. The world is full of love again today. Say no to violence. If this were rock, paper, scissors, that'd be scissors, right? Basically a weapon, so I can punch it with rock. What are you talking about, Kishin? Wait, are you a sadist? Are you and Tsubasa into daily DV sex? Nope, I only feel like punching you, Futaba-san. Just you. A twisted desire made manifest. Still as deadpan as ever, Futaba-san stepped back a couple of paces. Unlike Tsubasa-chan, Futaba-san's a fake, her fear is easy to read. Glad we're on the same page, Futaba-san. Next time you say something stupid, my hand might just slip. So, hey, can I ask you something? I opened and closed my hand as I turned toward her. I think I heard her mutter. Psychopath, but I'll pretend that was just my imagination. If you're not going to hit me, then fine. I won't hit you. But if you say anything dumb, my hand's going flat. In that case, go ahead. What do you want to ask? What kind of person ends up becoming an angel? At this point, I had no pride or shame left. No matter what she thought of me, I needed answers. And if she laughed at me, well, that just meant it was time for my right hand to shine. I glanced over at Futaba-san, same expressionless mask as always. But at least she wasn't mocking my words as some kind of chuuni nonsense. That alone was a relief, even though she always makes fun of me. I still couldn't figure her out. There are two cases of humans becoming angels, Metatron and Sandalpin. The conditions for their ascensions were different. But if we extract a common factor, however arbitrary, it would be this. They were favored by God. Favored by God. Tsubasa-chan's serene, emotionless face passed through my mind. Beautiful, flawless, a face as pale as snow, Tsubasa-chan. Wings of an angel would look far too natural on her. What do I do? Tsubasa-chan's totally the kind God would like. Then, what should I do to not be favored by God? I see. Futaba-san muttered, deliberately, as she scanned my face. She probably already figured out exactly who I was worried about. Her suggestive gaze, not in a pervy way, made me squirm a little. But I didn't want to look away, so I glared back like, what? For a Kishin, you're pretty cute. Huh. Because you're cute, I'll tell you. Futaba-san's face remained as blank as ever. And yet somehow, she gave off the vibe of smiling smugly. You just have to make her fall. As I wrote this, I feared even God. I couldn't believe in God's love, only in his punishment. That level of immorality, that's what you need to aim for. She whispered that outrageous suggestion right into my ear. This person, maybe she really is a devil. Section, Tsubasa-chan, can I talk to you for a sec? After school, on the usual rooftop. Just as I was wondering which of my delusions to talk about today, Ryo-chan brought something up herself, which was rare. What's up with her? Maybe she's in the mood to be mysterious for the first time in a while? If that's the case, I'm all for it. I mean, I love talking about my own mysterious ideas, but I've come to really enjoy hearing other people's too, especially after chatting with Ryo-chan and Futaba-san. I looked at Ryo-chan with anticipation and excitement. She clutched her hands tightly against her chest, then looked me straight in the eye. Please, go on a date with me. She practically shouted it, like she was pouring her whole heart into those words. It wasn't what I expected, and I froze at the sound of it. W8, what, a date? The suddenness of it all made me panic and instinctively try to look away. But I couldn't. For some reason, she wasn't giving off her usual friendly vibe. There was something about her that made my chest tighten. Her face flushed red in the sunset, her eyes glistening like they'd passed through a prism. Her tightly clenched hands looked like they were trying to endure something. Her hair fluttered in the summer breeze, carrying a sense of unease. Ryo-chan was shining even more than usual, right in front of me. Ryo. My heart skipped a beat before I realized it. Even though we were just friends, I felt something sweet spark in my chest. I know that's not supposed to happen. Tsubasa-chan, I'd really like an answer. Looking at her, I could tell this wasn't something she said lightly. It wasn't casual or playful. She was doing her best, putting her whole heart into telling me how she felt. Those eyes, somewhere between tears and a sparkle. Looking into them, if it's you, Ryo, then okay. I just couldn't help wanting to say yes. Maybe I'm totally imagining things. Maybe Ryo-chan's just too wonderful, and I'm projecting all these dreamy effects onto the scene in front of me. But no matter what the truth is, the feeling I had in that moment, that part of me was real. I'm looking forward to our date. Ryo-chan said she wanted to go on a date with me. Maybe she just meant it like, let's hang out. But just for now, I'll let myself believe it the way I want to. Tsubasa-chan just now. No, it's nothing. Let's go, Tsubasa-chan. Emma. Ryo-chan took my hand, and the two of us dashed off the rooftop. She's just holding my hand, and yet I'm so aware of it. I'm totally blushing right now. Chapter 18, The Signal Patterns Acting Strange. Ryo-chan held my hand as we walked through the city after school. I was worried my heartbeat was so loud, she'd be able to tell just by the pulse in my hand. My mind was blank, I couldn't think straight. But just knowing I was going on a date with Ryo-chan made something inside me bounce with excitement, even if it didn't show on my face. I kept wondering things like, why all of a sudden? Or did she really mean it when she said date? But the moment we started walking hand in hand through the after-school streets, all those little questions just drifted out of my head. Why am I getting so nervous like this? Why? I licked the ice cream we bought along the way bit by bit. If I bit into it, my head would freeze up, and muttered under my breath. It wasn't even a real question, just me talking to myself. But Ryo-chan always picks up on the things I say. What's wrong, Tsubasa-chan? She stopped licking her ice cream and leaned in to peek at my face. She felt closer than usual, probably not even 10 centimeters away. Since we were holding hands, I couldn't exactly back away either. Ryo, why? With nowhere to run, I ended up asking her straight out. Why did you ask me out on a date? I couldn't escape, I was flustered, and I wanted to know, you mean this date? Yeah. Lately, Ryo-chan's been good at understanding what I want to say. Not everything, but sometimes, like now, she gets it. Yeah, that makes me happy. It feels nice being understood. Well, let's see. Ryo-chan, the one who always gets me, glanced away just for a second. Because you told me you loved me. Her cheeks flushed like apples, but she didn't avert her eyes like I would. She kept her gaze fixed on me and murmured in a slightly smaller voice than usual. She was so close, I could feel her breath. It smelled like the ice cream she'd been eating. After that, it felt like my chest was being squeezed. There was a sweet and tangy orange scent. That's why I thought I wanted to go on a date. It wasn't fair if just Futaba-san got one. As if sharing that tight feeling in her chest with me, Ryo-chan smiled. But it wasn't a natural smile. It looked a little strained, like she was forcing it. Her face was redder than before, and I could tell she was really embarrassed. I could feel Ryo-chan's flustered emotions through our joined hands. It made my own face start to heat up too. Ryo. Yeah. Your ice cream, it's melting. You're right. Before we knew it, both our hands were sticky with melting ice cream. We hurriedly let go and wiped our dirty hands with a handkerchief. When I licked my fingers, they tasted like sweet strawberry. After school, eating ice cream with a dear friend. That alone already made me feel like I was living out my youth. But even now, Ryo-chan was still holding my hand. In the long summer twilight, our shadows stretched out as two figures in the shimmering haze. Our hands, damp with sweat, were still clasped as we walked together. Before we knew it, we had arrived at a shrine. Not that we were headed anywhere in particular, it was just where our wandering feet had led us. We ended up there purely by chance, simply because our pace happened to match. It almost felt like we'd been guided there by some divine will. Even though our school's a mission school, where we're taught to fold our hands in prayer, not press them together. The shrine office is already closed. We can't buy any charms. I was kind of curious about one though, the Ungai Soten charm. Huh, what's that? They sell something like that? Ryo, tell me. Yeah. This shrine sometimes sells limited-time charms. Ungai Soten. It means that even if bad things happen, good things will eventually come. Whoa, that's a thing. Limited edition shrine goods sound kinda commercial, don't they? What should we do? Let's at least offer a prayer. Yeah, we might as well. With that light-hearted feeling, the two of us approached the offertory box. We each tossed in a few coins and gave a small bow. 2 bows, 2 claps, 1 more bow. The dry ring of the bell echoed clearly. Clap, clap, hands together, and then make a wish. Ah, I totally forgot to think of something to pray for. What do I do? At this rate, I've just thrown a 50-yen coin at the gods for no reason. That's not what I meant to do, God. I swear, I'm not here to play ding-dong ditch with the divine. I wish I can stay with Tsubasa-chan forever. Right in the middle of my mental panic, I heard her small murmur. A whisper so warm, it made me feel like I might melt. The seriousness in her voice told me she was truly, wholeheartedly praying. My thoughts, selfish and frantic just moments ago, cleared all at once. From that blank slate, words rose straight from my heart and slipped out of my mouth. I hope something good happens to Rio. I just wanted to return the feelings she gave me. I prayed to the gods for Rio-chan to be showered in happiness. She had filled my chest with so much warmth that I couldn't return it all on my own. While I prayed with all my heart, I thought only of her happiness. And when I finally raised my head after the most earnest prayer I'd ever given, my eyes met hers. A quiet moment. A silent world where our gazes locked. The sun had dipped low, shadows creeping in, and I stared straight into Rio-chan's trembling eyes. Hey, Rio-chan, that prayer you made just now, I'm sure it'll come true, because I'll always be your friend. So please let my prayer reach you too. God, I'm counting on you. A still, sacred moment in the presence of the gods, a world that belonged only to us and the divine. And then, the cawing of a crow scattered it all. As if to say, that's enough for today. Sensing that, I gave one final, deep bow. Thank you for listening, God. I'll do my best to, but if that's not enough, I'll be counting on you. Shall we go? Yeah. After our final farewell, we held hands once more. Even though our palms were damp with sweat, neither of us minded. Hey, Rio. Yeah. Thank you. I should be the one saying thank you. Right before the curtain of night fully fell. Right before we had to part ways. We walked home together, sharing the thought. Today was fun. It had been a different kind of day, one where we wandered to all sorts of places together. So yeah, I was a little tired, but it was the kind of tired that made me happy. That's why I didn't want it to end just yet. Hey, Tsubasa-chan. That moment, the moment that told me the day was coming to a close. It had grown dark enough that I could hardly see Rio-chan's face anymore. I love you too, Tsubasa-chan. As she said it, Rio-chan gave my hand a firm squeeze, without a hint of hesitation, as naturally as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it might burst. I couldn't help but squeeze her hand back just as tightly. It's something important, so remember it, okay? With one final, slightly firmer squeeze, Rio-chan let go of my hand. My hand felt lonely. See you tomorrow, Tsubasa-chan. The farewell I always say. Today, it was Rio-chan who said it instead. Unlike me, frozen in place, she walked away with light steps, like a wild rabbit disappearing into the evening. The surroundings had grown dark. Streetlights were beginning to flicker on. The first star, the only one visible from the city, blinked faintly in the sky. And there I stood. For a long while, unable to move from that spot, with my heart still pounding loudly in my chest. Rio-chan is a precious friend, my one and only best friend. The one I told the gods I'd always stay beside, the person I truly want to be with. That's why. I absolutely don't want her to hate me. And that's why I can't let myself feel this way. Back when I couldn't talk to anyone. When I spent all my time alone on the rooftop. She was the one who spoke to me. Even after learning about my weird hobbies. She never avoided me, she kept being my friend. When we had that falling out, I thought we'd never make up. I'm so bad at talking, I was sure we'd drift apart for good. But even then, she's the only girl I've ever been able to properly reconcile with. That's why. I don't want to do something I can't take back. To me, Rio-chan was the first person who ever showed me kindness. The first warmth I'd ever known. I don't want to misunderstand. Don't let me misunderstand, Rio-chan. Chapter 19. My signal reception is way too good, not a compliment. I actually said it, I told her. I told Tsubasa-chan I like her. Futaba-san, listen, I told Tsubasa-chan how I feel. You got all worked up and told her to take you. I told her I like her. We were at that usual burger joint after school, and I was telling Futaba-san the gist of what happened yesterday. Honestly, I didn't want to tell her anything. It's a memory meant to be just between me and Tsubasa-chan, but still, it's a fact that Futaba-san set the stage for it all. So this report is a duty. Yeah, a duty. It's not because my heart is too small to keep something this big stuffed in my chest pocket or anything. Just a little bit. Receiving these feelings that were spilling out of my metaphorical pocket, Futaba-san, as usual, didn't move a muscle on her expressionless face. So you confessed and slept with her. It wasn't a confession, okay. She just blurts out shameless stuff with zero tact or emotional sensitivity. It's like reading too much Dazai warped her brain into an STD. So it's just physical between you two. It's an emotional connection. MMGH. I shoved a hamburger into her pervy mouth to shut up that chatty little thing. If she's not talking, at least I don't have to deal with how unbearable her face is. You've got a rotten personality, Futaba-san. She's always annoying. Even now, she's just enjoying the whole situation. Just like that time she gave me the push I needed to make up with Tsubasa-chan. Munch munch, gulp. Kishin, suddenly jamming it in my mouth like that, so indecent. And that, right there, is what makes her the worst. Her word choices are truly atrocious. Her personality's trash too, so the only redeeming thing about her is how observant she is of others. But even that, when paired with her mean-spirited nature that nitpicks people's flaws, turns her into a full-blown mockery monster. She's the kind of person who, if she ends up single and jobless, could become one of those dangerous, nothing-to-lose types. The only indecent thing here is your imagination, Futaba-san. I told you it's platonic. Kishin, you've got a high sex drive, so you get hysterical quickly. It's annoying. Tsubasa should handle that for you. You always say stuff like that. You're the worst. Why does she always try to make me and Tsubasa-chan do lewd stuff? She likes Tsubasa-chan too, doesn't she? Is it because she's a pervert? Then let me ask you this. She brushed off my protests like usual, in one ear and out the other. I was about to get annoyed like always, but before I could, she continued calmly, like nothing had happened. Kishin, what would you do if Tsubasa and I kissed? I'd kill you. She asked such a ridiculous question. I ended up giving a ridiculous answer. Maybe when the premise is broken, the answer naturally follows. Sudden death threat, I'm shaking in my boots. Even though you're expressionless. Kishin, you're serious. What the hell does Futaba-san even think I am? Even if I'm rotten, I'm still Tsubasa-chan's friend. At most, I'd hang her in a swimsuit from the school gate. But ignoring my inner vow, Futaba-san continued speaking. As if there was an inevitable conclusion waiting. But if you can't forgive that, then you do understand. Futaba-san's face was still blank, but she had one obvious difference from Tsubasa-chan, her eyes. Tsubasa-chan's eyes are always clear and see-through, but not Futaba-san's. In place of her unmoving face, her eyes do a lot of talking. Right now, they're dull and half-lidded. That's her "I'm so done with you" look. She has no idea how I feel. I said it at the beginning, didn't I? I told Tsubasa-chan I like her. Was that a confession? And not really. Useless. Shut up. Tsubasa-chan told me she liked me, honestly, from the heart, up on the rooftop. I just wanted to respond to that. To her friendship. Tsubasa-chan's "I like you" isn't, you know, that kind of like. She meant she treasures me as a friend, that's all. That is what she meant, right? Tsubasa likes you, Kishin. Not in the gross way you keep suggesting, Futaba-san. Did you ask Tsubasa that? I don't need to ask. That would never happen. Forcing everything into a romantic narrative is way more unnatural. Besides, it's not like I just want to be with Tsubasa-chan, that's all. It's not like that. When I'm with her, I feel like I've finally found someone. Like a true comrade in this world, an ally, a partner in crime, a precious compass. After spending time together, I realized maybe I was mistaken. But even so, I still want to be with Tsubasa-chan. She's cute, lovable, pure, translucent, like the colors of the sunset. She's wonderful. Just looking at her fills me with energy. I want to keep watching her. I love it when she says, "See you tomorrow." It makes me look forward to tomorrow. To me, Tsubasa-chan is not just in school, she's my anchor in life. What do you call something like this again? Right, that's it. Tsubasa-chan is my Oshi. That's it, that's what this is. That vague sense of guilt that's been drifting in my chest all this time, it's finally been refined into something clear. My heart's telling me with certainty, this is the answer. Like how Dazai is for me. I don't want to lump her in with that, but yeah, probably. Yeah, this fits. Tsubasa-chan is someone I can truly support. Just thinking that gives me strength. HMPH. That's why, Futaba-san, don't say any more weird stuff, okay? I'm fully armed with logic, completely airtight. I was on cloud 9, crushing Futaba-san's false accusations with no mercy. Never again do I want her to say such insulting things, like I'm eyeing Tsubasa-chan like a creep, or that I'm just waiting to pounce and satisfy my carnal urges. Tsubasa-chan is my Oshi, after all. And yet, you still expect something in return from Tsubasa. What did you just say? You're spineless and gutless. Kindly refrain from baseless slander. You're just taking the easy way out. There you go mocking me again. Normally, I might have wanted to give her a little slap for that. But right now, my heart felt clear, light, and refreshed. She actually listened to what I had to say, and even Futaba-san's usual snide remarks just rolled off me. Because I'd finally defined exactly what Tsubasa-chan meant to me. Daz once wrote, "When you're too embarrassed to say something, it means you value yourself." It's not embarrassment, I just couldn't put it into words until now. Right now, I might be unstoppable. That moment of realization felt truly life-changing, from the bottom of my heart. Kishin, what's with your periodic mental breakdowns? Did the dirty part of your soul short-circuit from telling pure, innocent Tsubasa that you like her? Is your brain fried now? Poor Tsubasa, I've got to help her. Futaba-san, that whisper was small, but I heard it. If you're going to insult me, say it clearly, so I can punch you properly. The worst. That's my line, as always. Futaba-san stared at me with that same blank expression, but her eyes screamed total exasperation. I could tell she was mocking me for being so giddy, but I was in such a good mood that I decided to let it slide, for now. You really are the worst right now, Kishin. I've heard that one too many times, Futaba-san. She always says that. I just let it wash over me and started humming a little tune, already thinking about what I'd do next time I see Tsubasa-chan. Maybe I'll make a fan with Tsubasa-chan love written on it. Section. Today, the sunset felt especially long. It really made me realize that summer's here. It's kind of amazing how the days stretch out, like we get more time to live and do things. Though in my case, all I ever really do is sit up here on the rooftop and watch the sun go down. Summer. After the exams, it'll be summer break. Will Ryo-chan come see me during break too? Today, for the first time in a while, I started thinking about Ryo-chan not being next to me, and it made me feel a little uneasy. But at the same time, strangely relieved. Because yesterday, "I like you too, Tsubasa-chan." She said that to me. Even if she didn't mean it seriously, even if I'm not supposed to take it at face value, if someone says something like that to you, you do start thinking about it. The flutter in my chest from that moment still hadn't gone away. That bittersweet feeling still clung to me. I told myself I'd have to get a handle on it, that the next time I saw Ryo-chan, I'd be able to talk to her like normal. It's fine, it's totally fine. Ryo-chan just said it as a friend, like, not love, just like. And besides, if I did get the wrong idea. Tsubasa-chan, two girls can't make a baby, you know. Even if your soul was a boy in your past life, and you're some kind of eternal virgin, you're a girl now. Wait, hold on. Are you trying for an immaculate virgin conception or something? Sorry, Tsubasa-chan, but even you can't make that not gross. If the conversation actually went there, and Ryo-chan never came near me again, I'd totally lose it. That's why I'm not crushing on her. I'm not trying to do any weird virgin miracle stuff either. That's the honest truth, so please believe me. Twisting up inside with that prayer. Please don't start hating me, Ryo-chan. I suddenly heard the rooftop door creak open. My spine jolted straight. After all, there's only one person who ever comes up here, and it's not exactly the kind of moment where I could say, "Oh, what a coincidence, I was just thinking about you." The stuff I'd been imagining was way too ridiculous for that. Still, I had to look. Even if I was scared, I had to check, so I turned around and saw. "Tsubasa, I need to talk to you." It was the exception. Futaba-san was standing there. Honestly, I felt kind of relieved. If it had been Ryo-chan, I think I might have blurted out something completely insane. While my face stayed neutral, I let myself exhale internally as Futaba-san silently walked right up to me. "Tsubasa. Listen to me." "What is it, Futaba?" There was something unusually serious in Futaba-san's eyes. It made me straighten my back just a little. It felt like she was about to say something important. And then Futaba-san said, "Kishane's broken. Her brain's gone full sugar-coated syphilitic space case. Help me fix her." She said something unbelievable. What? I seriously had no idea what she just said. Please forgive me for not grasping Futaba-san's words the first time around. What even is sugar-coated syphilitic space case supposed to mean? Chapter 20. Everyone's already a walking radio tower. I'd been thinking about it since yesterday. What Futaba-san said, that Ryo-chan's brain had turned into some floaty sugar syphilis mess. What even is floaty sugar syphilis? What exactly is happening to Ryo-chan? Was it related to her telling me she liked me, or was I just being self-absorbed? No way to know unless I talked to her in person. Still feeling weird about it, and kind of sleep-deprived, I dragged myself to school the next morning, rubbing my droopy eyes as I walked in. And what greeted me was, "Good morning, Tsubasa-chan." A strangely cheerful Ryo-chan, smiling from ear to ear. "Yeah, she's cute. Morning, Ryo. Hee, today's gonna be a great day." Right. She was very chipper. It wasn't her usual calm aura, her excitement practically radiated off her. But despite what Futaba-san said, there was no sign of her being dangerously out of it. Not even a hint. It was probably just another case of Futaba-san blowing things out of proportion. She made it sound so serious, I ended up getting worried for no reason. After school. Same place as always. Yep, got it, Tsubasa-chan. She looked so happy, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Thanks to that, the awkwardness I'd been feeling all by myself just melted away. If she's acting like nothing's wrong, then yeah, guess I really was just overthinking everything. Good, I'm glad I didn't jump to conclusions and do anything weird. Section. And so, after school. I honestly believed that our usual time together would begin, just like always. "I'm here, Tsubasa-chan." But the Ryo-chan who showed up on the rooftop was clearly not okay. In each hand she held giant fans, one read Tsubasa-chan love, and the other I love you, TSUBSA. Across her forehead, she wore a headband that said TSUBSA for life. There stood Ryo-chan, confusing mysterious with mistaken, right in front of me. Goodbye, normal days. Hello, nightmare made real. Kishin snapped. It was only now that Futaba-san's words from yesterday finally made sense. Ryo-chan, she's lost her mind. Ryo, what is that? Oh, you noticed, Tsubasa-chan. She fanned herself with a grin like this was totally normal. She shoved it in my face so blatantly, there was no way not to notice. Not that I wanted to. I would have preferred to never notice, ever. What even is that? Seriously, what? What happened to you, Ryo-chan? Did you slam your head into a utility pole and go poof? I'm glad you asked, Tsubasa-chan. You left me no choice, Ryo-chan. If I didn't ask, my brain was going to short-circuit next. These fans and the headband, right? They're part of my Tsubasa-chan Ultrastan gear collection. Like super limited edition. Ultrastan gear. And with this, I can cheer on Tsubasa-chan for all her hard work every day. Ryo-chan continued spouting nonsense, beaming with a radiant smile like it was the most natural thing in the world. It felt like meeting a friend for the first time in a day only to find out she'd joined some shady cult. A cult where I'm the guru, apparently. I genuinely have no idea what happened in her head. For the first time, I understand why important people try to ban idol worship. Why? The reality she slammed into me was more extreme than anything I could have imagined, and it nearly broke my brain. Still, I scraped together the last of my willpower to get an answer. Ryo-chan, what the hell happened to you? And then, with an oddly sharp, serious look on her face, Ryo-chan declared, I realized that Tsubasa-chan is my Oshi, and she's the cutest girl in the whole world. She said it proudly, like she'd uncovered the truth of the universe. Completely unaware, she'd just confirmed that she'd lost her damn mind. Cool and mysterious or beautiful, I could have handled that. But cute, the Ryo-chan I thought was kind of amazing that day, the friend who said something wonderful to me in the sunset. That person was now saying things like this, things that didn't make sense anymore. What am I even supposed to do? Ryo, you're weird. Tsubasa-chan. I couldn't bear to look at her. Ryo-chan, who'd totally lost it and started idolizing me like I was some celebrity. I turned and ran off the rooftop in a half sprint. I could hear her calling after me, but for now, I ignored everything. Because my head was about to explode, I never wanted to see Ryo-chan like this. Section, Futaba. We need to talk. Knew you'd come sooner or later. After fleeing the rooftop, I headed straight for the library. Because the only friend I could count on was Futaba-san. I also figured she probably knew something about what was going on. Ryo's weird, what is that? When I tried to say Ryo-chan's totally lost it, what the heck is going on with her? My mouth kindly simplified it for me. And because I was so blunt, Futaba-san's answer was equally concise. She's got full-blown floaty sugar syphilis, dumbass Kishin mode. That's wow, but honestly kind of accurate. I wanted to forgive her, but this was the kind of Ryo-chan that was just really hard to forgive. Why? Realizing that something was happening gave me the clarity to seek out the root of it. I just wanted Ryo-chan to go back to normal as soon as possible. Because if she stayed like that forever, I might really lose it myself. Then listen, Tsubasa. Futaba-san nodded with unusual gravity, and she began to explain what happened yesterday, everything she saw from her perspective about Ryo-chan. Yesterday, Kishan was giddy. Said she liked you, then her brain short-circuited. Yeah, she did say that. Ryo-chan told me she liked me. It made me happy, but also uneasy. I wanted to take it seriously, but knew I couldn't let myself. That's why my heart had been all twisted up, right up until I saw Ryo-chan again just now. And then the Ryo-chan I saw dropped all that straight into the garbage. She's been in La La Land ever since. But sometimes I saw this look on her face, like she was really weighed down. Hearing that made something click, that look Ryo-chan had on the rooftop sometimes. She seemed lonely, sad, her eyes would drop a little. I thought it was just how the light hit her in the sunset, but maybe she really was struggling with something. Tsubasa, do you know why? I didn't. I kept telling myself it was nothing. If I'd been paying more attention to Ryo-chan, maybe her screws wouldn't have come loose. Maybe she wouldn't have gone from mysterious to full-on signal tower mode, declaring me her Oshi. Maybe I just missed the SOS my friend was sending me. The more I thought about it, the more my mood sank. I care about Ryo-chan so much, and yet I didn't notice a thing. By the way, I know. That's why her next words slipped cleanly into my ears. I know what caused Kishin to contract sudden-onset fairyland syphilis. It felt like a lifeline being tossed to me while I was drowning. You know. Yup, I do. Thanks to that, the crushing sadness I'd been falling into slowly began to clear. There's a huge difference between knowing nothing and maybe knowing something. Tell me, Futaba. Sure. That's why, from the bottom of my heart, I was truly grateful to Futaba-san. It felt like a halo was shining behind her. Like she was the savior I'd been waiting for, my heart was dangerously close to falling into a Ryo-style cult devotion. I realized, in a quiet way, this is what it feels like to be saved. But hey, Tsubasa. Futaba-san leaned in close to my ear. Call me by my name. Her tone didn't change. That flat, unobstructed voice cut clean through everything. She wanted me to call her by name, to treat her more like a friend. For a split second, I hesitated. A pang of guilt flitted through my chest, thinking of someone else. Remembering that cold way she usually acted made something twist inside me. But then, Futaba-san spoke again. Yesterday, I had burgers with Kishin, just the two of us. Still expressionless, she threw out that one line, like she already knew exactly what I was hung up on and was swatting it aside. It made me feel awkward, unsettled, and for some reason it stung a little. I see. I accepted it with a quiet nod. She doesn't casually hang out with me like that. But I guess I can't blame her. I don't talk much. I probably come off as boring. With a mess of complicated feelings tangled in my chest, I finally said it. Misao. MHM, good job. I said it before I could really understand why. Futaba-san was still expressionless, but she raised a finger to the corner of her lips. I'm happy. Thank you, Tsubasa. She gently pressed her cheek upward with her finger, forcing a smile for me. And I couldn't help but feel warm inside, seeing that clumsy little smile. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you, Misao-chan. Section. Tsubasa, listen. And just like that, we launched into an emergency strategy, meeting to bring Ryo-chan back to her senses. I asked about the cause, but Misao-chan said she wanted to explain the cure first. Kishin's brain is currently malfunctioning. Unfortunately, that was a cold, hard fact. Too cold, too hard. Because Ryo-chan right now is clearly not okay. To fix it, we need to give her a shock. A shock? Yes, Kishin's brain is like a show wire appliance. You need to hit it at a 45-degree angle to get it working again. There was some obvious bias in that analogy, but Misao-chan was the only one I could rely on right now, so I stayed quiet and kept listening. That's why we destroy it. Destroy what? Kishin's brain. What do you mean? We destroy Kishin's brain to purge the fairyland syphilis. Leave no room for excuses, force her feelings out. From both of you. I don't really get it. Wouldn't destroying a show wire appliance just break it beyond repair? That thought made me kind of nervous. But still, she seemed really confident. Even with that blank expression, I could tell she was making a smug face. She looked at me with those clear, steady eyes that seemed to say, just trust me. Chapter 21. Brain-breaking, electromagnetic mental health. So that's the plan. Yeah. After that, we wrapped up our whispering session in the library and came up with a strategy to snap Ryo-chan back to her senses. I still wasn't sure if doing this was really okay, but just a bit ago, Misao-chan said, in every sense of the word, if I accept it, there's no going back. That's why I can't accept it. She told me something really important. So with the urgency growing in my chest, I headed for the rooftop. While holding hands with Misao-chan. Section, rooftop, dusk, I had a twinge of anxiety that she might have already left, but Ryo-chan was still there, waiting. Still, whether that gave me relief was another question entirely. My back prickled with tension. Honestly, part of me was hoping she had gone home already, because what we were about to do to her was kind of cruel. Tsubasa-chan. And Futaba-san, what are you doing? Holding hands. For a brief moment, Ryo-chan smiled. But that smile quickly faded into the shadows of the evening. She saw us holding hands. And Misao-chan, like she was showing off on purpose. Tsubasa-chan, come here. Too bad we're holding hands. Tsubasa can't move. The atmosphere thickened with a weird kind of tension. The kind that ties your stomach into knots. Just like Misao-chan predicted, Ryo-chan's expression disappeared, and Misao-chan squeezed my hand tighter than she ever had before. Jealous. Don't interfere, Futaba-san. Something dark seeped out of Ryo-chan. I could feel it, not a happy emotion at all. Her gaze slipped past Misao-chan and locked onto me, sharp and scary. Why don't you grab a fan and cheer us on? Go, Tsubasa. Look over here. Are you mocking me? Do you think I'm not? I took a step back, wanting to hide. The two who were always so kind to me felt terrifying in this moment, but I couldn't back down. Because I couldn't stand the thought of Ryo-chan staying like this. I stared straight at her, hoping she'd understand how I felt. Like, let's stop being weird, okay, Ryo-chan. Why are you trying to make me mad? You're already mad. You're the one making me feel this way. As Ryo-chan tried to step toward me, Misao-chan raised our clasped hands again. Kishin, don't move. Tsubasa's my friend, but right now, she's a hostage. If you try anything, I'll kiss her. Why? That part wasn't in the plan. Don't mess around. What's messed up is the way you're dressed. You look ridiculous. This is out of love for Tsubasa-chan. She's my Oshi. Then how about this? Just wave your fan and watch while Tsubasa and I get along. A girl flirting with Tsubasa-chan, so cute, so shippable. Ryo-chan's face was redder than the sunset. Her body was trembling, quivering, and a faint glimmer of moisture shimmered at the corners of her eyes. She had snapped both of the paper fans she'd been holding. Do you really want to get stabbed that badly, Futaba Misao? Are you just looking for an excuse to stab me? I've got plenty already. Then let me give you an even better reason to want to stab me, Tsubasa. Huh? Now of all times? Seriously? I looked at Misao-chan, but her expression didn't so much as twitch. Instead, she stared right back at me, silently urging me to go on. She had told me beforehand, when the time is right, say this to Ryo-chan. I kind of understood what it meant, but still here, now, if I said it, I had a feeling Ryo-chan would completely lose it. Tsubasa. Even so, Misao-chan said my name again, softly but firmly, pushing me forward. I was the one who asked Misao-chan for help in the first place. I can't just hide behind her forever. I don't want to. But I was still a little scared, so this time, I took Misao-chan's hand. And when she squeezed it back with the same strength, I finally made up my mind. Misao, friend. Ryo, don't fight. What Misao-chan had told me to do was to say her name, Misao, in front of Ryo-chan. Simple, but not really. Because Ryo-chan had always said I was her number one. So then, who's my number one? That's what Misao-chan's plan was meant to make Ryo-chan think about. She explained it like this. If I said someone else's given name, it would make that person seem special to me too. If, even after that, Ryo-chan still said she could support me, then she should give up. Because that kind of feeling was no different from being a fan. But if she got mad, if she couldn't stand the idea of me having a special person who wasn't her, then that meant. Then it's not just being a fan. Daze wrote, love is the highest form of service. You mustn't think of your own satisfaction at all. Then what about Kishin's feelings? That selfish need to have all of Tsubasa to herself, what is that really? That feeling of someone being special. That unshakable pull toward that one person, stronger than with anyone else. That feeling called love. Why Tsubasa-chan? A single tear, then another, slid down Ryo-chan's cheek. The sunset was beautiful, but her tears made it feel like it had suddenly started to rain. She was crying, real tears, because she truly cared about me. Her face was so pure, like even she didn't understand why she was crying. Before I realized it, I had let go of Misao-chan's hand. Ji-Lu's. Misao-chan, thank you for everything up to now, but I'm sorry. Ryo-chan is hurting right now, because I hurt her. Did I make you burn? I'm sorry for going off the plan, but it's enough now. I think Ryo-chan understands. I like you, Ryo, you're my special one, so enough with the weird stuff. Don't push me away with all that, just a fan talk. It's scary, this feeling of love, but I'm scared too. I love you. So let's look for excuses together, okay? Ones that let us stay close. Ones that let us be ourselves, without being lonely. And little by little, let's confirm our feelings. Let's figure it out together, what exactly this thing between us really is. Because we're going to be together always. Don't rush. If you're feeling unsure, I'll stay right by your side. But don't run off on your own. And if you do run, make sure you take me with you. I'm sorry for being mean. Let's worry about it together, Ryo-chan. And I'm really, really sorry. I won't do it again, so please forgive me. I looked right into her eyes, her irises trembling in front of me, so close I could reach out and touch her, just like on our last date. And then Ryo-chan stepped forward. She wrapped me in a tight, strong hug. It was like she was saying, I'll forgive you, but I'm never letting go. So I hugged her back with everything I had. Like we were both sealing up this fountain inside our hearts, keeping it from overflowing. Because we still need just a little more time. Both our hearts were pounding like crazy. This fountain in our hearts, it's kinda bittersweet, isn't it? Kishin, got anything to say? That was seriously messed up. Still holding me with one arm, Ryo-chan slowly untied the Tsubasa is my life headband, then tossed it aside. The headband caught the breeze and floated gently away, hopefully no one ever picks it up. Have you come to your senses? That was the worst, seriously. You and me too. And me. I don't know. Turning her head away, Ryo-chan actually sulked for once. I could totally feel how pouty she was, even just from how tightly she was still hugging me. But this was the Ryo-chan I knew, the kind of person who always made me feel safe, always cute. That said, this was also getting a little too intense, and I really needed her to ease up on the squeeze. Ryo, let go. Not that I really wanted her to, okay? But still, if she kept hugging me that tight, something might actually snap. So just ease up a little. Yeah, I'll let go. Despite her words, she hugged me even tighter. My stomach got squeezed, physically pretty hard. Wait, am I not forgiven after all? Am I about to be finished off right now? Yeah, okay, I probably deserve it. I was being kinda awful. But first, Futaba, you need to leave. You're calling me without honorifics now. Because your personality's the worst. About as bad as Kishin's. You shut up. Best of luck to you both. And none of your business. And just like that, Misao-chan, who had been totally on my side until now, quietly made her exit from the rooftop. Probably because I went off script. Fellow accomplice, please don't forget me. I was scared all the time. That Tsubasa-chan would drift off to some faraway world, someplace I could never reach her. But then, hearing what Tsubasa-chan had said, she finally realized it had all been a misunderstanding. She'd heard let go as talk to me. I'm glad, so she wasn't about to stab me after all. If that's the case, I can survive this tight hug. Emotionally, I mean. You're so see-through, Tsubasa-chan, like you might just melt into the atmosphere before I even notice you're gone. But that little bit of relief didn't last long. She started talking about how I'd worried her by staying so quiet, and just like that, my guilt came flooding back. I'm sorry. That time we went to the shrine, I got carried away. You stayed with me, played with me like it was fun even though it was just me, and you made a wish with me, prayed for my happiness. Yeah, but when she started talking about that date, Ryo-chan's tone changed. It softened, like she was sharing something truly important. Every word she said was steeped in joy. When I thought that Tsubasa-chan might actually stay, that you wouldn't go anywhere, I got so happy. So happy and so full of joy, and that's why it hurt. Hurt? If you were always going to be by my side, then maybe that means we're something more than just friends. The words more than friends made my heart skip a beat. It felt like she'd seen right through me, like she knew exactly what I'd been trying not to think about. That's why I kept worrying, kept thinking about it over and over. I kept telling myself that kind of relationship wasn't okay, and eventually I landed on something. The concept of an oshi. Oshi. Oh, so that's how she came to that conclusion. I'd been kind of scared, like she'd suddenly gone off the deep end, but now that I understood the reason behind it, I felt relieved. Because maybe, just maybe, she was feeling the same way I was. With you, I was sure I could love you unconditionally. I had total confidence that no one could ever love you more than I do. I love you most too, Rio. Harem happy, thank you, Tsubasa-chan, but I was naive. When I saw you getting close to Futaba, my head just turned into a mess. She was smiling now, like she'd gotten everything off her chest, but her words still made my heart sting. I'm really sorry for being so mean. I'm sorry. I'll forgive you, just this once, because you said we'd always be together. What if I hadn't said it? Then I might have made sure you'd never be able to leave me. I nodded, that made sense. My chest felt all fluttery, like something soft was brushing against it. The way Ryo-chan cared about me, it tickled in the best way. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Let's figure out this fluttery feeling together. Yeah. Let's figure it out, what this feeling in my chest really is. And let's worry about it together, okay, Tsubasa-chan? Together. We held each other tightly, letting our feelings speak for us. We didn't need words, so we used our arms instead. My heart is full. My chest is overflowing with Ryo-chan. Section. It had been 2 weeks since the day I promised to always be with Tsubasa-chan. Even now, just thinking about that day makes me restless. My heart starts fluttering, and I just can't sit still. Because Tsubasa-chan is still as wonderful and adorable as ever. Because every single day, I realize all over again just how much I love her. Which is probably why I barely got any studying done for exams. I nearly failed and just barely avoided getting stuck in remedial classes. It's all Tsubasa-chan's fault, really. In the middle of these endlessly happy days, there was one just before summer break when we went up to the rooftop again, the place that had become so precious to us. Rio, I think we might be able to see it. I thought it'd be like usual, Tsubasa-chan sharing one of her charming, mysterious little philosophies. Something difficult but exciting. But today felt different. Tsubasa-chan was smiling, faintly, just the slightest, softest smile. And the moment I saw it, I froze in surprise. My heart wouldn't stop pounding. Tsubasa-chan was smiling. I got to see her smile. It made me feel so proud, I wanted to shout it to the world. See what, I wonder? What can we see, Tsubasa-chan? Summer vacation was just around the corner, and I couldn't hold back the giddiness bubbling inside me. So I asked her, lighthearted, excited, because I wanted to know what had made her smile like that, what beautiful idea she'd glimpsed this time. I think we might be able to see a ladder to heaven. The moment she said that, it felt like the whole world stopped moving. At least that's how it felt. Tsubasa-chan, why? Chapter 22, May the Signal Never Reach the Sky. The first day of summer break. Rain fell at dusk. Thick clouds covered the sky, and a gentle wind stirred the air. The rain wasn't heavy, but the sky remained shrouded in clouds for hours. All things considered, the conditions weren't bad at all. Probably the best chance in this lifetime. It was the perfect day to see the Angel's Ladder, also known as crepuscular rays or the Stairway of Angels. The great literary master, Kenji Miyazawa, apparently called them pipes of light on a heavenly organ. I'd been waiting on the rooftop all this time, and it looked like the moment I'd hoped for was finally coming. Just thinking about it made my heart flutter with excitement. That glimmer I'd seen in my past life, the light so beautiful it made the air feel light. A sight that could make you feel blessed just by looking at it, like everything inside you could be cleansed away. A fragment of the gods' world, spilling from the sky. Maybe the land of the gods really does exist, hidden between the clouds. Just kidding. Still, the chance to see it had finally come, and I was totally hyped. It's not like it was guaranteed, and it wouldn't be strange if it didn't show up at all. But you know, the way things have been going for me lately, I really feel like I will get to see it. Ever since I met Ryo-chan, life's been fun. Before, I used to just sit up here alone on the roof, daydreaming. but Ryo-chan brought color to that lonely little world of mine. Talking is fun, calling each other by name feels special, and holding hands makes me all fidgety. When we fight, it gets hard to breathe. When I upset her, I get all gloomy, and when I tease her, it makes my chest ache. Every day used to be painted in the same sunset hue, but after meeting Ryo-chan, the world suddenly became so vivid, it's dizzying. Now I've started looking forward to tomorrow, thinking something wonderful might be waiting. That's why I really think I'll see it. I'll see the angel's ladder. It's all just wishful thinking, but wouldn't it be amazing if it came true? I'd once asked Ryo-chan if she wanted to watch it with me, and it flustered her, so this time I'm going alone and planning to show her the photos afterward. I'll do my best to take something beautiful, and then we can look at them together and get all mysterious about it, okay, Ryo-chan? And actually, well, I'm looking forward to seeing the angel's ladder, but just as much, I'm looking forward to looking at the photos with Ryo-chan. If I can take something really pretty and it makes her happy, I'll be over the moon. Ryo, I think we might see it. So Ryo-chan. What do you think you might see, Tsubasa-chan? If you look at the photo I took, and you feel something from it, I think we might see the angel's ladder. Next time, I want us to go see it together. If you say yes, then it'll mean I invited you on a date. A date with Ryo-chan, I can't say it directly, so I'll borrow a little courage from the gods. I can't stop trembling already. And then, on the day itself, under a sky of light rain, I stood on the school rooftop, praying like Moses for a miracle, that a beam of light might break through the clouds. The rooftop door, where no one was supposed to come, creaked open with a heavy noise. Then came the sound of footsteps approaching. Tsubasa-chan, you're not using an umbrella. Ryo-chan, who I thought couldn't come, was standing there beneath the rainy sky. For a moment, a fleeting hope stirred in my chest. Maybe she came to see the angel's ladder with me. You'll catch a cold. But something felt off, something about Ryo-chan's presence. Maybe it was because the sky was overcast instead of bathed in sunset light. But today Ryo-chan seemed somehow downcast. Are you okay? Worried, I gently supported her by the shoulders. On days like this, when the air pressure tends to spike, maybe she's especially sensitive to it, I thought. I'm not okay. Yet despite how weak her voice sounded, she clung to me with a shocking strength. It actually hurt a little. Ryo. A sharp pain pricked across my back. She was squeezing me so tightly, even her nails had started digging in. Ryo-chan, what's going on? Are you hurting? Are you in pain? If you are, just tell me. If you're suffering, I'll help you right away. Hey, Tsubasa-chan, will you listen to me? Yeah. So I let her talk, just as she was. Even though she was still holding me tight, I could feel the desperation in her grip. I rubbed her back gently, like I was just laying a hand there. It's okay now, I tried to pour that into the way I touched her. You're so kind, Tsubasa-chan. But you're cruel too. Her nails dug in deeper. They were probably going to leave marks. Was she afraid? Afraid of what, Ryo-chan? What is it? What did you want to tell me? It's about me. Okay. I stayed quiet, resisting the urge to react. I just listened. All I wanted was for Ryo-chan to calm down. It wasn't the kind of story I'd imagined, some physical pain or illness. But thinking about it, she never really talked about herself much, did she? Tell me. When I gently urged her, Ryo-chan gave a tiny nod. I've always hated myself. She began to speak in a soft, trembling voice. And I reached around to hold her too, hoping it would ease her burden, even a little. I'm apparently a good girl. That's why I was confused. I didn't understand how that connected to what she just said. After all, Ryo-chan had always been kind to me in so many ways. If someone asked me whether she was a good person, I'd say yes without hesitation. But her face was far from cheerful. In fact, it was only getting darker. What did being a good girl mean to Ryo-chan? I'm not very good at handling things. That whisper by my ear was filled with self-derision. Even though she was smiling faintly, there was nothing happy about it. And the arms wrapped around me hadn't relaxed in the slightest. My mom and dad both went to good schools, got into good universities, and landed good jobs. They're smart, capable, and can do almost anything with ease. Rather than letting go, she clung to me even more tightly, like she was hanging on just to survive. And I noticed Ryo-chan's arms were trembling. And yet, even though I'm their child, I can't do anything. I have to push myself so hard, go through so much just to get decent grades. And even then, I don't like sports. I'm not good at anything else either. I don't have a single redeeming quality. She was half smiling, but her voice was laced with tears. The light drizzle falling around us felt like it was just Ryo-chan's sadness spilling over. No redeeming qualities? That's not true at all. I don't really get scolded by my mom or dad, she continued. They just sigh, like they're thinking, how could she stumble over something so simple? You know what that means, right? Sighing like that, it's what people do after they've already given up on you. It was overwhelming, such biting self-deprecation, so relentless it bordered on painful. Her self-esteem was dangerously low. I only just now realized something that important. What have I been seeing when I looked at Ryo-chan all this time? But still, my mom and dad, deep down, they're convinced there must be something good about me, because I'm their daughter. They want to believe that, and so. She buried her face against my back. Her voice was muffled, but I heard it clearly. Ryo is a good girl, though. That's the only identity my parents ever gave me. That's what she meant, back when she first said she was a good girl. I finally understood. In other words, Ryo-chan believes they only say that because there's nothing else to compliment her on, that it's just something they settle on saying. It's all a lie, I'm not a good girl. She couldn't praise herself. And even when others did, it all just sounded like empty flattery. A girl who couldn't see a single thing good about herself. That's who Ryo-chan really was, and every word out of her mouth now made that heartbreakingly clear. She'd been carrying that suffocating weight for so long. I was always wondering, why can't I do anything right? That feeling of inferiority wouldn't go away. Because my little sister, 2 years younger than me, she takes after our parents. She could do just about anything. So she had a younger sister, one who was apparently very gifted. If she's anything like Ryo-chan, she's probably sweet and adorable too. But maybe that's exactly why it made things worse. Maybe Ryo-chan always felt like she was being compared. I started resenting my parents. I wanted to avoid my sister. So, I enrolled in a school far from home, moved out. I thought maybe, if I lived on my own, I could finally be free of this heavy feeling in my chest. So Ryo-chan had been living alone too. But it didn't help at all. The heaviness, the pain and blackness in my chest, it didn't go away. I've been drowning this whole time. In this ugly, black tar that fills my heart, I've just been sinking in it. From the start, Ryo-chan had only been saying things that hurt herself, crying out that she was in pain, begging. She'd been carrying this around, all alone, through so many nights. I wish I had noticed sooner. There's no good girl anywhere. I'm not anything anymore, there's nothing left of me. I pulled Ryo-chan into a tight embrace. I wanted her to feel it, that she wasn't alone, that I was right here. Then what am I? If I don't have anything left, why am I even still breathing? No, that's not okay. Don't say any more. Don't hurt yourself any further. Ryo is Ryo, and to me, you're someone irreplaceable, even after knowing how filthy my heart is. This time, it was my turn to hold her as tightly as I could. I wanted to share even a little bit of the loneliness and sadness overflowing from Ryo-chan's heart. I love you. I poured everything into those words, my feelings, my honesty. If she truly felt like she was nothing, then I wanted us to decide together from now on who she was going to be. Ryo-chan is already wonderful, but I know we can keep filling her heart with even more, just like the other day, when mine had overflowed with that same sweet, aching feeling. Tsubasa-chan, do you really think you love me? Believe me, I've always been on Ryo-chan's side. No matter what happens, always. With that unwavering conviction, I answered her clearly, and then Ryo-chan. Then, if you had to choose between the angel's ladder and me, which would you pick? Ryo. For a second, I wondered why she'd even ask me to compare those two. But if I had to choose, then without question, it would be Ryo-chan. Because to me, she's already someone I could never replace. I see then, would you come with me to where I live? Could you leave this place right now? Ryo-chan was testing me, like she was reaching out in the middle of her anxiety, trying desperately to hold on to something. Okay. There was no way I could brush aside that fragile, trembling hand. Right now, more than the sky, I chose to take Ryo-chan's hand, the most important hand in the world to me. I decided I could reach for the sky again some other time. At last, the strength in her arms began to ease. The nails that had dug into me slipped quietly away. I'm sorry, Tsubasa-chan. I believe you, I love you too. And then we took a small step back and looked at each other. Ryo-chan's face was red and swollen from all the crying. Section. Tsubasa-chan was probably planning to leave today, to free herself from everything and become 21 grams lighter. But when I called out to her, she stopped. She didn't care about getting tainted. She held me close, heart and all. It made me so happy. It made me realize that she truly, truly cared about me. And it made me fall for her even more, because she embraced even the dirtiest parts of me. But now you're stained, aren't you, Tsubasa-chan? You hugged someone like me, told me you loved me. Your pure white body and heart, they're probably dyed with my color now. Do you think someone like that, someone like you, could still be loved by God? Then again, if it's you, Tsubasa-chan, maybe God would still hold you close just the same. So, hey, I'm sorry, okay? Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 23, Can you hear the signal? We walked together through the rain. No umbrella, just the two of us letting the light drizzle soak our skin. Ryo-chan didn't bring an umbrella either, huh? But, well, it's summer. This kind of rain actually feels kinda nice. Ryo. What is it, Tsubasa-chan? But maybe, just maybe, it was the rain's fault. Maybe that's why Ryo-chan's been looking so gloomy this whole time. She might have started feeling sick while walking in the rain. Here. So, I gently draped a towel over her head, just trying to keep her from getting too wet. She blinked in surprise, then slowly reached up and touched the towel. You look like my dad, fresh out of the bath. And finally, she gave me a small smile. I felt relieved. She'd had that somber look on her face the whole time. I was happy I could make her smile. The heavy worry I'd been carrying inside eased just a little. Not your dad, I'm Ryo. Yeah, that's more like Tsubasa-chan. We walked together through the rain, letting the raindrops fall on us, soaking everything through. But our hands, clasped together, stayed firmly connected. Come in, Tsubasa-chan. She led me into her apartment. A decently spacious 2LDK, pretty big for a student living alone. After taking off my soaked socks at the entrance, she guided me straight to the washroom. I'll get the water heating, okay. Thanks. It'll be ready soon, so just wait a bit. After fiddling with the water heater, Ryo-chan grabbed a towel from nearby and gave my head a good, playful rub with it. I felt like a dog being pampered, like something from the days of the animal protection edicts. It was kind of embarrassing, the way she was doting on me like this. But it also felt really nice. Albino golden retriever, that's me. Maybe not quite right. My face is way too stiff to be a golden retriever. As a pet meant for affection, I'd be an absolute failure. Here, let me do yours too. A height difference and all, so I'll just take the thought. Thanks, Tsubasa-chan. I tried to return the favor, wipe her down like a decent human being, but she gently turned me down. Unfortunate. After we'd both toweled off as best we could, the bath heater's voice announced that the water was ready. I figured Ryo-chan should go in first, since she didn't seem to be feeling well. All right then, let's get in. Suddenly, without any warning at all, Ryo-chan started undressing right there. Huh, Tsubasa-chan, if you don't take your clothes off, we can't get in the bath. Just like that, she started undressing me too. My school shirt and skirt slipped to the floor in a blink. Ryo, what are you doing? We're getting in the baths. No, I mean we're getting in together. Yeah, if we wait, we'll catch a cold. There was a different tone to her voice. Something firmer that wouldn't take no for an answer. Before I knew it, my bra and panties were gone and I was completely bare. And Ryo-chan was the same. Tsubasa-chan, are you embarrassed? Hold on. I turned away and tried to cover myself, but I guess that only made it more obvious. She saw right through me. The embarrassment kept piling up, and I started worrying if my face had gone completely red. I mean, come on. It's not okay, right? Staring like that. When we're changing for gym class, there are other people around and you don't really focus on it. But when it's just the two of us, it's a whole different story. We're both girls, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. But no panties, it's embarrassing. Frozen in place, I held a hand towel over my front like a shield. Even though we've changed together a bunch during PA, being alone like this made me feel so self-conscious. Hey, Tsubasa-chan. Ryo-chan met my gaze, even though I'd been doing everything I could to avoid hers. She gently held my head still with both hands so I couldn't look away. From this angle, I could see everything above, her perfectly shaped chest, all of it. Are you aware of me? Trapped with no escape, her voice sank into my head. Aware of her, of course I was. That word bounced around in my brain like a pinball, and in a panic, Rio, you perv. Rio, you perv. I meant to say something else. I wanted to explain it wasn't like that, but instead, my mouth blurted it out on its own, calling Rio-chan a perv. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. I didn't think that at all. If anything, I'm the perv here. I wanted to say sorry for suddenly saying something weird like that. But of all times, now my mouth just wouldn't cooperate. The awkward silence that followed clung to the air like a fog. This is bad. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? While I was frantically scrambling for an answer. Rich-chan leaned in close, her mouth right beside my ear. Her breath was warm against my skin, something soft and firm brushed lightly against my side. That's right. A voice sweet as melted chocolate slipped straight into my ear. Right now, I'm being a little pervy. She whispered it with a mischievous smile and then gave my earlobe a playful lick. A shiver ran through me. I couldn't stay calm. Something in me started twisting up in strange new feelings. You know, Tsubasa-chan. I suddenly realized real breasts, the kind that aren't flat, are so soft. And Rio-chan, she smells really nice. I'd be happy if Tsubasa-chan felt that way too. She took my hand and pulled me into the bath with her. I couldn't resist. That strange anticipation made my chest flutter with nervous excitement. Today's Rio-chan, I don't understand her. Is she serious? Is she teasing me? What is she thinking? What does she want? Is she really feeling okay? Why did I even call her a perv just now? I don't understand anything anymore. My head's spinning. I feel like I'm about to short-circuit. Section, Tsubasa-chan is always transparent. Pale, clear, and shimmering like light itself. A girl who seems to float above the world, yet barely registers within it. In the classroom, it's like no one even notices she's there. That's what made her who she was. Someone perfectly complete on her own. A person unbothered by loneliness. A girl wrapped in a kind of quiet mystery, like she didn't quite belong to this world. But that was the old Tsubasa-chan. I'll rinse your hair now. Emma. We were in the bath together. I reached out and touched her body. First, her white hair like strands spun from platinum. It's the most iconic part of her. When the wind catches it, it looks like wings. I washed it gently with shampoo and conditioner, taking care with every stroke. Because this hair holds so much of what makes her her, and I want to protect it. Then, after her hair, I moved to the rest of her body. Tsubasa-chan, I'm sorry you're back. It's fine if it's you, Rio. I placed my hand on her back and slowly ran it down. If it's Rio, she said, and just that made me feel seen. Like I was allowed to exist. Like I was the only one she needed. Being with her wasn't suffocating. It was easy, comfortable. And because she let me in, the girl who used to be untouchable was becoming less and less special. There's a bruise. On her snow-white skin, the one and only flaw. A faint mark of fingernails across her back, painful to look at and yet somehow precious. Rio. I'll make it all better, okay? Pain, go away. That scar, it's proof that Tsubasa-chan is human. If you had to be flawless to be an angel, then maybe the Tsubasa-chan now is no longer perfect. It doesn't hurt, I'm fine. Even so, because I was the one who hurt her, I'm the one who left a mark on her. So let me take responsibility. Let me take care of everything that makes up Tsubasa-chan. Let me look after you, okay? I'll keep looking after you, so don't go far. You have to stay close or I won't be able to take care of you. And also, Tsubasa-chan, look at me, don't turn your eyes away. Hey, Tsubasa-chan. When the bubbles rinsed off her body, her white skin was left completely bare. I leaned in, gently pressing my front against her small back. Rio. And then I wrapped my arms around her from behind. Tsubasa-chan squirmed slightly in my embrace, fidgeting and twitching. I told you, didn't I? That I'm feeling a little pervy today. I don't remember. The nape of her neck was flushed red, probably from the shower heat, but maybe it was something else too. I said it, didn't I? Before we got in the bath. Don't remember. Do you remember what you said after that? Don't know. Tsubasa-chan was obviously lying. Struggling, trying desperately to act like she didn't know. Right now, she was more transparent than usual. So I gave in to a little temptation. Like a cat cuddling up for attention, I rubbed my body gently against her back. And then, Tsubasa-chan shivered. Rio, stop that. It was the strongest scolding she could manage, said with all the force she could muster. From her flustered gestures, I could tell exactly what she was thinking. This is so embarrassing. Tsubasa-chan is just too cute. You don't get to say stop, we're both girls, remember. Stop. Even so, she shook her head like a little kid refusing something. But the resistance, it wasn't as strong as before. I think my completely unreasonable logic had her cornered. Still, she wasn't seriously rejecting me. She just fidgeted there, no goosebumps, no flinching. That alone told me enough. Tsubasa-chan gets flustered by girls, too. You're blushing, Tsubasa-chan. I'm not. The blush on her neck was deeper than before. Even though we're both girls, she was clearly doing her best not to look at me while I was naked. And when I held her and rubbed up against her, she clenched her fists tightly, like she was trying to endure something. Like she was holding herself back with everything she had. No, you are blushing. Bright red. On her pale skin, the color stood out even more. Just seeing me like this had her honestly embarrassed. My heart started pounding. So loud, I was sure she could feel it through my chest, even with her back turned to me. Knowing that even a girl could get this flustered made me realize just how bold I was being right now. Tsubasa-chan, you're kind of a perv. I leaned in and teased her with a sly whisper in her ear. She shook her head hard. Desperately, like her life depended on it. I'm not a perv. She was just too adorable like that. With my heart still racing, I gently placed my hand over her chest. Her back tensed up with a jolt, and she squirmed even more than before. She must have been shocked, getting touched so suddenly like that. But I'm sorry. Let me feel it a little longer. The rhythm of your heart. That pounding sound, so full of feeling. Hey, Tsubasa-chan, you feel the same way, don't you? Our hearts are racing together and neither of us can stop. Chapter 24. Signal cut off. The only sound surrounding us is the drier, blowing hot air. The warmth of the wind and the feeling of a comb gently passing through my hair. With my eyes closed, I take it all in. Somehow, it's calming. A lot happened just a little while ago. Ryo-chan suddenly started saying weird things. We ended up taking a bath together, and she touched my chest. Both of us turned bright red and just sat there, bubbling in the tub. I couldn't keep up with all the emotions. It honestly felt like I was going to lose it. It was way too lewd. But just as much as it was overwhelming, it also made me worried. Because today, Ryo-chan was clearly emotionally unstable. Ryo. What is it, Tsubasa-chan? When I called out, her voice came back flat. A voice kind of like mine, hard to read emotionally. You okay? Ryo-chan showed me a lot of different faces today, and all of them, everyone was definitely her. The parts I knew and the parts I didn't. I could feel they were all Ryo-chan. But she seemed really restless. The way her expressions kept shifting so quickly made her look like she was anxious about something. Tell me, what was Ryo-chan thinking? Was she worried or scared? I didn't know, so I wanted to understand. I wanted to be someone who understood her, someone who could worry with her. She's my best friend and someone really important to me. I leaned back lightly against Ryo-chan's back. I wanted to show her that I wasn't asking for her sake, but for mine. It was a small gesture from someone like me who's not good with words. A way to show her, not with speech but with action, I'm leaning on you. And then Ryo-chan. Tsubasa-chan, you're really cute. She turned off the dryer and buried her face into my now dry hair. It tickled a bit, and somehow I felt embarrassed. Because it meant Ryo-chan responded to me leaning on her by leaning back in her own way. I like you, Tsubasa-chan. I really, really like you. All day, I couldn't figure out what Ryo-chan was trying to say. Her expressions, her mood kept changing so quickly. I like you too, Ryo. But right now, we're both leaning on each other, relying on each other. Because we're in that kind of posture, we can say what we truly feel. With that mutual stance, I leaned into her, and she slumped into me. That's why I can believe the words we're exchanging now are real. I have to believe them, or nothing will start. I don't want to stay in the dark anymore. Tell me, Ryo. If you tell me too, Tsubasa-chan. I'll listen to anything. I'll tell you everything. That's the feeling behind my nod. We're still in the middle of leaning on each other, after all. Ryo-chan rubbed her face in my hair like a cat. Then she let out a soft breath and murmured. About the angel's stairway. The angel's stairway, those rays of light pouring through gaps in the clouds. A sight I saw in my past life. A view I want to see again in this one. It was something we might have seen today. Do you want to see it? Honestly, my feelings about it are a little complicated. Yesterday, I was so excited about it I could barely sleep. Why did it appear on the rooftop? What did it want to tell me? I don't know, but I kind of have a hunch. Ryo-chan, you don't seem to think too fondly of the angel's stairway, do you? I never want to see it again. That's why I could accept her answer. I accepted it, but still. At the same time, something wavered deep in my chest. Maybe she didn't want me to see it either, and that's why she stopped me. Then, what do you want to ask? But right now, Ryo-chan is trusting me. She's relying on me. That's why she's speaking honestly like this. She believes it's okay to lean on me. So I push aside the thought that flashed through my mind and decide to listen to her. Just for this moment, rejecting her would mean betraying that trust. Tsubasa-chan, why are you so fixated on the angel's stairway? That why is the shape of the emotions swirling between us today. Like tangled threads, it clings to us in strange ways. Because the sky was beautiful. I gently touched that thread. Even if it feels hard, that's no reason to leave it tangled. One by one, I'll untangle them. All the things Ryo-chan is worried about, one at a time. The sky, huh? Yeah, swaying, sparkling. A memory burned into my mind, a mystical scene from my previous life. That day, I felt like I caught a glimpse of God's hem. I thought the edge of the world was in the sky. I think that might have been my first love. In that moment, I fell head over heels for the sky. Is that why? As I was thinking back on what might have been my first love, she wrapped her arms around my stomach and hugged me tight. Because it's beautiful no matter what, so you keep reaching for it. Her arms were stiff, like she was nervous, like she was trying not to hold me too tightly. And somehow, I felt like those arms represented the tangle of why that existed between us. Yeah, because up there, I can be heard. So I placed my hands over her arms. If she's anxious, I'll untangle that too. Don't shut yourself off, let's share how we feel. I just wanted to say thank you to God. Maybe because I made up my mind, the words I'd been holding inside spilled out naturally. The sky is beautiful. It moved me when I saw it in my past life. All of that is true, but that's not the only reason. It's not like going to a shrine. It feels like my voice can reach directly. I just want to see that sky again, the one that makes me feel that way. It's okay, don't worry. Maybe Ryo-chan feels scared of a sight that's too divine. Like the way people say there's a corpse buried beneath every beautiful cherry blossom tree. But it's all right. There's nothing scary at all. It's not like an angel will come down to destroy the city, or that God will suddenly send a flood on a whim. It's just rays of light shining down from the sky. It's not scary. I kept repeating that as I held her hand around my stomach, over and over again. Her arms were trembling slightly, but still gentle, not gripping too tight. You won't go anywhere. We'll stay together, always. We promised, remember. The arms around my stomach slowly relaxed, and in their place, she rubbed her face against my back again and again. Yeah, that's right, you're right. Ryo-chan's voice regained its color, a warm voice. Soft, unguarded, and filled with emotion. You made that promise in front of God, didn't you? Yeah. Maybe, just maybe Ryo-chan. Did she think I'd disappear if I saw the angel's stairway? Is that why she was so desperate? Did she think I'd be spirited away? Oh no, now that I think about it, every time I talked about the angel's stairway, I was probably way too excited and mysterious about it. I guess it's not impossible she misunderstood. Believe me, I won't disappear. As if reacting to my words, Ryo-chan murmured softly. I believe you, I believe in you, Tsubasa-chan. The weight on my back disappears. The heat that had lingered from our bath, more than warm, almost too hot, slips away. Hey, stay with me tonight. And then, standing before me, Ryo-chan was smiling brilliantly. Ryo, it's summer break, so is that no good? She looked up at me with a slightly playful, pleading gaze, saying it's summer break like a child asking for a favor. And just a moment ago, she had looked so down. Just for one night, it should be fine. I want to see for myself if Ryo-chan has really calmed down. Okay. So I nodded. I didn't want to turn her down. It's not like I was swept away by how cute she looked, okay. I just want to make sure she's okay now. If she's calm, it's a sleepover with a best friend I love. If she's still a bit down, then it'll just turn into a night of comfort. We'll have a sleepover. Yeah, let's stay together, forever and ever. Right now, I just don't want Ryo-chan to feel lonely. That alone was enough for me to decide to spend the night in her room. And then this room. Yep, this is your room, Tsubasa-chan. There was a spare room, and she guided me there. Even though no one used it, it was spotless, not a speck of dust anywhere. Let's sleep together tonight, Tsubasa-chan. Together. Together. Together, a word we'd said so many times tonight. A word packed with our shared resolve that we'd never be apart again. That aside, we're really going to sleep side by side under the same futon, huh? Is something like that really okay? No, wait. We already took a bath together, didn't we? So maybe this doesn't even count anymore. My head's starting to spin. If I overthink this, I might seriously pop like a balloon. That's how it is, so wait here a bit, okay, Tsubasa-chan. Ryo-chan said that cheerfully, and the door closed with a soft thud. Then, right after, came the click of a lock somewhere. What was that? I mean, it's just me and Ryo-chan here, so, this room doesn't even have a lock. Phew, just my imagination. That startled me for a second. No way, right? Ryo-chan wouldn't suddenly lock me in or anything like that. I reached for the doorknob and turned it, expecting, of course, that it would open normally. But it didn't. It caught and wouldn't budge. That's weird. Why won't it open? This doorknob doesn't even have a lock, so why? Ryo-chan, what's going on? Section, I trust Tsubasa-chan, I believe in her. She promised we'd be together forever, and I believe she'll keep that promise. But God won't. Tsubasa-chan is such a lovely, adorable girl. If someone from above sees her, they'll definitely take her away. They'll rip up our promise like it was nothing. So, I'm sorry. I have to hide Tsubasa-chan from God. I'll take care of everything. I'll do anything for her. I'll never let her feel lonely. All she has to do is stay by my side. I'll protect her from the entire world. So starting today, that room is Tsubasa-chan's. A room ID'd with Sunday tools, where the lock only works from the outside to block out even God. Starting today, we'll be together forever, Tsubasa-chan. Chapter 25, Where did the signal go? I tried jiggling the doorknob a few times, but it didn't budge an inch. There's a window, but when I opened the curtain, I found it boarded up tight. Even if I could open it, this is the 3rd floor of an apartment building. The moment I stepped outside, I'd be diving headfirst straight into the earth. No matter how I looked at it, getting out of this room on my own seemed completely impossible. Seriously, what is this situation? Ryo-chan, why did she suddenly do something like this? Tsubasa-chan, with how your brain works, you're obviously not human, right? Yeah, I knew it. The truth is, you're actually part of the Albatross clan. I can't leave you alone, so I'm going to keep you indoors, okay? You're an endangered species and a precious friend after all. I'll take proper care of you, so don't worry. So, that's what this is. She thinks I'm some flapping seabird from off the coast of Japan. Am I just supposed to accept that kind of reality? Come on, Ryo-chan. Please realize it. The truth is, I don't have wings. I can speak. I'm not a bird who understands human speech. I'm just a human with a bird brain. In the end, the door finally opened an hour later. Not feeling too cramped, are you? Standing in the doorway was Ryo-chan, holding a tray. It had a colorful salad and a hamburger steak on it. Wait, food? Oh, this? Sorry, Tsubasa-chan. I wanted to make something fancier, but this is the one dish I can make taste really good. Oh, but the sauce is homemade too. I put my heart into it. Ryo-chan looked just like always, no, even brighter than usual. Like nothing had happened, she went over to the table in the room and started setting out the salad and hamburger steak. It was all so normal, I couldn't help but hesitate. It made me start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, I'd misunderstood everything. Ryo. What is it, Tsubasa-chan? There was Ryo-chan, smiling right in front of me. Still confused, Tell me, Ryo. I sat down in front of the meal she'd served and asked for an explanation. I was hungry anyway. Yeah. Let's eat, okay? Okay. With steam and aroma rising in the air, we joined our hands and said itadakimasu, then picked up our chopsticks. I split the hamburger with my chopsticks and juices seeped out. When I took a bite, the rich flavor of the meat spread through my mouth and burst like a firework. Wait, this is really good. Delicious. I'm glad. A gentle smile spread across her face, and I could sense her relief. She even did a tiny fist pump. She really meant it. You're good at cooking. My best dish is hamburger steak. I munched away, alternating bites with salad. My mouth is small, so I can't eat fast, but my chopsticks kept moving steadily. What? After a while of quietly munching away, I finally noticed. Ryo-chan was staring straight at me. watching every motion, like she was observing how I ate. I'm looking at you, Tsubasa-chan. She hadn't touched her own food much at all, resting her cheek on her hand, just watching me. Once I realized it, I started to feel weirdly self-conscious. Fidgety, my chopsticks paused. Tsubasa-chan. Why? My hand stopped, and I came back to my senses. I remembered what I'd forgotten while lost in the taste. This wasn't some handmade food from a girl. Moment, I needed to ask, why had she locked me in here? The key, why? Yeah. Ryuk-chan was smiling, a vague, uncertain smile. Not the sparkly, radiant kind she gave when I said the food was delicious. Do you want to go home? Not really. An awkward pause settled between us. A strange kind of tension slowly began to spread. And yet, Ryuk-chan's expression didn't falter in the slightest. Then that's fine, isn't it? Huh, you said it yourself. Let's always be together. Still smiling, Ryuk-chan declared it as if there was no other possible answer. Together? Yup, together. Her cheerful voice swept away the heavy atmosphere, as if trying to cover it up. Like she was asking, you understand, right? We're together, right? From that desperate tone, even I could feel how serious she was. Wait, is that what this is about? Is she asking me to live together, but we're not even dating yet? You didn't ask. There wasn't even a confession. We haven't said anything like that to each other. Isn't this kind of too fast? Well, I mean, I kind of get how she feels, though. I just did. But still, there's an order to these things, right? Back on the rooftop, when I made Ryuk-chan cry, I promised myself I'd take things in the right order from now on. So it's fine, right? She said it like it was already decided. I shook my head lightly. Not to say she was wrong, but to protest, decide this on your own. Rio, no fair. I tacked on a gentle scolding at the end, like I was saying, wait a second. Like, hey, I've got my own side in this too. Tsubasa-chan. Whether we're both girls in this life, whether Ryuk-chan is really okay with that, none of it matters anymore. Because I've decided to be honest with myself. I'm not going to hide my feelings or make her anxious anymore. I'll do it properly, confess. So I want her to wait until I'm ready. It's my first time, too, and it's something that's going to stay with me for the rest of my life. No need to rush. Let's walk forward together, okay? At our own pace, just the two of us. It's still too soon, Ryuk-chan. I wanted to tell you that rushing could make us stumble. And maybe also to buy myself a bit more time until I'm truly ready to face it. A caged bird. Don't treat me like some albatross. I'm not an endangered species, and I don't want to become a burden to you, Ryuk-chan. That was also part of what I wanted to say, because it was starting to feel like I was being treated as someone who can't live on their own. That's not it. That's not it at all, Tsubasa-chan. Her company face smile finally crumbled. Her expression fell away, leaving Ryuk-chan's face completely bare. Not transparent, but pure white. Her lips trembled just a little. Wait, was I trying to break your wings because I didn't want you to become an angel? She muttered in a tiny voice, like she was talking to herself. Something was swirling inside Ryuk-chan, circling endlessly. Her pale face stayed frozen, but her thoughts were racing. Rio. It felt like her heart was starting to get lost, and I called out to her, trying to stop it. Though I didn't know if my voice even reached her. With her head lowered and her gaze unfocused, she kept muttering softly. Tsubasa-chan isn't an angel, not yet, so she can't fly, she shouldn't fly. But I can't stop worrying. The what-ifs don't care about how Tsubasa-chan feels. What if God notices her? What if she gets into an accident? Just thinking about it makes me so anxious. Wait, am I worried about Tsubasa-chan? Or do I just want to get rid of my own anxiety? I don't know anymore. It was like she was drowning in a sea of thoughts. Watching her pale face and her hands start to tremble made me feel incredibly restless. Rio, I'm right here. I stepped behind her and gently wrapped my arms around her. You don't have to worry alone. You do care about the word together, don't you? There was a faint scent of shampoo, the same scent I have right now. Hey, I smell the same too, don't I? Can't that make you feel safe? Couldn't it be proof that I won't disappear? Yeah, you're right. I misunderstood. Her hand, the one wrapped around my neck, gently touched me. The hand that had gone cold from the overpowered air conditioner had started to warm up just a bit. Did my feelings reach you? I wonder, Ryuk-chan. I'm sorry, but I guess they didn't. Ryuk-chan whispered that, then suddenly stood up. Thrown off by the motion, I fell to the floor with a thud. I have nothing, so I don't want anyone else to take Tsubasa-chan away from me. That was all she said before walking out of the room. Along with the loud clack of the door locking behind her, I could only watch in stunned silence. What was left in the room was just me and Ryo-chan's untouched dinner. The hamburger had gone cold. Section. Suddenly, it dawned on me. I love Tsubasa-chan. There's no doubt about that. I truly, deeply treasure her. But there's selfishness mixed in with that feeling. Even with Tsubasa-chan, I haven't been able to care for her purely. That realization hit me hard. A room to hide Tsubasa-chan from God. A place to shield her from everything bad, to keep her from becoming an angel. But earlier, I felt it. When she hugged me, it was like I was wrapped in wings. Invisible wings of an angel were the ones comforting me, and that's when I finally realized, far too late. Tsubasa-chan isn't trying to become an angel. She already is one. She fell from heaven for me, just to be by my side like this. That thought made my chest tighten. I felt like my heart was being filled with cocoa, warm and gentle. I was drowning in her pure kindness. But then I turned that question on myself. What have I given back to Tsubasa-chan? I have nothing. I'm just a plain, ordinary person without any real strengths. Something hollow and pitiful inside me is just barely keeping me going. That's who I am, barely managing my own life, let alone anyone else's. So then, what am I doing right now? I became aware of it. The ugly truth about myself came into focus, clearer than ever. In the end, it's all just for my own sake. I admitted it aloud with a soft breath. I wasn't disappointed. I think I'd already sensed it deep down, but realizing it fully made it even scarier. I couldn't help but feel like I wasn't good enough for Tsubasa-chan. That if someone came along who could love her even more, they'd take everything from me. I was too stained, too tainted, to ever believe with confidence that she'd stay by my side forever. Tsubasa-chan, why do you love me? Protecting me from everything bad, that's only part of it. The truth is, I just wanted to be the only one Tsubasa-chan looked at. Even though I can't find any value in myself, Tsubasa-chan says she loves me. I wanted to be someone Tsubasa-chan needed. I wanted to be someone she chose, and I didn't want to give that right to anyone else. Because Tsubasa-chan was the only one who found something inside me, the only one who ever did, so I locked her away, like a treasure, so she'd never fade, never change. I don't have the confidence to be loved. I can't stay as Tsubasa-chan's forever. Chapter 26. Once the signal starts, it doesn't stop. A few days have passed since then. I've been staying in that room at Ryo-chan's house the entire time. We'd eat together, bathe together, brush our teeth, and sleep side by side. When we had time, we'd talk, play games, or just sit in silence. Surprisingly, it wasn't such a bad routine. A life where Ryo-chan took care of everything around me. It was comfortable, in a way. Time passed quickly whenever she was around, but whenever I ended up alone, I couldn't help but think. This probably isn't okay, is it? Letting Ryo-chan handle everything, even if I'm being super generous, I could still say it's fine. I haven't confessed or anything, but it does feel like we're newlyweds. But the thing is, Ryo-chan herself doesn't look all that happy. If anything, it's like she's scared of something. That vague smile of hers, the way she tries too hard to take care of me, and then, Tsubasa-chan, I love you so much. Words that should have made me happy. They used to be like sweet candies she'd gently roll off her tongue, filled with so many feelings. But now, even when Ryo-chan says she loves me, I can't honestly feel happy. Because when she says it, it always feels so desperate. It's like she's saying it just to keep me pleased. There's none of that bittersweet tenderness she usually has. The Ryo-chan now, she's clearly forcing herself. It's like she's scared of me or something. And more than anything, Ryo, the sunset feathers. Yeah, it really is. Ryo, the night feels cold, there's a reason. I see. She's not being mysterious at all. Every time I try to talk to her, she just spaces out. Hey, Ryo-chan, you've been by my side all this time, and yet for some reason I feel lonely. Why are you so afraid, Ryo-chan? Are you afraid of me? Ryo, tell me. Then I want to understand. I want to know what's making you so afraid. And more than anything, I don't want someone so important to me to be scared of me. Tsubasa-chan, what brought this on all of a sudden? I want to know about Ryo. I'm lonely, but I'm not scary. I did my best to gather the words, to put my feelings into them, to say what I meant. Maybe because I love Ryo-chan, my mouth didn't resist me at all. I made you feel lonely, didn't I, Tsubasa-chan? I don't want things to stay like this. I want to do something about it. Maybe that desperation came through because Ryo-chan's expression softened as if she'd finally given up. Okay, I get it. But in return, can I ask you something too? Can you tell me what you're really feeling, Tsubasa-chan? I think Ryo-chan also felt uncomfortable with the way things were. She nodded that naturally. So, Ryo-chan was the one to speak first. I leaned in to listen, nervous about whether I'd done something wrong. Tsubasa-chan, what is it you like about me? But the question that came out was nothing I expected. She was all curled up, glancing up at me as she asked. She couldn't hide how anxious she was, her eyes cast downward, her voice trembling. That voice told me everything. This was what had been weighing on her all along. Wait, does she think I don't really like her? Why? That day, up on the rooftop, we said we'd take our time confirming each other's feelings. More than friends, not quite lovers, that fuzzy in-between felt ticklish but nice. We agreed to take small steps forward from there. At least I thought we had. But does this mean Ryo-chan didn't feel the same? That honestly hurts. Even for me, that's rough. I guess there really isn't anything, huh? But for some reason, Ryo-chan looked hurt too. Like she didn't even realize how many thorns had buried themselves in her heart until it was already too late. Just like that time she stood in the rain, saying she had nothing, only a heart full of darkness. There's so much I want to say, but before any of that, I just want to protect the wounded Ryo-chan in front of me. Fate brought us together. Fate. That evening when we first spoke. When you talked to me, I was truly happy. I tried to say all that, but the words all compressed into just one. Fate. That wasn't nearly enough, obviously, so I moved my mouth a little more. You shared the sky with me. You came and made it ours. Just having you stay and talk with someone like me, who struggles with words, that alone made me happy. The sky I used to look at alone suddenly sparkled, like I was seeing it through a prism when it was the two of us. That moment, I think, was when I first became aware of Ryo-chan. I thought it over carefully, pieced it together, and that was the answer I reached. Looking back now, I can say it for sure. Oh, I think I've loved Ryo-chan from the very beginning. It wasn't love at first sight, but something inside me had known something was about to begin. That flutter I felt back then, I'm sure that was it. And the moment I realized it, my heart skipped a beat. Because the feeling of love became even clearer. It felt like both the world and my heart lit up. I understood then, this happiness had been with me all along. We watched sunsets together. We saw the world fall asleep, again and again. Gathering up all the words I could find, I tried to tell her about all the wonderful things I've felt. All the memories we shared, so many of them, just the two of us. You stopped being the fox spirit and became Ryo. We went out together, we made promises just us. You were the only one who reached out to me like that. You made everything fun and exciting, and gave me everything you could. That's why I love you. I love you so much, Ryo. Please let my feelings reach you this time. That was my heartfelt monologue. No, it's a confession now, isn't it? I ended up blurting out a confession to Ryo-chan in the heat of the moment, but I don't regret it, not even a little, because I wanted to blow away all that sadness clinging to her. I'm sorry I skipped a few steps. But if you understand how I feel, that would make me so happy. That was everything I could give in this moment, and in response, Ryo-chan. You'd feel the same even if it hadn't been me, wouldn't you? She looked at me with eyes that seemed on the verge of tears. What are you saying? I honestly had no idea what she meant. No way, Ryo-chan. I spoke from the heart, you know? I told you I love you, that you are the one I want. So why? It just happened to be me who showed up on the roof that day, right? Don't twist it like that. You were the one who came to that rooftop, no one else ever came to. You only talked about things that happened, not about me inside. That's not true. I said those things because I was happy to share those moments with you. If it hadn't been you, I wouldn't have said any of it. It had to be Ryo-chan. There's no difference, is there? There is. It was the first time I ever raised my voice. Probably the loudest I've ever spoken, because she's so wrong about this. Don't deny how I feel, then tell me, what is it you like about what's inside me? Her tearful expression had already hardened into one of defiance, lips pressed into a tight line. Stubborn, like she truly believed there was nothing worth liking in her. Ryo-chan was being completely serious. She seriously believed something so absurd. I'm sorry, but this is the first time I'm going to deny what Ryo-chan's saying. She's mysterious, deeply understanding, thoughtful, always trying to see things from my side. Fun to talk to, earnest, brave enough to punch Futaba-san, and even with all that. Cute. That's why she's wrong. I wanted to tell her all that, but all that came out of my mouth was a single word, cute. That didn't really get my point across, did it? Still, Ryo-chan's really perceptive. Maybe there's a chance. But the look on Ryo-chan's face was empty. I must have pushed too far this time. Sorry, but I don't believe you. Her voice was heavy, her disappointment impossible to hide. She sounded so let down, and that bitter smile of resignation clung to her lips. You're just like everyone else who says I'm a good girl. And not just that. It looked like she'd ended up reopening memories that were better left closed. I knew it. There's nothing to me. I was never a match for someone as wonderful and cute as Tsubasa-chan. She acted like she'd come to some tragic understanding, reassuring herself, completely ignoring what I just said. So sorry, okay. Without even noticing how I felt, Ryo-chan wrapped things up all on her own and left the room. She made sure to lock the door behind her. Click. Left alone, I stared at the closed door, glared at it. To the point I was wishing it would just burn a hole straight through. My chest was a storm of frustration, something thick and boiling churning inside. It had been so long, I'd forgotten this feeling. But now it was back, I brought it back. Right now, I'm really pissed off. Why won't she listen to me? Why won't she believe what I'm saying? Why does she talk about herself like that? Does she seriously believe there's nothing good about her? All these whys and how-coulds were spiraling inside me, simmering in my chest, tangled in my head. And what pissed me off more than anything, out of my league, that doesn't even make sense. She said it like it was a fact, like she'd already given up. She ignored my confession, wrapped things up all on her own, and didn't even reject me, just ignored me. All of it decided without me. Ryo-chan, you idiot, you huge idiot. We like each other, that much even an airhead like me can tell. Not having confidence in yourself, I get that. It's not like I think I'm some invincible goddess or anything either. But effort, that's something we can do. When you like someone, you want to try your best for them. Ryo-chan, you tried so hard to put this room together for me. Your efforts were totally off track, but it was all for me, right? And still, all that came out of your mouth was how there's nothing good about you, or how we don't match, or some other crap like that. You don't believe in me at all. You probably think I'm some flirt who tells every girl I like them. No, wait, that's not it. If she thought I was a cheater, she would have yelled at me more. Then, what is it? I tried to think, and the image that popped into my head was her gloomy face. That pained expression, like she was blaming herself for something. It's not me she's doubting, she's blaming herself. I get it now. Ryo-chan, she feels guilty. She doesn't believe in herself enough to accept this. She probably thinks, why would something this lucky happen to me? Like waking up to find someone wired 100 million yen into your bank account for no reason. That gave me a bit of clarity. Eased the burn, just a little. I was still mad, but now it was more like medium-level mad. Annoyed, not fuming. My head cooled off, my thoughts started to settle. And then, the next idea that came to mind was, if she had a reason she believed in, to be by my side, would she accept it? Such a simple conclusion. Like 1 + 1 = 2, obvious, basic. But precisely because it was simple, it clicked perfectly in my tangled-up brain. It was clear and easy to act on. My thoughts started spinning, orbiting like the earth itself. I thought about Ryo-chan, about me, about us. And then I decided, I'm gonna break out of here. Section. When I got back from shopping, I didn't feel anything was off. Just vaguely thought, this is awkward. Maybe she hates me now. I really don't want that. But that's just who I am. I kept thinking in circles, getting nowhere, until I found myself in front of Tsubasa-chan's door. That's when something did feel off. Her presence, Tsubasa-chan's, felt faint somehow. Distant. No way, that can't be. Still, with that creeping unease in my chest, I slowly opened the door. And what I found was, she's gone. Just like that, Tsubasa-chan had vanished. The window, once boarded up, was wide open. Dangling from it was a makeshift rope made of tied-up curtains and sheets. Around the window lay the splintered remains of the wooden boards and one utterly ridiculous book, dropped right there on the floor. The title read, To My Best Friend Tsubasa, the complete annotated works of Dazai fully customized edition. Oh, by the way, the corners are as hard as a frozen banana, lol. Given the scene, there was only one conclusion. She smashed the boards using this physically absurd book and climbed down the rope she made from curtains and bedsheets. Regret hit me like a wave. Regret for not watching her better, and regret for that utterly stupid book. She really carried that handmade book from Futaba around with her. I should have double-checked and burned it when I had the chance. You could see how hard she must have worked to break out, bashing those boards over and over until she was probably completely exhausted. The comically thick book's corner was dented and beaten all to hell. And in the center of that wrecked room lay a single sheet of paper, messily spaced, written in small handwriting. It said, "I'll be waiting where we first met." Just one line, but I understood exactly what it meant. Tsubasa-chan. I couldn't sit still a second longer. I screamed and bolted out the door, because her shoes were still sitting by the entrance. Because I knew she was running barefoot, cutting up her feet, heading toward the school. The sun was slowly setting. The town, the hills, the sky, everything was turning the color of twilight, awash in a deepening red. Chapter 27, Did the signal reach you? I ran and kept running. My breath caught, my legs went numb, and my heart creaked with pain. Even so, I pushed myself, climbed the stairs, and gasping for air, opened the door, only to find. I was waiting. There was Tsubasa-chan, sitting right above the rooftop fence. Her legs, clad in slightly blood-stained indoor shoes, dangled idly as she gazed at me with her usual blank expression. The sight felt dangerous, unstable, like she was playing with fire atop the very danger I had tried to keep her away from. "Tsubasa-chan, come down." It came out as a command, telling her to stop this right now. The instant I said it, my chest stung. I realized I was trying to bind her freedom again. To that order, Tsubasa-chan shook her head slightly, as if to say, there's no need, nothing's going to happen. "Listen to me," she said, as if it were nothing more than a casual conversation, as though continuing our everyday life. Here, on this rooftop, it felt like Tsubasa-chan was the one setting the rules. I suddenly remembered the first time we met. Back then, too, this small domain surrounded by fencing had been her kingdom. With that unique, almost mystical atmosphere, she ruled a silent kingdom with no subjects. The more we became friends, the more that feeling faded. The more I interacted with her, the more I came to understand she was human. That was probably because Tsubasa-chan had descended. She stopped being an angel and stood beside me as a person. But now, the Tsubasa-chan in front of me. "Rio, you've got it all wrong," was the eternal princess of that sunset kingdom. My knees went weak. My heart groaned, because the Tsubasa-chan from that day was right here before me. It felt like everything we'd built up had been erased. It felt like she'd become an angel again. "Got it wrong." My voice trembled as I repeated her words. I was terrified of what the girl in front of me was thinking, because I knew I'd been awful. Even if she told me she never wanted to see me again, I wouldn't be able to argue. It's summer, and yet I felt cold. My spine, my arms, an icy chill crept through me. My head drooped. The only thing I could see was the way the summer breeze, like a wingbeat, rustled the skirt of Tsubasa-chan's school uniform. "You're the only one who came here, Rio. No one else." I was bracing for judgment, trembling, but the words she spoke were completely different. I couldn't grasp their meaning. My mind went blank. Not even white, just dull, frozen, unmoving. Into that void, Tsubasa-chan added more words. "I'm not you, Rio, so I can't understand everything you're feeling. But..." When I looked up, our eyes met. She was looking straight at me with transparent eyes, eyes that wavered like she was underwater. It felt like I was floating in a perfectly clear lake, as if submerged in water. "You're the only one who comes here like this, Rio. There's no one else. What I did was just something that spilled out from the feelings in my heart. Even though it felt like I was underwater. I could breathe, the thought of drowning didn't even cross my mind. Rio, you're kind. A good girl, not a lie, it's the truth." Her words reached me clearly. I could accept them, accept what Tsubasa-chan was saying. Because I believed that this was her world, a place where lies had no need to exist. A warm current, a clear world. A gentle space filled with Tsubasa-chan's kindness just for the two of us. "I need you, Rio. You're the only one who listened to me. You're precious to me." It couldn't be just anyone. Her eyes swayed as if pulling me in. Calm, soft, wrapped in gentleness. Looking into those eyes, I was reminded of a place I couldn't quite recall, somewhere I'd once floated. And still, if you can't believe me, Rio, if you can't believe in yourself, then I have no choice but to show you, through action and affection. Saying that, Tsubasa-chan stared at me intently. So, Rio, you are... She spoke that far and then froze. Right there on top of the fence, she tensed up completely. Then, a single word. So I can't get down, help me. Brought sound back into the world. A world that had only held Tsubasa-chan until now. All the tension drained from me, and I nearly collapsed. But I felt relief. I could believe, once again, that Tsubasa-chan was human. If anything, maybe even a little clumsy. This is what happens when you push yourself. Scolding her unsteady body, I reached my hand out to her. Thank why. In that moment, Tsubasa-chan wobbled. And just like that, she tipped toward the far side of the fence. Tsubasa-chan. Without thinking, I reached out for her hand. Section. Rio-chan doesn't have much confidence in herself. That's why she's always questioning whether she deserves to be by my side. If that's the case, then all I need to do is give her a reason. That way, she'll be able to feel secure. That's what I was thinking when I came up to the school rooftop. Why here, specifically? Well, because this is the one place where Rio-chan always reacted to something she's fixated on. This place is probably the source of her belief that I might just disappear one day. So while I was at it, I figured I'd give her a reason to stay with me and prove there's nothing to fear about this place. That the sky is just pretty, nothing more. I climbed up onto the fence just so she couldn't easily pull me down. It hurt climbing up, especially with my feet the way they are, but I worked hard. She better praise me later. While I was at it, I figured I'd ask her to help me down too. My feet are all scratched up, and walking's tough. Part of me was hoping that if I showed her how hopeless I am, she'd realize how much I need her help, even if I didn't say it out loud. If she can't accept that I want her to stay, then I'll give her a reason why she has to. Half self-deprecation, half emotional blackmail. It's ridiculous, I know, but I couldn't help it. It's not my fault Rio-chan won't believe in me even a little. I'm still just a little mad at her. After a bit of waiting, the rooftop door opened. Rio-chan poked her head out, drenched in sweat like she'd run the whole way. Seeing her like that made my mini anger cool down to a micro anger. I could tell she'd been doing her best for me, but I wasn't done yet. I was waiting, I said, because I'd already decided I was going to blow away all of Rio-chan's worries. So get ready, Rio-chan, because after this, well, I'm about to do something really brave and maybe a little crazy. After that, we talked. She listened. The tension had drained from her expression. Even though I still hadn't done the most important thing, but the atmosphere between us felt like we could make up, so maybe that was enough. That doubt started to creep into my heart, but remembering how she was just yesterday made me realize there's no backing down now. She might have another moment of anxiety at any time, so I have to, well, I'm going to do it today right here, so Rio, I want your. I was going to get close to her and say it. I want something precious from you. But just then, it hit me. If I jumped down from the fence right now, the impact might completely shatter my already beat-up feet. If that happened, I'd lose all ability to act cool. I'm such a dummy. I'm a total albatross. Utterly hopeless. I'm not the kind of person who could ever do an RTA. I can't get down, help me. Even before I could begin, I'd already ruined the moment. Rio-chan's totally going to laugh at me for this. But there's no turning back. I've come too far now, so if nothing else, I hope she can just forget how silly I looked. Thinking shameless thoughts like that, I reached for the hand she extended to me. This is what happens when you do reckless things. Thank why. At that moment, I suddenly leaned forward. At this rate, I was going to fall right onto Rio-chan. In a panic, I shifted my weight backward to catch my balance, and then remembered there was no wall behind me. Wait, am I about to die? What do I do? If that happens, Rio-chan's totally going to cry. I really don't want that to happen. My vision slowed down like in slow motion. I slowly slipped over the other side of the fence. Tsubasa-chan. Before I could fall, Rio-chan had grabbed me around the thigh with her arms. Rio-chan. Panicking, I gripped the fence tightly. I put all my strength into pulling myself back up. At the very last second, Rio-chan herself became my lifeline. Tsubasa-chan, hang in there. She held on, stubbornly and fiercely, bracing herself harder than when she's rushing to the bathroom. Because of that, we managed to hold the precarious balance. Neither falling nor climbing up, just barely clinging to life in the middle of it all. Ryo-chan's arms gripped my thigh with enough force to almost break it. God, please don't take Tsubasa-chan away from me. She shouted with a voice loud enough to split the clouds in the sky, then threw her weight backwards with all her might. With the impact came a sharp pain. When I came to, the two of us were lying collapsed on the rooftop. Did we make it? My heart was pounding like it might burst. My bones ached as if they might crack. My feet were still scratched and raw. In other words, it felt like we were alive. Tsubasa-chan. Ryo. Gasping for breath, we called each other's names, checking silently that we were both okay. So close that our breaths mingled, noses nearly touching, we stirred slightly. It hurt, but it was just pain. Our bodies were still moving. Thank goodness. Ryo, thank why. Just as I was about to properly thank her, an incredible impact hit my forehead. Ryo-chan's headbutt was perfectly aimed. You idiot. You're such an idiot, Tsubasa-chan. Her words, laced with anger, came immediately. No surprise, it was exactly the scolding I deserved. It was so true I couldn't say anything. I had caused Ryo-chan to worry. You almost died, you know. Seeing her on the verge of tears made me feel unbearably sorry. I'm sorry, Ryo. Don't ever do something dangerous like that again. There was no excuse. All I could do was silently nod. But I'm so glad you're okay. I'm so glad God didn't take you away. She hugged me tightly. That embrace said more than words could. It showed how she felt. I'm really sorry. I promise I won't ever do it again. But truly, I feel so awful, and I know I shouldn't think this way. Even if I seem unrepentant, these thoughts cross my mind despite myself. Ryo, you're my lifesaver. You saved my life. With a desperate resolve, you risked yourself to pull me out. Isn't that more than enough reason for you to stay by my side? So, my life is yours now, Ryo. Hey, did you know? According to Japanese law, if you find and return lost property, a certain percentage of its value legally becomes yours. So, a part of my life has become Ryo-chan's now. Then my life belongs to you, Tsubasa. Holding me close, Ryo whispered. Her voice was no longer angry. The tension had melted away, replaced by calm warmth. We've shared our lives with each other. That phrase made my ears twitch. Because by that logic, I've saved Ryo's life too. Did something like that ever happen? I don't know, I can't remember. But there's one thing I can say for sure. My life doesn't belong to God. It belongs to you, Ryo. Earlier, Ryo shouted at God, "Don't take Tsubasa away." Seeing her desperation made me realize. The reason she hated the angel's staircase so much was because she feared God would take me away. She didn't trust me and was afraid God would claim me. And in truth, because I was so foolish earlier, I almost ended up like that. But I won't ever mess around like that again, because my life is no longer just mine. The rights to my life have become a joint possession between me and Ryo. I'm deeply grateful to God for letting me be reborn. I want to say thank you again and again. But since Ryo worries so much, I probably won't be able to express my thanks that much from now on. Because now we share responsibility for this life together, sorry about that. And really, thank you so much. Ryo, yeah, I might not get to see the angel's staircase anymore. But I've decided to put Ryo above God, above all else. From now on, together, will you watch over me? Why, yeah. At twilight, just before the day falls asleep. That fleeting moment when a candle, about to burn out, suddenly flares up with a vivid flame. As if in a dreamlike haze, we exchanged a new promise. Not quite the same as the one we made before. Let's always be together, though it felt similar in spirit. Please take care of me. In return, I'll support you. It was a promise more specific and deeper than before. We whispered to each other that it felt almost like a proposal. We joked about it, but we both knew we meant it. That made us so happy, made our hearts race. It was just too wonderful. We both wore the brightest smiles. From now on, let's keep being together forever, okay, Ryo-chan? By the way, Tsubasa-chan. What is it? That time, just before you fell, you said, "So, Ryo, I want your..." What were you going to say after that? Your lips, please. Should we? Can we? It might hurt, so maybe just on the forehead. Okay. Ryo-chan's forehead, lightly reddened from the headbutt. I gently pressed my lips to it. End. Our first kiss tasted faintly of sweat. Chapter 28, Radio Waves Are Probably About Love. We promised to support each other and live together. So, what happened to us after that? Tsubasa-chan, can you cut the onions? When you're done, mix it with the meat and knead it, okay? We just went ahead and started living together in the same room. We ended up coming back to that room, the one that could only be locked and unlocked from the outside. But Ryo-chan said it was my room, and she promised not to lock the door anymore. All done. Thanks. I'll start cooking, so can you handle the rice bowls? After that, we started sharing the housework. It seemed like she was planning to take care of everything herself, but we talked about helping each other out, remember? That's why I insisted on helping, clumsily told her, please teach me how to do house stuff. And this is what it led to. Ryo-chan has been teaching me properly. I got my feelings across. We're done. So, Tsubasa-chan, do you want dinner, a bath, or maybe? Dinner. You're right. Kiss after brushing teeth. Why yeah. Also, about Ryo-chan. She's gotten kind of obsessed with kissing lately. She says it makes her feel safe. Even though my heart races every single time, Ryo-chan just stays calm. It's totally unfair, right? It's always on my cheek or hand or places like that. We haven't kissed on the lips yet. Honestly, it's starting to feel like some weird kind of fetish. Kinda lewd, don't you think? But maybe because of that, I'm getting even more self-conscious, and kissing on the lips just keeps feeling more and more impossible. Will I ever get to kiss Ryo-chan before I die? If I go through this life still a virgin and without ever kissing someone on the lips, I might reincarnate out of sheer regret. That'd be a reincarnation driven by 100% pure, twisted sexual frustration, right? It's so bad I'd probably get reborn as an orc. And if that happens, I'll just have to become roast pork. This is so good, Tsubasa-chan. But with Ryo-chan smiling so innocently like that, there's just no way I could say something like, hand over your lips, it's your duty. I want Ryo-chan to keep being modest and maintain that healthy sense of distance. By the way, today's kiss was on my belly button. That's seriously twisted. I have no idea why either. Ah, Tsubasa. Misao. It's been a while. A few days later, I ran into Misao-chan at the bookstore. She was still browsing through Dazai's books, as usual. I feel like she's probably already read everything he's written by now, though. Oh, that reminds me. Misao, the book really helped. Thank you. Before summer vacation, I was troubled by a ridiculous book like a pickling stone. But it turned out to be really helpful. When I expressed my gratitude, Misao-chan gave a light nod. Were you saved by Dazai? It was hard. It depends. There's also soft Dazai, you know. I nodded along with Misao-chan's words. If it's Dazai, it would make sense for him to bend the laws of physics, becoming both hard and soft at will. For a brief moment, I had a terrible thought. Could it be something about a guy? But I quickly shook my head to clear it. Even Dazai, no matter how much of an enigma he was, surely wouldn't go as far as to repeatedly stiffen and deflate in a book. Which Dazai do you like, Tsubasa? The stories. Yeah, the stories. What else would it be? A hardness. The hardness or softness of the content, including the stories. Misao-chan didn't seem to be talking about Dazai's weapon performance, but rather the intrigue of his stories. Well, of course that was the correct thing to talk about. But still, I couldn't help but wonder why Misao-chan's homemade Dazai commentary book was so stiff. It helped me escape, but I couldn't understand why she'd made it so rigid. So, which one is it? Misao-chan leaned in, and I, inwardly chuckling, pulled out a book. It was a paperback that Misao-chan had bought for me the time we went out together. My favorite Dazai work? The Schoolgirl. I get it, Tsubasa. You really understand. She's blunt, ordinary, and yet so delicate. Her subtlety is really cute. Misao-chan, speaking faster than usual, looked just as she always did, and somehow it felt reassuring. Like Ryo cute. However, it seemed that Misao-chan had caught my whisper, as she suddenly froze, both her movements and mouth coming to a halt. Then, with an awkward motion, she stared at my face, carefully examining me. Do you need to go to the eye doctor? She hit me with a rather harsh remark, straight on. Don't worry, my eyes are perfectly fine. I don't need glasses, and I've always had 1.0 plus vision with no issues. Ryo is cute. I repeated it again, and Misao-chan blinked rapidly a few times. Well, to each their own. She commented on my strange tastes and quickly looked away. It was the same as always. She could be so harsh toward Ryo-chan. Thinking about it, Ryo-chan and Misao-chan have never gotten along. I guess you could call it a compatibility issue. Both are kind-hearted people, but sometimes I wonder why they can't get along. Why are you and Ryo not getting along? I let the question slip from my mouth without thinking. It wasn't that I wanted them to reconcile, just pure curiosity. Misao-chan, glancing at me from the corner of her eye before turning her gaze away, replied, "Kishin is too sloppy and I hate that. I can't stand feeling constricted. Kishin is earnest and I'm rough around the edges. Water and oil, Dazai and Mishima, conflicting, it's inevitable." I nodded quietly, reflecting on what she said. Now that I thought about it, there really had been some tension like that. It's just compatibility, and there's no way to force people to get along. But it was still a little lonely. For me, they were some of the few people I got along with. I don't dislike her, even if I'm bad at getting along. Misao-chan added that with a kind smile, showing just how thoughtful she really was. I probably had been able to sense something even without showing much expression. I like both of you. Because they were like that, I thought we could become friends. When I realized that, the words naturally spilled from my mouth. Misao-chan blinked a few times before speaking. "Tsubasa, you've gotten more honest. It looks like things are going well, I'm glad." She showed me that move she'd done before, pinching her own cheek and making a smile. From the bottom of her heart, she was truly happy for me. So, in return, I lifted her cheek with my finger and mimicked Misao-chan's gesture. I wanted to say thank you, too. We both spent a few seconds pretending to laugh together. Dazai wrote, "I simply love you. Isn't that enough? Pure love is just that simple." Still smiling the pseudo-smile, Misao-chan tilted her head slightly. "Is that what you mean?" I lowered my finger and responded. "That's exactly it." With a genuine smile, I answered Misao-chan. "Yeah, it makes me happy. When you're happy, a smile just comes out, doesn't it? After all, Tsubasa, you're cute." I knew it from the start. Since then, I lightly consulted Misao-chan. It had been a while since we had a good chat, and I was happy that when I asked for advice, she gave it to me. Misao-chan is always a reliable friend. Once school starts again, let's catch up properly. Right now. Welcome back, Tsubasa-chan, huh? In the end, at the bookstore, I bought a paperback of Roman lanterns that Misao-chan recommended, and of course, it was another Dazai work, and immediately came back home. When I arrived, Ryo-chan greeted me, sniffing a few times. "You smell like futaba." She looked at me with a serious face, instantly figuring out that I'd met Misao-chan. Was Ryo-chan a police dog in her past life or something? I was at the bookstore. Should I spray some Febreze? Without a word, she started spraying the air with it. Misao-chan had said she didn't like Ryo-chan, but Ryo-chan seemed to dislike Misao-chan too. Kind of sad, huh? "Did she do anything to you? Are you okay?" She said I was cute. Well, that's something every human knows. I'm pretty sure that's not true at all. But Ryo-chan, for some reason, seems to really like it when I get praised. Even though it was Misao-chan who said it, Ryo-chan didn't seem to care at all. She took it as naturally as if I were just stating that my hair is white. Well, it still made me a little shy. If nothing happened, then I guess it's fine. "Tsubasa-chan, do you want a snack?" "Ryo." But thanks to that, I was able to distract myself from the embarrassment and do something bold. I grabbed Ryo-chan's sleeve and stopped her in her tracks. "It's Tsubasa-chan. Ryo, let's go for a walk." Before I came back, I had consulted with Misao-chan. It was about wanting to kiss Ryo-chan on the lips. Today, I was feeling quite bold. Section. We left the apartment and walked together, strolling through the streets, our footsteps echoing in the scorching sunlight. It's so hot. It's hot. Today was especially hot, and even a light hand-holding made us sweaty in no time. Even so, we kept walking, hand in hand. In that condition, there was not even a hint of discomfort. "Tsubasa-chan, this place. It's a shrine." We kept walking until we arrived at the shrine that Ryo-chan had brought me to on our previous date. Even though it was still day, the shrine was closed for the day again. It was likely that the shrine's management was in some trouble. "Looks like we won't be able to buy charms today. We'll come back when it's open next time." But that was actually convenient for me right now. Because with no one else around, this was the perfect place for what I wanted to do. Cold. We washed our hands at the purification fountain, and I shared a little water with Ryo-chan. Technically, we weren't here to pray, so we probably shouldn't have, but I liked this place. The place where I wanted to kiss Ryo-chan. Misao-chan had given me the advice that if I could create the right atmosphere, I could take her to a place that held memories. That's why I brought Ryo-chan here. With all my intentions laid bare, I stood by the god's side. Ryo, this way. With hands that were slightly cooled from the sweat, I took Ryo-chan's hand. We moved into the shade of the trees in the shrine. All the way to the tallest tree on the grounds. The cicadas are so loud. It's summer. Yeah, it's summer. The shrill chorus of the cicadas. The sound that makes you feel summer to the point of being overwhelmed. Even in the shade, the heat was so intense, it made the air shimmer. Then, a gust of wind blew by like a gentle caress. The leaves fluttered in the breeze. Some of the cicadas, feeling the call, took off into the air. The cicadas' song began to fade into the distance. You know, Ryo. Even with our hands still clasped together, I gathered up all the courage I could muster. I couldn't shake the awkwardness. No matter how many times I'd done it, simply changing the location to my lips made me incredibly nervous, because it's Ryo-chan's special place. Well. Yeah. Even so, because Ryo-chan is holding my hand and watching over me without rushing. I want to kiss you on the lips. Somehow, I managed to muster the courage and speak. Ryo-chan, next to me, softly smiled, her lips gently curving. Okay. Her cheeks faintly flushed as she acknowledged my desire. My heart felt like it was about to leap out of my chest. Should I do it then? I'll stand on tiptoe. In response to her suggestion, which considered our height difference, I stubbornly refused. Ryo-chan just smiled and accepted it. She released my hand, then gently stood on tiptoe. I closed my eyes and, standing on my toes as well, brought my face closer to hers. The world seemed to fall silent. There was only the faintest sound of a kiss, a soft chup. It became a memory of a summer day, a moment to last a lifetime. We exchanged a kiss, side by side with the gods. As if to show off, we pecked each other's lips. God, please bless us, just like how couples stand before witnesses at their wedding. This is a shrine, but there is no bell. Instead, the only sound is the thumping of our hearts. And within that, I could feel it, the beat of Ryo-chan's heart. Her heartbeat just as fast and excited as mine. Realizing this made me feel so sweet and warm inside. My heart was pounding, and in place of blood, cocoa seemed to flow through my body. A happy, drowning kind of time. I realized that girls are made of sugar, spice, and something wonderful. I gave all of myself, body and heart, to Ryo-chan. Our hearts and bodies, connected, could understand each other. You're okay now, right? Someone whispered in the silent world. I had no idea whose voice it was. But there was one thing I knew for sure. I'm no longer alone. I have someone precious who understands me. And through touch, that meaning became real. It was an overwhelmingly happy feeling. And it came through, and I sent it back. I love you so much, I love you. Without a sound, only through the act itself. Without hesitation, with certainty. I'm sure, right now, we are the happiest people in the world. Story completed.